The story begins with a streamer finally achieving the status of king and ascending to the throne of souls, with the system congratulating him for being the first king to sit on the throne of souls and informing him that the reward will be given once he meets the specific conditions. The Imcanist was genuinely happy, celebrating with his friends and livestream followers for finally reaching that level, until suddenly, a being appears and stabs him, saying that he is a mere insect and that his heresy will not go unpunished. Shortly after, the MC hears some people saying that there's an injured man there in his 20s and that he's bleeding a lot. He also hears that this person's heartbeat is weak and that hell need a defibrillator. The MC hears the countdowns and feels the shock. But he can't wake up. The doctors try again, but nothing happens. Then, on the third attempt, he wakes up startled, wondering what had happened, as he was in a strange place full of corpses. He tries to remember more, but the only thing that comes to mind is that he was stabbed by a mysterious person. He then wonders where he is, even considering that he might be in hell due to the piles of corpses, but quickly becomes upset, thinking he never blasphemed against God in his life, so he shouldn't be in hell. Soon, he feels a sharp headache, as if his head were going to explode, becoming even more puzzled by his inability to remember anything. Suddenly, something comes to his mind, and he's shocked to remember that his name was Bai Chi. He was 20 years old, and he used to be a game streamer before he died. He was never famous, but due to one of the last streams he had done, his follower count had increased. All this happened while he was playing an open-world RPG called Throne of Souls. The game was set in a medieval fantasy environment that was suddenly struck by the crash of an alien spaceship, blending classic fantasy elements with futuristic sci-fi works. Since the game's release, all players praised it for its extremely high-quality graphics and immersive storyline. However, after reaching a very advanced level in the game, many players started streaming their struggles in the more difficult stages. But that wasn't a problem for the prot, as being one of the best in the entire community, he began receiving more attention for his gameplay. However, the extreme difficulty made many people give up on the game and stop following the content. Suddenly, a system voice appears, telling the prot that even though he had died, he would still remain alive. More specifically, the system explains that he had been asked if the side effects of rebirth were starting to fade. The prot, startled, turns around and asks who said that, as the voice was very familiar. The system informs him that he was being analyzed from a higher perspective, and that each game created generates its own world. The prot, intrigued, wonders if the voice he's hearing is from the game world platform assistant, only to hear the system again explaining that his death was the special condition needed to activate the reward key of rebirth, and that, therefore, he has now been reborn in the world of Throne of Souls. He's confused by the idea of being reborn in the world of Throne of Souls, but then remembers the special reward he had received when he finally achieved the status of king and ascended to the Throne of Souls, wondering if the reward was this chance to be reborn, since he didn't even know exactly how he had died. However, he's pleased because this is a chance to return to life, but he quickly becomes frustrated, asking the system why it didn't place him in the world of bikini beauties from the game Memories of a Summer, and why he has to be reborn in that hell that is the world of Throne of Souls, saying it would have been better to have died for good, as that way he wouldn't suffer as much. The system explains to the prot that the key of rebirth is an exclusive reward for the world of Throne of Souls, as the other games, unfortunately, don't have a similar feature. Intrigued, Aichi asks what unfortunately means, as it seems that his system wasn't too happy about it. He believes that a game like Throne of Souls would never give such a valuable reward like a free rebirth to anyone, and wonders why they want something from him. The system responds that it's quite simple, they just need him to do what he does best, sit on the Throne of Souls again. And if he manages to repeat that feat, he will receive an even better reward, called the Key of Time Travel, which will allow him to travel to other worlds in Game World, or even return to his original world. The prot is surprised by this reward, asking why they didn't give it to him before. Aichi, intrigued, tells the system that, although the reward is interesting, what his system is asking for is impossible, since the game doesn't even have an infinite rebirth mechanic. After all, in a world as complicated as Throne of Souls, even a dog on the road could end his life. The system responds that, although there is indeed no infinite rebirth mechanic, he won't be defenseless. His account on the Game World platform has 100 platinum games from various genres, and he will be able to complete special missions and tasks to acquire the skills and items of the Emcanists from those 100 games and use them in Throne of Souls. At that moment, Aichi is impressed, realizing he could accumulate various skills from the games he had platinumed, and he imagines that things are starting to get interesting. Looking at his Game World collection, he recalls that he has always been a fan of all kinds of games, and never limited himself to streaming just the most popular ones at the time. That's why these games are from all sorts of genres imaginable, from bestsellers to indie productions and even visual novels. He becomes excited, imagining that using the skills and items from these games in the world of Throne of Souls would be quite intriguing. The system explains that the prot could also choose to live as a common human, without any abilities, as the choice was entirely his, with no objections. After hearing this, he ponders, thinking that if he lived as a common human, he would avoid the dangers of fighting bosses, but on the other hand, he would be subject to other mortal risks like hunger. He quickly discards that option, as it made no sense. He then considers that maybe the system is planning something, since they presented this option only to make him even more determined to follow the path of the king. Baichi smiles, and tells his system to stop joking around, saying he had already spent 20 years of his past life living as a common human. So, it seems like a joke that he would pass up this opportunity to be reborn, and choose to live the same way again. He asks the system if there's any time limit to complete the main story and become king. Quickly the system responds that there would be no time limit at all, then asks the MC if he truly wishes to follow the main route to become king once again without thinking twice. The MC replies that of course he would accept, as he'd be crazy not to. With that said, the system wishes him good luck on his new journey of ascension in the game Throne of Souls. After returning from his game world, he's confused as he hears someone calling him, telling him to look up, only to realize that it was a girl tied up, hanging upside down. She says she thought he had died there, and asks what he's doing back alive, and if, by any chance, he's a reborn. This girl is an elf named Glory, one of the princess guards, and is at level 21. Along with her, there are 3 more people tied up. Glory quickly tells the MC that it doesn't matter why he's alive, urging him to try and get them down before the monsters return, as they need to get out of there as soon as possible. Hoshi, who is also one of the princess guards with his class as a human warrior, gets angry with Glory, asking if she really thought that the cowardly prot would try to save them, since he was just crying and calling for his mother during the attack. Hoshi becomes even more irritated, remembering that they had been betrayed, and if it weren't for that, they wouldn't be in the current situation. Taegu, completely calm, responds that nothing made sense at that moment, and points out that everyone there was going to be killed. Taegu is also part of the Princess Guard, and his class is that of a beast hunter.
Baishi, observing Princess Mina,
becomes intrigued by the Star Kingdom, about her and her guards, as all those names were quite familiar to him, until the MC remembers, becoming alarmed that they were all NPCs he shouldn't encounter at the beginning of the game, and that the dungeon, ululating cave, wasn't part of the initial map either. He becomes even more frightened because, just imagining it already gave him chills, and if he had chosen to be born as an ordinary human, he would already be dead at that moment. He was in the ululating cave dungeon, where the recommended level was between 20 and 30. The MC, however, was a human without a class, being only level 1. Looking around, he says that it was expected that the system would do something of that level to him, as he couldn't understand what had happened. The sequence of territories was completely scrambled. He should have been reborn in the initial territory, Kafaranka, for levels 110, then proceed to the Burnt Jungle, a territory for players of levels 10-20, and only then move on to the level 20-30 territory, ululating cave, to save Princess Mina and her group, who were hanging upside down, to gather enough strength to complete the dungeon. After imagining all of this, the MC decides to change his mind, thinking that he should first choose a class quickly, and find a way out of there. He then asks his system, which begins the class selection process quickly. The system informs him that the class selection process has started, asking the prot to choose his class. The first option is the warrior class, a melee combat class that uses a shield and a long sword, balancing defense and attack. The second option is the mage class, a long-range class that uses staves and spells, balancing attack and support magic. The assassin class is a melee and long-range combat class, able to use daggers and throwing knives with high attack power and agility. There is also the hunter class, a melee and long-range combat class that uses a one-handed staff or bow and arrows, capable of controlling elemental power to enhance attacks. And finally, the no class option, where a player without a class is despised by everyone. It has no additional skills or attributes, starting the game with cloth clothing and a basic staff. After observing all these classes, the MC replies that there was no need to show them all, since he would choose the same class he picked when he played Throne of Souls for the first time, Opting for no class, his system is baffled by the MC's choice, saying that with so many useful class options, he chose the one with the worst skills and attributes. Bai Qi, confident in his choice, explains to the system that class choice in the game Throne of Souls is extremely important for the player's initial survival. However, in the next class advancements, secondary classes must be chosen that are related to the main class. The no class option is the one with the highest difficulty for survival in the game, but it's the only one that allows the player to find an NPC to increase attributes and perform class changes without restrictions. The MC also clarifies that even though it's the hardest, it's also the most rewarding, and moreover it comes with hidden resources. With this class, he will be able to complete the achievements of all classes, without needing to restart the game to create characters for each of the other classes. He also emphasizes that it was precisely because of this that he became the first player to obtain all the achievements in the game Throne of Souls. The system says it understands, affirming that his speech was worthy of the best player they had. Therefore, the system informs the MC that his main mission has been updated. His mission is to survive and reach the exit of the Weird, the ululating cave, and the mission reward will be account unlock points, 1 point. The system explains that these account unlock points serve to unlock 25 of the items in the current game account's warehouse or any other account, with no level restrictions on use, or randomly unlock a new game account, along with the corresponding 25 usage rights for items and abilities. Bai Qi returns to the game, imagining that he just needs to get out of that dungeon alive, and soon hears Princess Mina's group asking him to go to the rope tied in front of him and untie them so they can get out of there together. The MC walks to the rock holding the ropes and becomes thoughtful, wondering whether or not he should untie them, as they had no idea what could happen if he released the ropes, remembering that last time he had cut the ropes and everyone was happy, wanting to wake the princess to get out of there as quickly as possible. However, they didn't notice an attack coming toward Glory, who was struck and slammed hard into the cave wall. Soon after, they were frightened when the leader of the Plague Clan, the Bloody Axe, appeared before them. Bai Qi still remembers that last time, as soon as he cut the ropes that held them, it automatically triggered the boss battle of the cave. He imagines that this battle will be very difficult and that everyone will need to give their best, but if he tries to fight without any skills or attributes, he will end up dead. Thinking about this, he concludes that he should leave the cave alone to receive his reward and perhaps return later to save them, since, being important NPCs for the story, their lives are not his priority at that moment. So, after recalling how the events would unfold if he cut the rope and helped them, the MC turns around, deciding not to help them. Glory, furious, asks the MC where he is going and if he's crazy to leave them there to die. Hoshi, however, comments that he had already said before not to waste time on the MC, as he was just a cowardly classless boy and had bet a lot of money that the MC wouldn't survive a minute alone there. Bai Qi hears the insults but pays no attention and responds that he wouldn't waste time explaining things to them, because even if he told them, they wouldn't believe him. He imagines that the time is almost right. As he walks, the MC comes across a level 5 Plague Clan hatchling and prepares himself. The monster notices the MC and lets out a roar while the princess group starts laughing, saying that even though it's just a level 5 hatchling, it would be enough to defeat the MC, who is level 1 and to make matters worse is classless. The monster quickly charges at the MC, who stays on guard, thinking that even though he didn't choose to save that bunch of idiots, he would still get out of there alive. Even though it's difficult to defeat a level 5 monster with his current level, the monster attacks the MC, who dodges by rolling backward, then dodges again by rolling to the side without losing any health points, leaving the monster confused, as it couldn't hit him at all. Hoshi, surprised, asks how the MC managed to dodge 2 consecutive attacks, wondering if perhaps he was lucky. Glory responds that it wasn't luck, explaining that even though the dodges weren't perfect, he performed them at the exact moment. The MC gets excited, realizing that apparently, there was no delay between his mind and his movements, and even though he didn't have additional attributes or skills, he still had all the experience had accumulated from playing the game for so long. At that moment, the Plague Clan hatchling throws a bomb at the MC, which explodes immediately. However, the MC emerges from the explosion smoke, charging at the monster, which was confused, never imagining the MC would emerge from the explosion, hitting the monster's head right after battling for a while. Bai Qi gets irritated and says he's gonna finish it. He says this as the monster roars, charging it. However, the MC lands a blow on the monster's head, and due to the force its head spins uncontrollably, finishing it off. Glory can't believe that the MC managed to defeat the level 5 Plague Clan hatchling without a scratch on his body, and to top it off with only a basic staff. Hoshi admits that he underestimated him, but seeing how much he struggled to defeat just one level 5 monster, he comments that it will be impossible for him to get out of there alive. Baichi sits on top of the monster to rest, thinking that even though he can dodge due to his combat experience, he won't be able to overcome the attack power difference anytime soon, as his attributes are very low, and his weapons are even weaker. He knows that this won't be relevant, as he chose to play as no class and will need to play in an unconventional way. Avoiding all fights that aren't absolutely necessary, the system notifies him that he has defeated the level 5 Plague Clan hatchling, and received 100 soul points, 2 gold coins, and the item Broken Mace, along with an additional 5 attack points. Baichi quickly opens his status window, knowing it would look terrible, as he still needs 900 more soul points to level up. His main goal is to escape the ululating cave as quickly and safely as possible. He picks up his broken mace from the ground and gets up, while the princess's group desperately asks the MC to save them, promising to give him whatever he wants at that moment. Princess Nina wakes up, asking Glory to stop begging, as the MC can't even deal with his own problems. Nina makes it clear to the MC that even if his choice is not to save them, she respects his decision. However, she advises him that in life or death situations, he should always be very careful. Baichi imagines that even in the face of death, she remains calm and elegant, truly worthy of being the princess of the Star Kingdom. He continues walking through the cave, saying that he had his own plan from the start, but didn't want to mention it because they wouldn't believe him if he said he would come back to save them. Hoshi, furious, asks the MC if he's trying to mock them. Nina asks her guard to stop, saying that if he has the energy to yell, he should use it to think of a way to get them out of there. The MC imagines that, in the original story, even if he didn't save them, they would still find a way out, but that would make him lose many rewards and achievements related to Princess Nina, and that saving them or not will all depend on how he manages to reach the exit safely and what rewards he will receive. He knows that making allies is extremely important, but his survival is his priority after all. The ululating cave contains many valuable secrets. He's passed through it so many times that he knows each one like the back of his hand. Therefore, if he wants to encounter as few enemies as possible, he'll have to take a certain path, or the MC will need to meet a specific character. After walking a bit through the cave, Baichi reaches a certain spot, approaches a large jar, and hears someone asking from inside the jar who's there, since they don't smell like a Plague Clan hatchling, asking the MC not to be afraid and to come closer, as they would explain why they were trapped inside the jar. Then, they explain that they came to the cave in search of treasure, and hid in the jar to escape the monsters, but ended up stuck there and never managed to get out, begging the MC to please free them. Without thinking twice, the MC breaks the jar, freeing them. This person is Lucci, who is level 27. He's surprised, as the MC really saved him, saying that he owes him one and that if he ever needs something, he just has to ask, and if it's within his reach, he'll gladly help. Baichi, desperate, asks Lucci for help, explaining that his friends were captured by the beasts, and he wanted to save them but couldn't because at his current level it would be impossible. Lucci, observing the MC's request, says that he is brave but not very smart, and assures him that he will help and that everything will be fine because he is with him. After walking a bit, they come face to face with a monster that, upon noticing them, charges immediately. It's already an adult ogre from the Plague Clan at level 18. Lucci blocks the monster's attack but loses some of his life and, furious, asks the monster if it was the one who imprisoned him in the jar. He drives his sword into the monster's belly, taking half its HP, saying that because he was stuck inside the jar, he almost died, but without wasting time he delivers another blow, shouting that the one who would die would be the monster. The MC, watching Lucci, is impressed. After finishing off the monster, Lucci steps on the severed head of the Plague Clan monster, saying that he would never have dared to come there in search of treasures if he wasn't confident in his abilities. After that, they continue walking through the cave, and near the cliff the MC says he heard his friends' voices coming from there and doesn't know how much longer they will hold out, warning Lord Lucci that they need to find a way to save them as soon as possible. Lucci responds that it would be quite simple. He says this and kicks the MC, knocking him into the abyss, while stating that he had an idea and would solve it in the blink of an eye. As the MC falls, screaming, Lucci crouches near the precipice and apologizes, saying that his old habits never die, and that he can never resist the temptation when he sees someone standing at the edge of a cliff. He says this laughing, but he is certain the MC could have resisted the push if he wanted to, even though he saved him. He had already realized that Baiki is a reborn. Baiki, at the bottom of the cliff, yells at Lucci asking how he figured it out. Lucci just responds with another question, asking how he fell from such a high cliff and was still alive. The MC, with his hand on his rib and his HP extremely low, says that if he had jumped on his own, he would have certainly died, but with Lucci's push, he managed to survive. However, even though he didn't die, the MC complains about the pain from his ruptured organs. But at least he's happy, because he knows exactly what items he can find down there. The system informs him that he obtained a blood soul bottle and a fragment of a shining stone. Lucci turns and says he had heard that these reborn were strange and that, instead of kicking the MC, he should have stabbed him to make sure he was dead. He wonders how he could have made such a mistake. But since the MC was stuck down there, it's not like he has many chances of survival. And, he says hell, wait there until the MC dies. The MC explains that Lucci is a cunning NPC who loves to kick players from cliff edges. However, the game has a mechanic that allows survival from falls when the person is thrown, and that's the only way to access certain locations. But soon, he becomes intrigued, as the term reborn was never a mechanic present in Throne of Souls, and he wonders what the system was trying to do with that. He thinks about it, and soon takes a potion that fully restores his HP, while the system explains to him that most of the information about the reborn is blocked, and the only thing he can know at that moment is that reborn refers to those who came back from death under unknown special conditions. Baichi becomes curious about the system's explanation, and considers that it will definitely be something very important he will have to discover in the future, as everyone he had encountered so far was not happy to learn that he was a reborn. He then decides it would be better to hide it from that moment on using his shining stone to light the way. He figures he'll have to put that aside because, even if the plague beasts weren't down there, the terrain is very rugged. He needs to gather his energies, because the real danger was just beginning. He says this as he stands before the secret area of the Howling Cave, Lost Ruins, whose level is unknown. Baichi also explains that Throne of Souls is an open-world action-adventure game. The game's plot is divided into various side quests, making players need to find clues from different NPCs, monsters, bosses, ruins, and places to uncover the world's truths. And, since he is a player who had already finished the game, it was obvious that he knew everything about it. In the heart of that world, Pasqualo, there is a crystal called the Soul of the World, where all races lived in harmony under the crystal's protection and energy. Until one day, an alien spaceship called the Unmanned Advanced Spacecraft crashed into that world. Coincidentally, the spot where the spaceship crashed was exactly where the soul of the world was located, and the entire foundation of the world was destroyed. The MCH also comments that, although this seemed like the end of Pasqualo, it wasn't, because the world continued to adapt, giving rise to new species in different civilizations. And the place where he was at that moment was the abandoned ruins of the underground civilization. He becomes worried because in those ruins, at the bottom of the Howling Cave, there is a secret exit through a river. The mission only stated that he needed to reach the exit but never specified which exit it should be, and that makes his life much easier. Although the path is not guarded by the Plague Clan, the mortality rate there is much higher because it is necessary to calculate precisely where he will land to avoid hitting the stalactites protruding from the walls. Bassi also knows that if he is not careful, he will end up dying, but with all the experience accumulated from dying countless times there, reaching the bottom won't be a problem for him. The MCH is sure of one thing. An important piece of information is that the opening narrows as you descend into the pit, and even though he remembers the location of each platform, he figures it's better to proceed with caution. However, Bassi barely begins to descend and already slips, having to move quickly to land on another edge. He feels relieved, imagining he almost made a fatal mistake and is now almost at the bottom, needing to proceed more carefully. But then, someone appears behind him, asking if by any chance the MCH was trying to leave already. This startles Bassi, who quickly turns and strikes with his mace, but Harvey jumps back, dodging the attack and landing on one of the edges, while the MCH yells, asking who he is. This person is Harvey, level 28, and his class is Elemental Archer. He laughs and asks the MCH if he scared him by any chance, and says that Bassi is too hot-headed for a level 1 unclassed player. He also makes it clear that, if he wanted, he could have easily ripped out the MCH's heart before he even had time to react. Frightened, the MCH yells at Harvey, asking who he was and why he appeared out of nowhere, until Bassi remembers that when he fell off the cliff, He asks Lucci if he wasn't the corpse that was at the bottom of the cave recently, and if by any chance he was a reborn too. Lucci starts laughing, moving like a madman, saying that the MCH is too slow and that he doesn't blame him because he will have to face someone who has already been reborn as a level 28 elemental archer, and it was very unfortunate for the MCH to be a classless reborn, still at level 1. He says this and quickly appears behind the MCH, ready to strike, saying that he is so irrelevant that he doesn't even feel like killing him. Bassi is scared because he didn't expect Lucci to be so fast. But before the MCH has time to do anything, he is attacked, losing half of his HP. Bassi falls to his knees, coughing heavily, and asks Lucci why he is trying to hurt him, as he had done nothing to him. He also comments that since they were both reborn, they should help each other instead of fighting. Lucci jumps in front of the MCH and asks if, by any chance, the system hadn't warned him that all living beings are enemies to a reborn, but the greatest enemy of all is other reborn. He also comments that after seeing the MCH moving across the platform with such mastery, he thought there was something special about him. However, he was wrong, as it seems the MCH doesn't even know the basics and is wasting the chance of rebirth. Bassi becomes furious and with great difficulty strikes an attack, while telling Lucci to disappear as he would never believe his lies. But Lucci cuts the MCH's mace in half, letting out a malicious laugh, and comments that a brat like the MCH at level 1 would never understand and that he won't waste any more time in exchange for having shown the way to that point. He won't kill him. Lucci then jumps back, bidding farewell to the MCH and saying that whether he lives or dies will depend solely on him, and if he manages to survive, he can seek him out for revenge. At that moment, Bassi can barely breathe and asks his system what the hell is going on and what other information about the reborn the world is hiding from him. The system quickly responds that it's not hiding anything and explains that the blocked information needs to be unlocked through effort and, thanks to recent events, 3 new pieces of information about the reborn can now be revealed. The first is that the reborn are seen in the current world as beings of extreme evil and will be hated by all other races. The reason for this is still locked. The reborn seem to possess a greater cruelty and thirst for blood. The reason for this is also still locked, and when the player starts their journey, they can gain many soul points and experience points by killing other reborn, and they can also obtain blood soul points to unlock new accounts. The second is that reborn is the term used to refer to beings who have been reborn in the current world, but the term is not limited exclusively to humans. The reason for this is also not unlocked, and the reborn will appear in the current world with random race, gender, class, identity, and levels. Low-level reborn will be quickly recognized by high-level reborn, except for the classless, as all other classes have initial information about the reborn. The third piece of information the system explains is that the classless can obtain special information when they advance in class. However, the information about the system differences for each reborn has not yet been unlocked, due to paralysis in his body. The MC begins to fall from the precipice, wondering why the system took so long to explain to him, as he was already dying, imagining that the world of Throne of Souls is indeed very chaotic. But he tries with all his might to hold on to the beams on the wall, and with all his strength, grabs one, saying that he will never give up and will not waste his rebirth. As he was almost at the end of the cave, he then lets go, thinking that, even though the pain is unbearable, he needs to keep moving forward because there's not much left, falling from beam to beam, until he finally crashes to the ground with his HP very low, trembling from the pain. The MC laughs, imagining that he has won, that the exit is just 10 meters away, and that he just needs to crawl a little and hell be out of that hell. But he quickly becomes worried when he hears and smells something strange, soon becoming scared, as a level 25 fong worm has just appeared in front of him, a rare type of monster. He wonders why the hell there's a monster like that here, as he remembers that there weren't supposed to be any monsters at that exit. Then he imagines that he needs to take advantage of the monster's slow movements and crawl to the exit as quickly as possible. But the fong worm splits into several sinister little monsters, which begin to surround the MC, making him even more terrified, as he hadn't expected the monster to split so soon, taking on its second stage form, and that, indeed, the monster shouldn't exist there, let alone in its current form. Finding all of this very strange, Baiki becomes surprised, suspecting that perhaps it was Lucci who lured the monster there to kill him. He grows frustrated, as the appearance of the fong worm had completely ruined all his perfectly laid plans. He then considers that if things continue like this, he will end up truly dying. But the monster wastes no time and leaps toward the MC to devour him. Baiki jumps to the side, falling into an acid river, thinking that he had fought countless battles before, and that they shouldn't underestimate him because he wouldn't be caught so easily. He starts screaming in pain, realizing that the underground river had become an acid river. After years of accumulated pollution, it can melt almost any living being, even with the agony of having his flesh melted. A pain worse than death, he asks them not to underestimate his will to stay alive. Though the acid river is corroding him down to the bones, he still has some tissue left to protect himself. However, for the fangworms who are completely exposed, the river's water is lethal. As Baiki crawls toward the exit, his health decreases gradually due to the river's corrosion, but he feels somewhat relieved as the fangworms are scared of the river. He makes it clear that he will not accept living a life like the one he had before, full of regrets and frustrations. He explains that he was born in a small village in the countryside, near many mountains. He thought that the only way to improve his life was to be accepted into a prestigious school in the capital, and that's why he abandoned his mother and his hometown. He also recalls when he was working hard at his job, and his former boss yelled at him, asking why he was so slow and telling him that if he didn't improve he could leave, and at night, he had no peace either, as his roommate drove him crazy, saying that he did nothing during the day. And at night, he studied with a flashlight, disturbing his sleep. However, Baiki also explains that despite going through many hardships, he never gave up because of the hope he held in his heart. He then explains that fortunately, he was accepted into the university of his dreams. However, soon after, his mother was diagnosed with a terminal illness, and that's when his world fell apart. So many years of effort and hard work were in vain. Even though he dropped out of school, took on other part-time jobs and took out loans, he wasn't able to save his mother. Baiki also comments that working in streaming games became his life even though things weren't getting better. His popularity skyrocketed thanks to a certain game. However, just as he was about to reach the peak of his career, he was killed inexplicably. And not too long ago, he didn't care whether he was alive or dead. But now, he wouldn't accept dying that way. Having the chance to be reborn in the world of a game he knew, only to die pathetically, was totally out of the question. Thinking this, he stands up and leaps toward the cave's exit, telling the fangworms that he wouldn't stand still, waiting for death to catch up with him. He makes it clear that to become the king of that world, he wouldn't die there. He says this as some of the monsters bite into his body, leaving him with only 3 of his health. However, he reaches the exit immediately. The system notifies him that he has successfully escaped the Howling Cave, and for that, he has earned 1 account unlock point, asking the MC to choose between the following options. The first, it allows him to unlock items from his old account with 25 of the original attributes in his current account storage, which can be random and without level restrictions. The second, it allows him to unlock 25 of the resources of a new account with 1 item and 1 skill. While being devoured by the monsters, the system informs that the MC selected the first option, stating that 25 of his storage items have been unlocked and will arrive immediately after that. An intense energy bursts out of the MC, finishing off the monsters that were on his body. With the items in his inventory, he immediately uses the essence of sacred blood, which instantly restores 100 of his health and increases his versatility points by 30. Baiki also equips his Blood Shadow set, a professional assassin set that greatly boosts agility and intelligence, with the set's special effect being the Shadow Thrust. Lastly, he equips the Scarlet Assassin Dagger, a dual dagger and the best weapon for assassins, offering high attack speed and lethality. When equipped, it unlocks the ability Scarlet Fireworks. At that moment, a massive explosion occurs, with numerous attacks striking the fangworms. The MC comments that he had said it wouldn't be easy to defeat him, as he had held on until the last moment because that's how a future king should act. He says this, releasing incredible power, causing lightning to shoot out of his body. However, the monsters are undeterred and charge at the MC, who quickly counterattacks, delivering countless slashes, easily eliminating several fangworms. Baiki is pleased, realizing that choosing to retrieve his old account items was the right decision. Even though it was only 25 of the original attributes, it was more than enough to get him through the initial stages, especially since he only keeps the best items in his inventory. The MC becomes confident, stating that from that moment on, his true story would begin. However, he doesn't notice the fangworms merging again, forming a massive monster, ready to devour the MC. He just gets frustrated, asking the monster why it was screaming so much. At that moment, the system informs Baiki that the secret mission has been updated, instructing him to kill the Fong worm, and if successful, he will receive 3 soul points as a reward. He throws his daggers into the air, getting excited by the system's notification, then catches them and prepares himself as that was exactly the reward he was aiming for. He says this and uses his ability, Scarlet Fireworks, asking the monster if it was ready to become his first prey. He then charges at the monster with full force, shouting that the real battle between them was about to begin. As he approaches the monster, the protagonist shouts, telling it to die, already dodging the monster's attack right after. He comments that he already knew its attack patterns well, and just needed to be fast enough to avoid them. He then plunges his dagger into the monster, slicing it entirely with his supreme pain ability, making it clear that he would return all the pain the monster caused him to fold. Next, he uses Scarlet Burn. Making the scream in agony, the system explains that the Scarlet Burn ability is a debuff applied using Scarlet Fireworks, and the Scarlet Flames burn the wound, causing damage over 15 seconds. The Supreme Pain ability, on the other hand, is a debuff applied by the assassin's combat skill. The depth of the cut reaches the bone, causing supreme pain. Due to this combo of abilities, the monster doesn't stop screaming in pain. The protagonist prepares again and asks the monster if it's feeling a lot of pain, suggesting he might be able to ease it. He then uses his Shadow Assassination ability, and several clones of the protagonist appear around the monster. The system explains that the Shadow Assassination ability is an execution skill of assassins, where the user's body divides into several shadow clones that attack the target simultaneously. The shadow clones are immune to all physical and magical attacks for 5 seconds. With this, the protagonist charges at the giant worm, delivering countless strikes with his clones, finally defeating the toothed worm. The system informs that the protagonist successfully defeated the elite toothed worm and completed the side mission, receiving triple the reward, totaling 18,000 soul points immediately afterward. The monster's soul moves toward the protagonist with this. A new achievement is unlocked, where a soft light burns more than a blazing flame. The monster's soul enters the protagonist's body, raising him to level 8. He is thrilled with the battle's outcome, as he managed to jump to level 8. Baiki explains that leveling up in the game, Throne of Souls, is really difficult, and in one of his live streams he summarized the soul points required to level up in each stage of the game, a piece of content well received by his audience. Then, his system informs him that he received 108 gold coins in 2 units of a dirty crystal bottle, which restores 30 of life points. Additionally, the protagonist received the prayer, Piercing of Suffering, a defensive prayer, whereby kneeling and performing the prayer, a sharp blade is summoned to pierce all targets within a 3-meter radius, usable 3 times. Looking at his status, Baiki comments that this prayer is really good, and he had tried a lot to get it in the past, but now he got it on the first try. He believes that, since he is following the assassin's path, even with the item bonuses and being at the maximum level, the most important attribute at the moment is agility. He decides to allocate several attribute points into agility, especially since he's still at the beginning of the game. The protagonist also takes the opportunity to check his inventory to see which consumable items and crafting materials he can unlock soon. However, he is frustrated to see that he has many amazing items and weapons, but they are all locked, and it seems he is nowhere near unlocking them still. At least he unlocked the assassin set, along with 2 more incredible items: the Blood Armor Dragon set, a Berserker set that can only be used with at least 80 strength, and the Heavy Armor, which cannot be controlled by ordinary people, accompanied by the Dragon Spine Sword, the only weapon capable of piercing a dragon's skin. It's a 2-handed sword made from the spine of a dragon, followed by the Starry Sky Prophet set, a mage set that can only be used with at least 100 magic power points, and with the set comes the Deep Space Lantern, a staff made from golden meteorites scattered across the universe, possessing high magical conductivity. Baiki imagines that, even if he can't use the sets at the moment, the other weapons should guarantee him an easy life in the early stages of the game. As he walks through the dungeon, he wonders whether he should go back to save the princess and her group, or if it would be better to leave on his own, since from what he knows of the game it wouldn't be a problem to become a lone wolf. But now that he has become a reborn, he's unsure how that will work, wanting to know next how much the original game is altered by the appearance of the reborn and whether there are other things about the reborn he hasn't yet discovered. Baiki still thinks that, until he finds the answers to these questions, it's best not to take risks wandering around alone, as the best choice really should be to stay with Princess Mina's group because, in the original story, by saving Princess Mina and her group, they could all become his helpers in the future. He keeps in mind that even if the original story isn't followed and they try to kill him, he believes he can defend himself at this moment. Thinking this, he soon runs off to save them, defeating several monsters along the way, stopping in front of two large enraged monsters. However, Baiki doesn't hesitate and uses his piercing of suffering ability, making several bloody spikes rise from the ground, which soon go towards the monsters, piercing and finishing them off. The protagonist is pleased as he had already killed almost all the monsters in the cave. With only the boss remaining, the monster souls go to the protagonist, making him level up to 10. His system congratulates him on his quick rise to level 10, informing him that he has unlocked the reputation system, asking him to check his reputation at any time and choose which allies and enemies he wants to make. He's confused by this reputation system, as it didn't exist before in the original game. He then considers that the lone wolf style, which he thought was good at the time, may not be so recommended now. He soon realizes that his relationship with Princess Mina is hostile due to his hesitation in helping them, feeling a bit embarrassed, imagining that they weren't happy with him at all. Meanwhile, in the where the princess group was tied up, the princess guards were furious. Hoshi yells, commenting that the protagonist had gotten on his nerves, wanting to know how someone at level 1 could be so idiotic as to leave them there and walk away alone. Glory says that he had already heard that the reborn only care about themselves. The princess, hearing all this, asks them to stop talking nonsense, making it clear that they are trapped there for the simple reason that they are weak. She emphasizes that, being the leader of the group, it's all her fault, as she was the one who brought them all there to die, and then apologizes to everyone. Glory smiles and asks the princess what she's talking about, asking her not to apologize, as they all swore loyalty to her. Hoshi explains that they are not complaining because they are afraid of death, but because they don't want to see the prince's dream of restoring the country destroyed so soon. At that moment, two spinning daggers cut the ropes binding the princess group as they fall. They worry about the princess as they must protect her at all costs. They hit the ground, and the princess falls on guard Hoshi, who cushions her fall while Tegu lands on his feet, being a feline beast, and soon comments that it seems the protagonist wasn't dead yet. Hoshi, concerned about the princess, asks if she's all right, and she replies yes. Glory, not understanding anything, wants to know who saved them. The protagonist approaches them with his hood on and tells them not to worry, even though they have offended him, making it clear that he has decided to be the better person. They are surprised to hear the protagonist's voice when he removes his hood. Baichi wants to know why they look so surprised, as he had warned them he would return to save them, and makes it clear that the real surprise is yet to come, explaining that the boss will arrive there in a minute. Then, he asks everyone to prepare for battle. The protagonist goes to the princess and cuts the ropes that were binding her hands. She comments that, regardless of the reasons, she is grateful, and that if it weren't for him, they would have been left there until they turned into skeletons. He explains that it's not the time for thanks, as the boss will arrive in 40 seconds, urging everyone to grab their weapons and get out of there. Hoshi, furious, tells the protagonist to lower his tone when speaking to the princess. Glory, on the other hand, is surprised, realizing that in less than half a day, the protagonist went from level 1 to level 10, commenting that the reborn have secrets, and it seems that the protagonist is no exception. Baichi puts his hood back on, imagining that his provocations worked. Deciding to continue with them, he then comments that if anyone there wants to kill or hurt him, go ahead, as he wouldn't mind, making it clear that without his combat strength, they won't be able to face the boss. Hoshi, still furious, asks the protagonist who he thinks he is, as he's acting cocky just because he reached level 10. However, the princess interrupts Hoshi, saying that against a big enemy you can't act out of emotion, and orders everyone to enter combat mode. She says this, and immediately summons her glowing staff. Everyone quickly prepares for battle. Mina emphasizes that, despite many doubts, she still has hope and won't let more mistakes happen. Baichi is pleased, thinking that he was evaluating the princess during this brief moment, and it seems her personality hasn't changed. Remaining fair and determined, he concludes that the hostility from the rest of the princess group towards him is not because he's a reborn, but because he didn't save them earlier, meaning he can trust them for the next battle against the boss. The protagonist wastes no time, and sets his thunder trap, Warning that there are only 10 seconds left before the boss appears. The protagonist's thunder trap, when activated, releases lightning attacks and paralysis. He imagines phase 1 is about to begin, and asks Princess Mina's group to hold off the boss for 3 minutes. He says this and immediately starts disappearing, leaving everyone there confused. As the protagonist suddenly became invisible, they wonder why he vanished, and why they need to hold off the boss for 3 minutes. At that moment, a massive creature jumps and lands with a heavy thud, causing a huge explosion and destroying the landing area. Everyone is shocked to see that the boss arrived exactly when the protagonist said it would, wondering how that kid predicted it. This is the leader of the Plague Clan, Nuik, the level 30 Blood Axe. Furious, he demands to know why everyone didn't stay quiet, tied up, and whether they really thought they could escape him. However, the boss steps on the trap the protagonist had left, activating it. A terrible electric shock courses through Nuik's entire body, paralyzing him for a moment. Hoshi is in disbelief, wondering how the protagonist knew exactly where the boss would appear, as the trap was perfect. But the princess yells, telling him not to worry about that now, asking him to focus on the battle, because they just gained an advantage. With the boss paralyzed, she then asks everyone to concentrate their attacks on the boss, as they need to kill him at all costs. After the effect of the protagonist's trap wears off, Nuik roars, asking if they really thought the trap would hold him for long, and if they really think they can kill him, charging at Hoshi with full force and delivering a powerful attack that forces the warrior to block. Hoshi can't believe the overwhelming power of Nuik's attack, imagining that even with the block, he will take damage. Soon after, the boss notices some arrows coming his way and repels them with ease. Laughing, he makes it clear that cheap tricks won't work on him. But he soon notices his arm trapped by several vines. Furious, he demands that everyone there show their true skills, as the attacks he's taking aren't even making him feel ticklish, and he tells them to stop insulting him. Saying this, he uses his powerful axe for a circular attack, quickly cutting all the vines that were holding him. Nuik then strikes another powerful blow, hitting the ground and causing destruction in the area, as Hoshi had jumped to the side to dodge the attack. At that moment, Nuik takes advantage of the debris created by his attack, and uses his all-direction shots ability, creating a vortex around his body and hurling the debris at the princess group. But she quickly uses her ability and creates several energy shields around everyone, successfully defending them. Hoshi furious comments that the boss attack was unavoidable, and asks what the protagonist was thinking, leaving them at such a crucial moment. Glory, concerned for the princess, asks Hoshi to focus on their current situation, because if the boss continues to use strong attacks that force the princess to defend them, her magic power will run out quickly. The princess, however, remains focused on her ability, telling everyone not to worry about her, as she still has plenty of energy, and mentions that they can't just stay on the defensive, they need to find a way to counterattack. At that moment, Nuik notices that the shields protecting everyone come from the princess and charges at her, preparing his powerful attack and commenting that she would suffer the consequences first since she seemed very important to the group. He says this and delivers his powerful attack, but Hoshi jumps in front, trying to block it, only to have his shields shattered instantly. Nuik becomes even more furious and immediately prepares to strike again, asking Hoshi what the hell he thought he was doing, as there was no way someone as insignificant as him could block his attack. At that moment, the boss screams in pain and turns around, realizing it was the protagonist who had driven daggers into his back. He quickly asks Becky what the hell he thought he was doing. The protagonist replies that he simply added a spice to the dagger, and asks Nuik if by any chance he didn't like it. He then explains that the spice in question was none other than poison made from the acidic river of the waters of hell, and the longer the poison stays in the body, the longer its effect will last. Nuik gets irritated and asks Basai if he was mocking his preferences, attacking him right after, but Basai quickly leaps and easily dodges the attack. Hoshi, watching the protagonist's movements, is impressed, commenting that it was impossible for the protagonist to have such agility at only level 10. At that moment, Nuik begins to scream in pain from the corrosive poison and asks the protagonist how he knew that the acid from the waters of hell would be fatal to the Plague Clan members. He becomes furious and remarks that the protagonist will pay for the insolence of making him look pathetic, delivering several attacks to the ground, causing massive destruction that spreads in all directions. The princess group wonders if the boss had lost control and gone insane due to the poison. At that moment, Hoshi shouts, commenting that this was the chance they'd been waiting for as the boss had weakened, urging everyone to attack immediately. However, Nwick's attack heads towards a pile of decomposing bodies. Basai, realizing what was happening, shouts, telling them to stop, and with that, a huge explosion occurs, sending the decomposing bodies flying everywhere. The corpses then begin to awaken, as the boss attack was actually his corpse mutation ability, causing them all to rise and undergo a horrifying mutation. The protagonist, observing the chaotic scene, imagines that the battle has now entered phase 2. He quickly turns, asking everyone to block the mutated corpses and leave the boss to him. Hoshi, furious, wants to know if the protagonist had gone crazy, as there was no way anyone could face Nwick unknown. Mina shouts, interrupting Hoshi, and asks everyone to do as the protagonist said, then asks them to get into formation since they can't let any mutations get past them. At that moment, Nwick, facing the protagonist, starts laughing, commenting that the protagonist is brave to want to face him alone, but makes it clear that he has already gotten used to the pain of the poison, then asks the protagonist to come at him with everything, as he wants to see his strength. Basai prepares, thinking that the boss adaptation speed was expected. On the other hand, the poison still has about a minute of effect. According to the original plan, keeping in mind that as long as he doesn't die, the princess will be safe, he then decides that he will resolve this battle in the next minute. Nwick begins to mock the protagonist, commenting that instead of wasting time thinking about how to defeat him, he should be thinking more about how to avoid being turned into minced meat. However, Basai doesn't waste time, since he has only 1 minute to put an end to the battle, and uses his combat ability, Crimson Inferno. Charging straight at the boss, he comments that he liked the story of being turned into minced meat because that's exactly what he's going to do. However, as he advances towards Nwick, the protagonist remembers the failed attempts to defeat the boss, thinking that Nwick, the Blood Axe, is known for his tough skin and being fleshy, as he had already died about 30 times before finally getting past him. But soon, he notices the boss coming at him with full force as well, having to quickly dodge Nwick's attack. Basai becomes worried, thinking that the boss attacks fast and has high offensive power. To make matters worse, Nwick's weapon can still steal life. With his current HP and level, he can withstand at most 2 direct attacks. On the other hand, Basai feels relieved as he has high agility, and if he can dodge and survive for the next few minutes, using the poison on the boss to lower his HP, he can move on to the final battle. However, Nwick wastes no time and hurls the remaining debris from his previous attack, wanting to know what happened to the protagonist. As he had said, he would turn him into minced meat, but the only thing he's doing is running away. Then, he asks him to face him hidden. Basai quickly jumps away from the debris launched by the boss. Mina, intrigued, observes the protagonist's agility, noting how he had dodged the attack several times, and the way the protagonist understands the timing and range of the attacks is not something a novice would know, almost like a veteran who has been through several battles, but she soon considers that agility alone won't be enough. Nwick, with his HP below half and still poisoned, comments that he understands the protagonist's strategy, saying that Basai is only dodging his attacks to buy time for the poison to take effect. He says this and uses his terrifying ability, Blood Dance, then asks Basai who will die first, him from the poison or the protagonist from his axe. Basai, observing the boss, thinks that he's just reached the 3rd phase of the battle. At that moment, Nwick comments that he wants to see the protagonist escape from his blood dance, launching a powerful attack immediately afterward. Basai tries to block the attack with his knee, but his HP drops, and his leg is splattered with blood. Nwick, seeing the protagonist's situation, bursts out laughing, saying that no matter how fast he is, he won't be able to escape his blood dance. Basai remembers that in the 3rd phase, the boss attack range increases greatly, and dodging without getting hurt is almost impossible. But he quickly changes his expression, becoming serious, as he had been waiting for this moment. Hoshi and Glory looked at the MC. Concerned, as Hoshi smelled a strong scent of blood coming from the boss, he remarked that, even though Basai was good at dodging, he wouldn't escape this time, then asked Glory to leave the corpses to him, as he would help the MC face the boss. Glory felt uneasy with his friend's request, as the awakened corpses were endless, and he couldn't hold them off alone. Meanwhile, a furious Nwick prepared his attack. He launched the blow, but upon hitting the MC's body, realized it hadn't connected, watching the MCS body disappear. At that moment, Basai appeared behind Nuik using his shadow attack skill. The boss turned around, confused, asking if the skill was some kind of teleportation, and how someone of the MCS level could have it. The MC recalled how back when he played the game, he instinctively avoided the boss' fierce moves, knowing the key to beating this phase was close-range attacks. He then unleashed several strikes on Nuik's back with his dagger, coated in acid from the Infernal River. He remembered that in the third phase the boss attack speed slowed down, as did his defense, allowing him to use shadow attacks to reach the right distance around the boss, managing the splash damage and trading blows. Nuik, after receiving the MCS attacks, began to scream in pain, his HP dropping to just 10, and cursed the MC, demanding to know why he always stabbed him in the back. Seeing the scene, Glory was incredulous, trying to understand what the hell was happening, as it seemed the MC had turned the tide. Hoshi commented that Basai didn't value his own life, as taking a heavy blow from that distance was pure recklessness. Tegu speculated if the MC had discovered the boss weakness. Nuik kept trying to hit the MC at all costs, but he was too agile, dodging all attacks with ease. Then, creating some distance, he went Alan towards the boss, using his shadow clone ability and launching numerous strikes at Nuik, who began to scream in agony and raged. Nuik tried to hit the MC with a sweeping attack, admitting he hadn't expected to be so pressured, but Basai dodged once again. At that moment, Nuik admitted it had been hard to acquire salvation items, but he'd have to use them on someone as insignificant as the MC. He said this as he activated his Blood Siphon rune, a knockoff of the Deep Space item. With this rune, Nuik could absorb the target's blood to recover his HP right afterward. He began to drain the life from the corpses, telling the Protea to wait until he regained his HP because he planned to tear him apart to make things worse. The system announced that the boss poison and burn debuffs had been nullified. Basai began to sweat, genuinely worried. As he hadn't expected the boss to have Blood Siphon, he realized new features were emerging, things that hadn't been in the original game, and it's such a critical moment. However, a massive magical shield appeared beneath Nuik, who immediately felt confused, wondering why his skill had been interrupted. It was Princess Mina, using her Forbidden Barrier skill, summoning a magical shield around the target, severing his connection to the outside world and preventing healing or blessings. She shouted to the MC, urging him not to panic, explaining that the boss ability was an imitation of the Deep Space item and that she could easily disable it with her spells. She then told everyone not to worry about the corpses and to focus solely on the boss, to strike him down in a single blow. At that moment, Nuik became furious with the princess, charging at her with full force, accusing her of being the reason he was having so many issues and declaring he should have killed her from the start. The princess guards grew concerned, as it was too late to defend her. But the MC appeared, blocking Nuik's powerful strike, which, from the impact, created a wave of air that spread throughout the area. Mina, witnessing everything, is shocked, as she couldn't do anything and quickly apologizes to Baze. At that moment, the MC uses one of his items, and an intense energy begins to envelop his entire body. He asked the princess not to apologize, as the fault was his for not having defeated the boss sooner. Nuik prepares himself again, asking the MC how long he plans to keep bothering him. Baze and the princess also get ready, and the MC makes it clear that his next move will be the last, as he intends to end the battle once and for all. Nuik is startled, sensing something amiss, feeling an aura from the MC that gives him a bad feeling, and realizing that the MCS blood scent is even stronger than his. He turns and leaves, shouting to the MC that hell spare him this time. As the boss retreats, the effect of his skill fades, and the corpses begin to fall to the ground. The princess guards approach her, and Hoshi apologizes for arriving too late to rescue her, nearly putting her in danger. She tells them not to worry as everyone survived the boss, and that was the most important thing. At that moment, the MC speeds off after Nuik, commenting that the battle wasn't over yet and they couldn't let their guard down. Mina turns, asking the MC to wait, as it's not the time to seek victory, and the best option would be to leave as soon as possible. He leaps and shouts back, saying he knows what he's doing. Upon reaching the boss, Baiki wastes no time and uses his shadow formation skill, creating multiple shadow clones of himself, completely surrounding Nuik without hesitation. He and his shadow clones launch several attacks, tearing the boss apart and finishing him off. The MC thinks he couldn't just let the boss escape, otherwise other uncontrollable situations might arise after the boss defeat. The entire princess team levels up. The system notifies the Protea that Nuik, the Blood Axe, has been defeated, and as a result, he has received 320 gold coins and 15,000 soul points. With this, Baiki levels up twice, now reaching level 12 standing over the boss body. He thinks he has finally passed the toughest level in the Cave of Laments, allowing everyone to breathe a sigh of relief. The system also informs him that he obtained the Blood Dance Axe, a two-handed battle axe soaked in blood and flesh, which, when held, drives the user into a rage and has the unique combat ability, Blood Dance. He also received the Corpse Manipulation Skillbook, an upgradable skill that, once learned, allows the user to control corpses below level 30 that will follow commands until they die again. Lastly, he obtained the Blood Siphon item, an imitation of the Deep Space item. When used, this item allows the user to absorb the life force of creatures below level 10, gradually restoring HP. At that moment, Princess Mina approaches the MC and apologizes, saying she shouldn't have questioned his judgment, as all of his judgments had been correct so far. She then thanks him for blocking the previous attack, adding that she owes him a favor. Baiki smiles and explains that, as he recalls, it's actually 2 favors, but they'd better discuss it later, suggesting they talk about it once they're truly out of there. He then reflects on what the princess said about his correct judgment, thinking it might not be entirely accurate, but partially so. He wonders why things are appearing that shouldn't be there, and if everything might be connected to the reborn. He concludes that he needs to clarify this soon, or he'll constantly face unknown dangers. They regroup, and Glory comments to the MC that everything he did was impressive, finding it hard to believe how much he's changed in such a short time, seeming almost like a different person. Tegu, on the other hand, explains that this is the special nature of a reborn, thanking the MC for saving them and saying he wants to fight into the death someday. Hoshi approaches Baiki and apologizes, saying that from the beginning, he felt hostility towards him and spoke a lot of nonsense. He feels very ashamed and apologizes again, hoping that Baiki will forgive him. As the MC is a true hero at that moment, the system informs the MC that his debt of gratitude with Princess Mina's faction has been settled, and his courageous rescue has greatly boosted the faction's morale toward him, with his overall reputation now very friendly. Learning this, Baiki doesn't think much of it, as what he's really interested in are the rewards that come with the reputation system. He also thinks that while his morale is high, it's a good time to gather some information. Baiki makes it clear to everyone that he's not any kind of hero, just a reborn that the world wants to get rid of. Then he remarks that he noticed no one there seems to care much about it, and asks why. Mina explains that the identity of a reborn is indeed special, but their situation is like the MCS, they're all targets. However, she adds that everyone there feels a strong connection with reborn individuals, as another very powerful reborn had helped them before. Baiki becomes intrigued upon hearing this from the princess, and quickly asks if she could tell him more about this powerful reborn. As being a newly awakened reborn himself, he wants to learn more about others like him. She agrees, but turns around, suggesting it's not wise to stay there too long, and that they can talk while walking. With that, they start moving through the cave, and everyone is happy to know they'll finally get out of there. However, Hoshi warns everyone to keep their guards up, as even though the boss has been defeated, many other monsters are still around. After walking a bit further, the princess comments that to talk about the reborn she mentioned earlier, she needs to start by explaining about the reborn themselves. She says that reborn are people who died and came back to life for some mysterious reason, and their common trait is that they possess some special ability. She adds that they were first discovered after the first fall in Star War. They think and act differently from normal people, but most of them are cruel and depraved, disregarding rules and behaving as if they don't belong here. She explains that initially, nations didn't pay much attention to them until an ancient prophecy came to light. The prophecy's general meaning was that the world would collapse, and only the reborn could restore and unify everything. As a result, each nation saw them as a threat, and refused to accept that the authority gained through division would be reclaimed by an outsider. However, the reborn who had helped them was different. Besides being powerful, he was very kind and polite, without that wild and depraved aura. Looking at Baiki, the princess comments that he is indeed quite similar to that other reborn. Hearing all this leaves the MCH surprised. However, he hears the princess say that meeting them was the greatest fortune of her life. She explains that even though they have a tumultuous fate, the destiny of the is much worse, as the world holds an enormous hatred for them, beyond what one could imagine. At this moment, she turns and throws a dagger towards Baiki, saying it's a gift for him. He catches it and, while examining it, hears the princess say she received the dagger from the other reborn. This is the Dark Watcher's gaze dagger. Although it's a dagger, its damage is comparable to that of a crafted blade, and can conceal the true identity of the bearer without needing high-level items, making it impossible for one's real nature to be discerned. Baiki is intrigued, thinking he'd never seen a dagger with such powers before. Mina adds that the dagger can hide his reborn identity and reduce threats, and it might even help him find the other reborn. Hoshi, indignant, asks the princess why she gave such an important item to the MCH, as without the dagger, her identity would be exposed, which would be very dangerous. Glory agrees with Hoshi, adding that although the MCH helped them, they could have thanked him in another way. However, she smiles and says that this was her decision and that's final. Hearing the princess guards talking, Baiki wonders if this was his reward for raising his reputation, then imagines that the dagger itself will help him avoid being instantly recognized by stronger reborn individuals, and that the princess remains fair and kind, looking at her with contentment. He imagines that it's precisely for this reason she won't become queen. Baiki thinks that, as the last of the Star Kingdom's lineage, Princess Mina should have a life revered as a member of the royal family. However, an unexpected disaster occurred when the world's guardian, the soul of the world, was shattered into 8 fragments by extraterrestrial invaders, causing massive upheaval. Although there were no living beings on the deep space exploration spaceship, the various unknown genes triggered mutations, filling the world with apocalyptic crises. To protect the world, the Star Kingdom mobilized its forces and fought against the mutant army, sparking the First Fallen Star War. Although they managed to annihilate much of the mutant army, the Star Kingdom exhausted its resources. And with the intentional negligence of the 8 lords during the war, the Star Kingdom collapsed, and the 8 lords declared independence, each taking a fragment of the world's stone. Although these events happened 100 years ago, as the last heir of the Star Kingdom, Princess Mina is still seen as a threat by the 8 rebel kingdoms, but the more they repress her, the more determined she becomes to restore the kingdom. Glory approaches the MC and asks why he's standing there, deep in thought, mentioning that all the bodies along the path are plague beasts, and asking if he killed them all before rescuing them, then joking that the MC is pretty awesome and luckily he didn't choose to be their enemy. At that moment, Tegu announces to everyone that the exit is just ahead, and everyone quickly cheers up and runs toward it. Upon leaving the cave, they are met with a beautiful landscape and a stunning sunset. Mina stretches out her arms and asks how long it's been since they felt such warm sun. Saying that the feeling of freedom is incredible, Glory bursts into laughter, agreeing with the princess, as they no longer have to endure the dark, damp air and the terrible smell of bodies in the Cave of Laments. She turns to Baichi and says that no gratitude is enough for what he did, explaining that only when one loses freedom do they finally understand its true value. He asks her to be at ease, saying he simply did his duty, and comments that the dagger she gave him is already a huge gift. But, curious, he asks the princess what they intend to do next. Observing her, Baichi imagines that, even though he knows their next step, it's better to ask to see if anything has changed. She says there is something they need to do first. The MC becomes curious and asks what that might be, but Glory, suspicious, replies that it's something important that can't be revealed. Hoshi intervenes, telling Glory there's no need to hide anything since the MC is their savior and a true hero. They shouldn't keep secrets from him. Mina smiles and agrees with Hoshi, explaining that, after all, there's no reason to hide anything from Baichi, but admits she feels a bit embarrassed to discuss it. She then explains that they initially hired a group of mercenaries, but they betrayed them, leaving them in a dangerous situation with nothing, and took something very important with them, which is why they need to retrieve it. The MC imagines it must be the Star Core, a necklace crafted from the core of the Shattered World Stone, a symbol of the royal lineage of the Star Kingdom and one of the game's most important items. She adds that all of this happened because of her weakness and naivety, blindly believing their lies. At this moment, Hoshi becomes furious and punches the rocks, saying that none of this was the prince's fault, explaining that they were too weak to protect her, and the sacred artifact Glory also feels frustrated, saying their weakness was only part of the problem. The bigger issue was that the mercenaries disguised themselves too well, and they fell for it. Tegu lowers his head, explaining that even he couldn't detect any suspicious scent and fears it will be difficult to find them again now. After hearing her guard's regrets, the princess fills with determination and says she will find them, even if she has to chase them to the ends of the earth, no matter how long it takes. Beichi smiles and tells the princess she won't have to go that far, and it won't take long because he knows where they are. He then asks her if she would believe him. Hearing this surprises everyone, as the MC suddenly brought it up. Hoshi, not wasting time, shouts, asking if Beichi really knows where those guys are, urging him not to joke about serious matters. Glory remarks that the prota truly is full of surprises and also asks if he realizes how important this is to them. Princess Mina remains quiet and thoughtful. Beichi clarifies that he isn't joking and asks if he has lied to them even once so far. Hoshi agrees with the prota, then comments that, despite the complications, he's never deceived them. Mina becomes serious and explains that they're still somewhat wary of the prota, apologizing because it's surreal relief to feel this weight lifted so easily, as she was prepared for the worst. Beichi places his hands on the prince's shoulders and asks her not to worry, although he can't explain why. He can show her exactly where the mercenaries who betrayed her are, and they just need to follow him. Hearing this leaves her completely embarrassed, but she quickly responds that she trusts the prota. Hoshi, seeing Beichi so close to the princess, tells him to take it easy as she's a lady, but Glory jokes with Hoshi, saying the princess isn't complaining so he should stop interrupting. Meanwhile, in the charred jungle, where the perpetual underground fire scorches the vegetation but hasn't completely eradicated life, instead, it maintains a relatively balanced ecosystem. For those who dislike the cold, damp northern regions, the burned jungle might indeed be an alternative settlement option. It's a place where various strange creatures live, hunting one another to survive. Yet, every hunter one day becomes the prey. A group of people is gathered around a campfire, complaining about the burned jungle, claiming it's no place for humans as they endure the hellish heat caused by the local ecosystem. Another person comments that the lizard they killed is turning out to be quite delicious. Here, the mercenary group known as Just Alliance is camping with approximately 30 members ranging from levels 20 to 30. They mention that, compared to what they earn, the little suffering they're enduring is nothing, and they should be grateful to the foolish Princess Mina, who was easily deceived and revealed her true identity. Michel, a level 28 warrior, remarks that he doesn't understand why they need to remain in the burned jungle, as he can't wait to reach the city and spend some money. In response, Korra, a level 27 swordsman, says that the boss mentioned having his reasons but didn't explain why. Yuri, a level 29 mage and the group's deputy commander, grows impatient and quickly asks the boss how much longer they'll have to wait there, adding that even as a fire mage, he hates the heat of the burned jungle. At that moment, Head Eyes, the leader of the Just Alliance mercenaries, approaches while looking at the necklace in his hand. With everyone curious about its backstory, Head Eyes smiles and asks what they were discussing, making it clear that he's not deaf and explaining that the reason they've been waiting there for so many days is to ensure nothing goes wrong, since he's unsure if Princess Mina and her guards will manage to escape the Cave of Lamentation. He admits that, because of this, he's starting to not having killed them from the start. Michel tells the boss he's being overly cautious, arguing that, given the princess and her guards' abilities, there's absolutely no way they could survive in the Cave of Lamentations. Kira agrees with Michel, betting his life that Princess Mina's group will end up as food for the Plague Clan. Yuri, however, becomes furious, wondering why the princess rejected his boss' kindness. Head Eyes recalls the moment when the princess yelled at him, calling his group evil and demanding to know why he betrayed her after she had trusted him. In response, he grabbed her face and made it clear that, for them, what she said was completely contradictory, as it all depended on the level of reward they would receive. Their criteria for judgment were quite flexible. He emphasized that he hadn't betrayed her, but rather helped her. He then asked if she truly wanted to restore her country, for with their help, she would have to work far less for many years, in exchange for the legendary necklace and her as his woman. He was disgusted by what he had just proposed. She told him that if she fell into his hands, he could do whatever he wanted with her, but as for the necklace, he should forget about it, for she would never give it to him. She even stated that she would rather die than hand over the necklace. Head Eyes smiled and turned away, saying she was a very stubborn woman who apparently didn't value her own life. Saying this, he gestured to his men, who quickly prepared to kill her guards, while the leader of the mercenaries asked the princess if she cared about her friends' lives. He then remarked that they were a bunch of useless trash, but had a loyalty that was almost admirable. With this, she began trembling with rage, unable to believe Head-Eye's cruelty. But there was nothing she could do because if she refused to hand over the necklace, her friends' lives would be over. After recalling this, Head-Eyes puts on the necklace he had taken from the princess and remarks that the people of this world were quite stupid and therefore didn't deserve to live in it. He then mentioned the princess, calling her an incompetent person whose abilities did not match her ambitions. He said this and immediately informed everyone that they would stay in the burned jungle for just one more night and that, as soon as dawn broke, they would head to the next village of Anka. Everyone quickly agreed with Head-Eyes. The warrior grabbed a girl by the arm and commented that it was more than time to leave that infernal place, as they definitely needed to replenish their ranks with some fresh blood, since he was tired of all the women in the group. He said this and left with the woman slung over his shoulder, remarking that they had talked enough and it was time to stretch their muscles. Yuri, observing his friend, commented that he truly couldn't stay still for a moment and that if he wasn't eating or sleeping, he was either fighting or enjoying himself with women, always with endless energy. Yuri then asks Head-Eyes what he plans to do with the princess necklace, as it wouldn't be wise to keep it without purpose since the item is worth a fortune, and it would be best to sell it as soon as possible, especially since all 8 countries are searching for Princess Mina because of the necklace. The mage also points out that, if they handle it well, they wouldn't have to worry about food and shelter for the rest of their lives anytime soon. At that moment, Head-Eye stabs Akurabo with his dagger and agrees with Yuri. He then throws the furball aside and comments that he would never have imagined that the simple mission of escorting the princess would bring so much fortune. He goes on to say that he was thinking of maximizing their profits with the necklace and had considered selling it to a certain country, but the closest one is the Duchy of Alina. There, however, the people are nothing more than a bunch of poor wretches who barely have enough for themselves. He then considers selling it to the county of Hades, as they truly have money. However, Head-Eyes notes that he has heard Hades and Wembak are involved in a small-scale war over border issues. He makes it clear that now would be the perfect time to sell the necklace. Head-Eyes explains that the county of Hades, represented by the lion crest, has classes of counts and knights, with their peasant characteristics symbolized by a lion's crest. They are rich in mountains and mineral resources, have excellent blacksmiths and a powerful army. Meanwhile, the Duchy of Alina, with the rose crest, consists of classes like the queen, nobles and commoners, symbolized by a rose crest, boasting abundant agricultural fields and flower gardens, as well as outstanding painters and writers. Lastly, the county of Wembak, represented by the beer paw and axe crest, includes classes of counts, knights and commoners, symbolized by a beer paw and axe crest, with forests and hunting grounds, along with excellent hunters and carpenters. Head-Eyes also mentions that the influence of that small necklace is the essence of war and power. He explains that, even in that chaotic world, the necklace remains unchanged, and that there are rumors it was inherited by a royal orphan with the power to change the world. It can be said that the value of the necklace surpasses the combined benefits of all wars tenfold. Yuri, intrigued by this explanation, asks if the necklace is truly that powerful. He then speculates that they could keep the necklace and use its power to establish their own country. Head-Eyes replies that he had already considered that, but after studying it for these past few days, he concluded that the necklace is just an ordinary jewel in their hands, since he hasn't felt any power emanating from it. He then stands up and asks Yuri to forget about it because, if anyone wishes to live a long life, it's best not to covet powers that cannot be controlled. He also makes it clear that they were not like the fanatics of the cult of suffering who used their own flesh and blood in exchange for power, as in this short life, it's more important to make money and live happily than anything else. Yuri agrees with his leader, but then grows curious and asks how Head-Eyes knows so many secrets. Head-Eyes turns around and, with a smile, responds that this is something Yuri doesn't need to know. He then instructs him to prepare the members for dawn, as they will make a major move on the village of Enka. Some time passes. And, finally, the princess's group reaches the burned jungle. Bates swiftly eliminates the members of the Just Alliance mercenary group who are on patrol. Glory comments that they are quite cautious, and that, if it weren't for the protagonist's quick action, the entire camp would have been alerted. He explains that when the mercenaries find the bodies during the next patrol, the entire camp will be on high alert since their leader is extremely cautious. Mina approaches the protagonist and comments that the mercenary leader is indeed very difficult to deal with, stating that he's not only skilled, but also possesses an exceptionally sharp mind. She then considers that perhaps they should temporarily give up and look for another way to get the necklace. However, Baisher says there is still a chance. Everyone is quickly surprised, wanting to know if the protagonist really has a plan. The princess explains that her invisibility spell can only be used on herself and cannot be cast on a group. She also mentions that once she and Taegu turn invisible, the spider's aggro will shift to Hoshi and Glory, which is very risky. Hoshi listens to this and reassures everyone not to worry about him, making it clear that as long as they can recover the necklace, the threat of the spiders is nothing. He then asks Taegu, in case he dies, to take care of the princess. The tiger cub responds that he will at that moment. The protagonist turns around and makes it clear to everyone that if they strictly follow his plan, no one will die. Baichi then asks everyone to accept some items he will provide for the plan. The potion of solitude, which, when consumed, grants temporary invisibility. Although there are no class restrictions, the side effects are unknown, and also the original artifact from deep space, Divine Whispers, a product of the native technology of the Deep Space Pioneership, which allows free communication within a radius of 1,000 meters if special conditions are met. Communication can be conducted regardless of space and distance. Lastly, there's the Ice Grenade, a magical device with an area freeze effect that slows down enemies' movements. Everyone is stunned by the items the protagonist just handed out, immediately wondering where he obtained all these items, as it made no sense for a novice like him to have access to so many incredible things. Baichi remarks that it doesn't matter how he acquired them, emphasizing that what matters is that, with these items, his plan can proceed smoothly. Mina, intrigued, comments that probably not even the kings of the 8 nations could pull off what the protagonist just did, since original deep space artifacts are extremely rare and exclusively used by royalty, being the highest reward for nobles and knights who have made significant contributions. The princess further explains that, although the emergence of the Deep Space Observers Academy has popularized replicated items, their inferior functions have only highlighted the value of the originals. Even within the 8 countries, there is a religious cult that worships the original deep space artifacts, with nobles among its followers. She explains that this Deep Space Observers Academy is an independent research institute separate from the 8 nations. They convert the results of reverse engineering into military power and sell it to the highest bidding countries. The results of their research have promoted technological progress in the human world, while simultaneously making humans more violent. Meanwhile, the original deep space artifacts are highly coveted on the black market and can reach exorbitant prices. After hearing the princess' explanation, the protagonist questions her, asking if she used her ancestral items to mercenaries on the black market, only to lose all her money and the ancestral necklace in the process. She is shocked by this, wondering how the protagonist knew such information. He casually comments that he simply guessed, but internally, he believes he knows everything about her. However, he reassures her not to worry, promising that everything will be restored. Mina feels embarrassed by the protagonist's words, thinking that he always manages to convey a sense of comfort. At that moment, a system message appears, notifying him that the main mission has been updated. He must help Princess Mina recover the Star Core. The mission's reward includes more unlock points for the new account. He is pleased with this, thinking that his wish was granted, and then asks the system about other ways to earn more new account unlock rewards. The system informs him that currently, there are 3 ways. The first is to complete designated tasks, the second is to defeat deserters, and the third is to accumulate soul points for redemption. Baichi considers that these methods aren't too difficult, planning to focus on gathering more points after helping the princess recover the Star Core, noting that there is only one uncertain factor in his current plan, which needs to be verified through real combat. He then instructs everyone to prepare, as they are nearing the boss nest, and directs them to activate their communicators to stay in constant contact throughout the plan. With that, everyone gets ready to act immediately. Upon reaching the red fire spider's nest, they encounter her level 5 hatchlings and immediately begin stomping on them. Hoshi comments that it feels great, as it's relieving all his stress. Princess Mina then uses her ability, creating a magic circle that triggers multiple explosions in the area. She turns around and urges them to stop playing around, reminding them that they are running out of time. As per the protagonist's plan, they need to destroy enough eggs to enrage the spider. After she says this, everyone starts using their skills and destroying everything. At that moment, they successfully draw the aggro of the larger spiders, commenting that Bai Qi was right once again with that. They start running at full speed while the spiders chase after them. Mina reminds everyone that, according to the plan, they shouldn't use the items given by the protagonist until they are close to the mercenary camp. Meanwhile, back in the spiders, the queen senses her offspring being attacked and becomes enraged. The protagonist, noticing this, asks the spider if she really felt her eggs being destroyed, as it meant that the princess and her team had successfully executed the first step of the plan. He then prepares himself, remarking that now it's his turn. However, before he can finish saying this, the queen's spider attacks him furiously, demanding to know how a mere human dares to challenge her, accusing him of seeking death. Bai Qi turns around confidently and asks the spider if she truly wants to know his purpose. Saying this, he delivers a powerful strike to one of the queen's legs. At that moment, the spider transforms, approaching him and making it clear that she finds strong males irresistible. Now that her eggs have been destroyed, she suggests they mate to produce beautiful offspring. Bai Qi, realizing her intentions, asks if she means that thing where she injects neurotoxins into the body before devouring it. He says this, then swiftly decapitates her, declaring he has no interest in being part of her breeding farm. Suddenly, an explosion occurs, and the queen's spider reverts to her original form. Enraged, screaming at the protagonist that he's a fool, she spits a jet of neurotoxin in his direction, but he dashes away at full speed through the trees, dodging the venom, knowing that the boss rage has reached its peak. However, the goal at that moment isn't to engage in battle. After gaining some distance, Bai Qi realizes he can't stray too far, or he'll lose the spider's aggro, which would severely jeopardize the plan. So he stops, but fails to notice the queen's spider right above him. She then casts a massive web at him. He manages to dodge, but the webs the boss threw are incredibly sharp, slicing through the ground effortlessly upon impact. Bai Qi recalls that in the original game, the spider's territorial awareness was strong, and no matter how much you provoked her, she would never leave her territory. She attempts to attack him again, but he barely manages to dodge in time. The spider taunts him, wondering why he's only trying to escape, suggesting he's intimidated by her domain. The protagonist, realizing he has lured her to the edge of her territory, wonders if the spider will act differently at this point. He then gets an idea and decides to test it, shouting to the boss that he's under orders from his captain to steal her silk, and furthermore that there are at least 30 strong, robust men in their camp. He then asks her what she thinks about that. The spider, taken aback, quickly charges after him, declaring that if he's lying, he's as good as dead. As he runs from the boss, Bai Qi feels pleased, realizing that his idea actually worked and that this world indeed follows the original game scenario, though not completely faithfully. He concludes that he can rely on his understanding of the game and his creative thinking to accomplish things that were impossible in the previous game. With this realization, he feels even more excited, sensing that he's truly getting the hang of the game again. Meanwhile, nearby, the level 20 scarlet spiders are furious, chasing after Princess Mina's group. The princess quickly instructs everyone to stay focused. As the mercenaries' camp was already close according to Bai Qi's plan, she emphasizes that everyone needs to reach the edge of the camp before turning invisible, diverting the spiders' aggro onto the mercenaries. She makes it clear that the mission's success hinges on them splitting into 4 groups to encircle the mercenaries' camp, leaving no escape routes, which would not be possible without Bai Qi's items. Therefore, they must cooperate and not waste the point items he provided. Then, the princess gives the signal and the 4 split off in different directions as planned. Near the mercenaries' camp, some patrolling members discover the bodies that Bai Qi had defeated and immediately call for their leader, reporting that they found them during the shift change and that they were killed without being noticed. They also state that they have scouted the entire surrounding area and found no one. Hades crouches down, observing the bodies, and comments that those wounds were not caused by animals, suggesting that someone had slit their throats with a sharp blade. His subordinates, confused, ask what he means by slit throats, wondering who would be crazy enough to come there to face them. Hades is intrigued, thinking that, judging by the quality of the weapons and the precise technique, Princess Mina's group would not have anyone with such skill. At that moment, one of the mercenaries arrives, informing his chief that the camp was being invaded and that many spiders were attacking from all sides, preventing any escape. He explains that, luckily, He was patrolling the camp's perimeter and managed to escape to warn them. He adds that he might have seen Princess Mina, but she quickly disappeared. Hades, shocked, asks how that's possible, wanting to know how that woman actually escaped from the Cave of Lamentations. Meanwhile, in the camp, the spiders were causing chaos everywhere, with the mercenaries desperately shouting to run away. As there were too many spiders and no way to kill them all soon after, a large spider grabs one of the mercenaries by the legs as he tries to escape. Desperate, he starts screaming for help, saying he doesn't want to die. However, the spider mercilessly devours his head in seconds. Nearby, Marshall, Kira, and Yuri are battling frantically against the spiders and quickly demand to know why the hell they're attacking since their nest is far from there. They also ask where their chief is, as they won't hold out much longer on their own. At that moment, Hades appears, piercing through one of the spiders with his sharp energy-infused fist. Everyone cheers upon seeing their leader, quickly stating they need to devise a plan to counterattack those damn spiders. Hades' furious comments that they were tricked, and that the spiders were intentionally lured there, leaving them no chance. He then orders everyone to grab all the money and Kira, shocked, asks about their fellow mercenaries, questioning if they will abandon them there. Hades immediately turns with a terrifying glare and makes it clear that comrades are there to hold the line during critical moments because, as long as they have the money, they can hire more mercenaries. They then dash straight toward one of the tents to grab the money and escape. However, as they near the tent, the queen spider, the Scarlet Widow, a level 30 monster, emerges, destroying everything around and sending their money flying into the air. They panic as the scatters everywhere. The queen, pleased, comments that the protagonist was right, as there were indeed many strong men there. Immediately after, she starts gathering the dead bodies on the ground, wrapping them in her web to eat later, while simultaneously releasing her toxin, hitting one of the mercenaries as Hades leaps back, dodging the attack. The queen spider begins shooting multiple jets of venom, but the leader of the mercenaries, with his agility, manages to dodge all her attacks. The Scarlet Widow, seeing this, asks Hades if, by any chance, he was the leader that a certain boy had mentioned to her. Hades is intrigued, wanting to know who this boy is, and if he might be the mastermind behind this attack, also wondering if there's a possibility that he's allied with Princess Nina. However, he quickly dismisses that notion, reasoning that if the princess knew someone so powerful, she would never have needed their help. At that moment, someone grabs his leg. It's Yuri with his HP critically low and his body paralyzed from the queen spider's toxin. He pleads with his leader to save him, as he doesn't want to die there. Without a word, Hades grabs Yuri by the arm and lifts him up grateful. Yuri thanks his leader for not abandoning him. However, the leader throws him straight into the queen's mouth, which promptly shreds him to pieces. This creates an opening for Hades to escape, thinking that, without knowing what the protagonist's ace is, he cannot afford to fight and must just get away. Using the crowd for cover and his speed, he manages to flee alone without much trouble. Though he admits to himself it's truly a shame to leave all that money behind. As he sprints through the charred forest, Hades grows frustrated, having built his team with so much effort, only for it to be dismantled so easily. The only reason he's not even more frustrated is because he still has the princess necklace, which means he can rebuild everything once again. Just then, he notices a woman ahead and wonders if it could be the princess. Upon closer inspection, he's certain it's Princess Mina, the woman responsible for all his problems, and it seems she really did escape from the Cave of Lamentations without wasting any time. He leaps forward and strikes, but he's quickly confused, as it seemed like he just slashed through a hologram. Looking down, he's shocked to notice a device on the ground and wonders if it's truly an item from deep space, also questioning how she got her hands on something so advanced. At that moment, the protagonist emerges behind him with his stealth skill, and tells the leader there are many things beyond his understanding. However, Hades quickly turns around, unleashing a circular strike with his sharp energy-infused fist, demanding to know who he is. He notices a dagger and immediately asks if he's the boy the queen spider mentioned, and if he's the one who orchestrated everything to steal his necklace. Then, he starts laughing, admitting he was careless because he never imagined the mastermind behind the plan would be a mere level 10 assassin. He admits that the plan was nearly flawless, but now, face to face, all plans fall apart. With that, he lunges at Baiki, challenging the protagonist, asking how he expects to win. Basie, using his agility, leaps to dodge the attack, which cuts a tree in half effortlessly. Hades is surprised, observing the protagonist and finding that speed and agility suspicious, quickly questioning whether he's really just level 10. Basie, confident, asks the mercenary leader, what if all those plans were just to set up a unknown fight? He then urges him to start the fight already, to see who's truly the strongest between them. Hades begins to laugh, asking if the protagonist was seriously trying to kill him alone, remarking that if that were the case, he missed his best chance by not stabbing him in the back when he had the opportunity. Basie explains that, due to the trait granted by Elemental Rager, he's immune to backstabs and that, if he had attacked from the shadows, he would have been stunned, putting him at a disadvantage. Hades becomes excited, finding it interesting that, despite the protagonist not having a high level, he knows so much. Because of that, he underestimated him as the real mastermind behind the entire plan. With that said, he releases his flaming power. Then, he charges at the protagonist with his fiery claw and comments that hell make sure he dies a painfully slow death to alleviate some of his regret. With this, he unleashes an attack, sending a wave of flaming claws toward the protagonist, who in turn, dodges by leaping to the side. Hades continues his mid-range attacks, and upon seeing the protagonist merely dodging, he remarks that he knew it would be useless to keep this up. After all, since the protagonist knows so much, he should be aware that elemental rangers are the bane of assassins. The protagonist is well aware of this fact. Invisibility, backstabbing, and the speed of assassins are useless against elemental rangers. At that moment, Hades launches another claw attack toward the protagonist, then follows up with everything he's got to create a combo. While sprinting, he comments that this battle, ever since the protagonist appeared, already had a predetermined outcome. Baiki, watching the mercenaries' attack approach, thinks to himself that the class advantage can still be overcome with combat experience, and that's not the decisive fator. What truly determines victory are the skills. Anticipating Hades' move, the protagonist dodges the flaming claws with ease and counters with a swift strike. Hades turns, surprised, commenting that it seems the protagonist managed to counterattack even amidst his attack sequence, and that his combat experience is truly impressive. However, Hades declares that when there's an overwhelming difference in skills, combat experience doesn't matter. Saying this, he releases more power, creating flaming wings. He remarks that although the protagonist has some skill, it won't be enough, and that this is the end of the line for him. Baiki, seeing this, reflects that although his base level is 10 with a max level cap of 30, the max level only affects attributes, not skills. Thus, his class skills are merely level 10, whereas the mercenary possesses full elemental ranger skills at level 30, allowing him to imbue natural elements to enhance attack and defense, making him a very tough opponent to face. Hades charges at the protagonist with everything he's got, shouting that first, hell kill him, and then the princess. He swings a powerful attack, but Baiki turns, causing the blow to only hit his cloak. As a result, he is left with 30 of his HP. The protagonist, holding onto his cloak, remarks that he would never have shown up for a unknown fight if he wasn't sure he could defeat him. Hades lets out a sinister laugh and asks how the protagonist plans to beat him. Baiki then takes out an item and, smiling, asks Hades if he really needed to explain, because it's obvious he's going to use trickery. The item is a consumable class insignia that unlocks level 50 class skills, with a duration of 3 minutes. Quickly, the protagonist uses the item and unleashes the terrifying power of the Shadow Death God, a level 50 assassin skill that opens a rift in space with a blade, summoning shadow demons to aid him in the fight. Baiki then comments that since skills are decisive, Hell use level 50 abilities to crush the mercenary. Seeing this, Hades is thrilled and charges at the protagonist, commenting that he sure has a lot of weird tricks, but once he kills him, everything will be his. The two clash their fists, and the impact devastates everything around them. Thus, they enter a frenzied battle. However, the battle lasts only a short time, and after getting the worst of it, Hades is frustrated, wondering if this is truly possible or just a trick. With that, he flies off, fleeing from the protagonist, realizing that indeed, the level 50 skill is terrifying, and that he needs to escape, or hell die right here. He can't understand how the protagonist possesses such an advanced item, but he doesn't notice the several demonic hands closing in. When he finally realizes it, he's terrified, wondering what that could be, But it's already too late. The demonic hands grab him and violently slam him into the ground. At this moment, the protagonist approaches Hedis with a shadow by his side and asks the mercenary if he didn't want him to die painfully. Hedis asks why the protagonist didn't use that item from the beginning. Then, frightened, he questions whether he was being tested from the start, if the protagonist faked weakness just to crush him with overwhelming force later. Hedis, terrified, says that he holds no grudge against the protagonist and wants to know why he did this to him. Baiki, with his dark and menacing aura, responds that Hedis is clever, but makes it clear that too much cleverness can lead to mistakes, and that he chose the wrong path. Hedis, panicking, shows the princess necklace, and admits he made a mistake, that he never should have betrayed the princess. He then begs the protagonist to take the necklace and spare his life. However, the protagonist is uninterested and says he preferred Hedis' previous arrogant behavior, declaring that he wants both Hedis' life and the necklace. With that, he charges at the mercenary, unleashing a series of attacks. After the dust settles, Hedis, barely clinging to life, full of pain and fear, asks why the protagonist hasn't killed him yet, and if he plans to keep torturing him. Baiki takes the necklace and states that if Hedis were truly an enemy, he'd already be dead. He explains that he let him live for now only because of a promise. With that, the protagonist system informs him that he has completed the side quest, rewarding him with 8,000 soul points and an additional account unlocked point. The protagonist then throws the necklace back and remarks that he's done what he needed to do, urging them to ask their questions quickly before the queen spider arrives. At this moment, the princess retrieves the necklace and approaches Hedis, saying that he didn't kill them outright, but instead threw them into the Cave of Lamentations. She demands to know his true objective behind all of this. On the brink of death, Hedis sarcastically asks the princess if she was expecting him to say that he still had some goodness in his heart and beg for his life, then tells her to stop being ridiculous, as he only wanted her and her group to die in the most painful way possible. He adds that he deeply regrets not having killed them outright. Baiki remains silent, listening to the mercenary's words, thinking that even on the verge of death, Hedis remains stubborn, but that his fate doesn't end there. Baiki reflects that the reason he didn't kill him was because he gambled on the princess' luck, believing that if he hadn't chosen to save her, she would still have escaped the Cave of Lamentations, helped restore the kingdom, and eventually become his enemy. Baiki is only concerned with his own interests, indifferent to how his actions affect others because he knows the world is a cruel place. Hedis, laughing, remarks that their fate is much worse than his, as they are fighting against the entire world. Hoshi, enraged, lunges at the mercenary with his sword, ordering him to shut up. He swings with all his might, but Hedis is pulled away by a web, causing Hoshi's strike to hit only the ground. It was the queen's spider, the Scarlet Widow, who declares that the mercenary belongs to her. Hedis starts laughing, saying he'd rather be drained by the boss than die at their hands, and that they won't get the chance to kill him, for they'll all die together here. At that moment, the Spider Queen carries several mercenary corpses on her back, and says she has finally found the protagonist. She mentions that the camp where he had lured her has already been looted, and that now only he remains. Once she captures him, she can return to her lair and feast on all those bodies. Baiki quickly orders everyone to retreat, announcing that he will face the boss alone, realizing that the only class insignia he had has already been used, and that less than a minute of its effect remains, so he must end the fight quickly. However, everyone stands beside the protagonist, making it clear that they won't let him fight alone, as he has already done so much for them. The Scarlet Widow becomes enraged and declares that she will kill them all. She says this and charges at them with full force. But suddenly, everyone hears a loud roar. The queen's spider, surprised, screams, asking who dares to roar against her. Then, a massive paw stomps forcefully on the spider, leaving the protagonist utterly shocked, thinking it's impossible for an ancient dragon, Dignier Black of unknown level, has just appeared before them. Releasing a roar that makes the entire area tremble, the dragon continues to crush the queen's spider underfoot, while the princess group, terrified, wonders why on earth a legendary ancient dragon has appeared here, and whether they should fight or flee. At that moment, the protagonist orders everyone to stay where they are and not make any sudden movements. However, Internally, he is in disbelief because another unexpected development has occurred, something not included in his plans, and he needs to quickly think of a solution. As the spider is being crushed, she demands to know who the dragon is, stating that she has never seen him around here before. Furious, she questions how he dares to invade her territory in such a manner. The dragon then releases the spider, and without hesitation, bites down and devours her effortlessly. Baiki, observing this, recalls that in the original game, wild species operate with racial recognition and isolation, ignoring differences in level and race. If they dislike something, they fight. However, he calms down as he recalls more information about the black dragon upon observing closely. He becomes certain that its name is not Dignir Black, the ancient dragon, but rather Dignir Black, the guardian dragon. He remembers that originally, Dignir was one of the 3 dragons guarding the world's soul. Alongside him, there was a male black dragon, a red female, and a blue female, all of legendary level ever since the world's soul was destroyed and the city devastated. Dignir Black was last seen in the first battle of the Fallen Stars before disappearing completely. Baiki knows that although he has fought the dragon as a hidden boss in the game, and defeated him multiple times after reaching the maximum level, facing him now would mean certain death. At that moment, the dragon prepares to attack, and everyone is terrified, convinced they are about to die. However, the protagonist quickly shouts to the dragon in an ancient dialect, pleading for mercy, stating they are not enemies. Dignir Black, confused by this, decides to hold back his attack. The princess group is astonished, and immediately wants to know what just happened. The princess explains that it was the dragon language. Dignir Black lowers his head and asks the protagonist how a mere human like him knows the dragon language, especially since, in the entire short and miserable history of humanity, fewer than 10 people have mastered this ancient tongue. The protagonist explains that not only does he know the dragon language, but he is also aware of the noble and secret identity of the esteemed guardian dragon. He was able to converse with the dragon after using the skill book dragon language. Although it does not require high intelligence to use, it demands high emotional intelligence, as one mistake could turn the user into ash. The protagonist then kneels and begins to recite several of the dragon's titles, such as Guardian of the World Soul, Witness of Rules and Laws, Noblest Partner of the Star Royalty, Black Star representing strength and fire, and Guardian Dragon, Dignir Black. He then introduces himself and salutes the dragon. At that moment, the dragon roars, demanding to know how the protagonist knew of his titles, and who he truly is. Dignir commands him to speak the truth, warning that if he does not, he will die on the spot. He cautions the protagonist not to think that a few pretty words could deceive him, as humans are weak and treacherous, which is why he no longer trusts a single human word. Baiki notices a wound on the dragon and wonders if Dignir Black has agitated and irritable because of it, since, in the original game, the dragon would not proactively attack humans. He suspects that these unexpected events may be related to the Flamebearer. Once again, Dignir Black roars loudly, demanding an answer from the protagonist. Trembling with fear, the protagonist pleads with Dignir Black to calm down. Insisting that he would never dare to deceive him, he explains that he knows all this because he serves the last heir of the Star Royalty, who shares a deep bond with the dragon. He says this while pointing to Princess Mina, emphasizing that she is the last surviving member of the Star Royalty, the Grand Princess Mina Star. Although she doesn't understand what the protagonist is talking about, she suspects he is scheming something and decides to go along with the narrative, maintaining a firm posture. Baiki further adds that according to the contract the dragon made with the Star Royalty, not only can he not kill her, but he is also duty-bound to protect her. Dignir Black starts laughing and asks the protagonist if he's trying to threaten him, remarking that he is merely a tiny human. He then explains that he protects the world's soul, which maintains the balance of the world, and that he is not simply a bodyguard for a human. Furthermore, he states that the contract with the Star Royalty was merely a pastime in his long life. Moreover, he declares that their contract ended the moment the royalty was destroyed. With that, he stomps the ground powerfully, shattering the entire area around them and releasing a massive wave of air. Once again, Dignir Black lets out a roar, warning that his patience is running thin, but he will give them one final chance to prove their worth. Otherwise, they will all perish right here and now. Quickly, the protag grabs the princess necklace and asks Dignir Black to take a look at it, explaining that it is the star core, which can only be possessed by the royal lineage. The dragon, still furious and ready to unleash a fiery blast, roars that this alone is not enough to prove anything, saying so. He unleashes his dragon breath towards the princess, but Baiki grabs her and leaps, dodging the attack. Dignir Black's assault is so powerful that it easily destroys everything in its path. Outraged, Dignir Black yells at the Prota, asking how a mere mortal dares to touch the Grand Star Core, and declaring that no matter who it is, all must die for this offense. Baiki remarks that he hadn't finished speaking before being attacked. The Prota counters, stating that as a witness of rules and order, the dragon is breaking his own principles, questioning if Dignir Black has lost his dignity as a guardian and fallen entirely into darkness. However, he worries internally that, although his life was saved, he wasted 2 more precious deep space items. Dignir Black prepares his next attack, expressing surprise that they managed to withstand his dragon breath, and comments on recognizing the item the Prota used from the Fallen Stars War. He quickly adds that such an item might resist once, but not a second time. Baiki becomes intrigued, pondering how to resolve the current situation, knowing that relying on luck to unlock item collections is improbable. Even if 25 of the items are unlocked, those capable of dealing with an ancient dragon are exceedingly rare. He considers that the dragon blood armor set and the dragon bone sword he unlocked earlier might save his life, but he acknowledges his strength is insufficient to wield them. Perhaps only one path remains to escape this dire situation. The Prota approaches the princess and tells her that to break the situation they are in, there is only one last option. He clarifies that this option will bring immense pain and suffering. Rina, unsure of how to respond, tells Baiki to go ahead as long as they can survive. She will endure any pain. As soon as she says this, the Prota strikes her neck, causing her to faint, believing this method will allow them to survive, though she will have to endure some suffering. Hoshi, seeing this, grows worried about the princess and immediately questions the Prota's intentions. Baiki yells at Hoshi, warning him that no matter what happens next, he must not say a single word to the princess. He then takes his dagger and stabs it into her chest, focusing his technique to minimize her pain. With this, the Prota's dagger reaches near the princess' heart, and he quickly removes it, the blade now stained with her blood. He then lets Rina's blood drip onto the necklace. However, Dignir Black, uninterested, fires his dragon breath again, fully aiming at the princess group. Suddenly, a warrior appears, shielding against the dragon's breath with a shield. Dignir Black is startled, recognizing a familiar appearance, for he could never forget this person. Observing the warrior closely, the dragon comments that it is the first king of the Star Kingdom, MANHUA Star. Intrigued, Dignir Black remarks that he had died hundreds of years ago and questions why he would have returned to life, asserting that it is clearly an illusion. Laiki, holding Princess Mina in his arms, states that whether it is an illusion or not, they will have to find out in battle. Hearing this, Dignir Black becomes even angrier and prepares his dragon breath once more, shouting that the Protas group is a bunch of damned insects. He then unleashes his final breath, declaring that with this attack, he will surely reduce them to ashes. A massive explosion occurs, visible throughout the region. Dignir Black claims that his final breath can even melt the hardest steel and accuses them of using the illusion of MANHUA. However, the dragon hears the Prota urging him to open his eyes and see if it truly is an illusion. At this moment, Dignir Black begins to see the enormous warrior emerging from the flames. The ancient king raises his leg and stomps forcefully on the ground, effortlessly dispersing the dragon's fire. Witnessing this, the dragon is incredulous, as this was clearly the power of MANHUA. But he had witnessed his death with his own eyes and could never have imagined that the Star Core concealed such celestial power. The ancient king then charges at the dragon, delivering a powerful attack with his massive sword, but the strike is blocked by one of the dragon's wings. However, due to the attack, Dignir loses half of his HP and begins to question whether Princess Mina could indeed be a descendant of MANHUA. Enraged, the dragon takes flight and launches a tail attack, roaring that if he cannot kill the ancient king, he will certainly kill his descendant. Yet his tail is repelled by the blow reflection ability of the ancient king. This ability uses a shield to repel an incoming attack, causing temporary stun to the opponent and significantly boosting the strength of the next strike. Hoshi, astonished by the ancient king's skill, wonders how such a massive body can execute a technique as intricate as blow reflection. Meanwhile, Glory remarks that she had only known of the first king through ancient books and broken statues, and could never have imagined witnessing his power in person. Aichi, concerned, knows that the first king's power is undeniable, but cannot ignore a critical flaw. For this reason, they must end the fight before the flaw is exposed. Digner, frustrated, begins to sweat coldly as he once again witnesses the ancient king's skill, but he soon notices Manhwa launching an attack as it nears him. He starts to question why, even after all these years, the oppressive feeling of power still terrifies him. This brings back a long-forgotten memory of his first encounter with Manhwa. He recalls when the ancient king urged him to stop hiding in his cave all day and invited him to become a partner in protecting the world's soul. Back then, Digner had asked Manhwa how he dared to appear before him alone and speak with such arrogance at the time. Though Manhwa was only 100 years old, barely entering adulthood, Digner could not believe a mere human could push him to his limits. After losing the battle to the ancient king, Digner had made it clear that Manhwa should kill him, as he would never obey a human. The ancient king then swung his weapon but stopped before striking the dragon. Observing Digner trembling, he asked why he was shaking. Remarking that even a dragon seemed to fear death because of this, Manhwa decided to give him one last chance. With an overwhelming aura, Manhwa made it clear that Digner could hate him and, when he believed he was strong enough, could seek him out for a duel to the death. Until that day came, however, Digner Black would have to cooperate with him. Digner thought the ancient king was overly confident, but human lives did not last more than a century. For Digner, who lived for millennia, even though the king spared him then, he could easily kill him in the future. Thus, he agreed to Manhwa's terms. However, before he could act against the king, Manhwa died in the First Fallen Star War. Regaining his freedom, Digner found himself unable to kill the king on his own. As the dragon remembers all this, with Manhwa's attack nearing him, he is overwhelmed by the thought of why, even after all these years, he still cannot escape the king's shadow. The ancient king then delivers a devastating blow, carving a massive fissure in the ground as his attack passes through the dragon. Seeing this, Digner Black is intimidated by Manhwa's power. He begins to scream, asking why Manhwa has forced him to confront his weakness, and why he continues to torment him even after death. Wanting to know if this was meant to force him to submit to his descendants, Digner Black quickly declared that this would never happen, for he would never bow to anyone. Saying so, he began to vomit, and a massive treasure spilled onto the ground. He then prepared to take flight and leave, proclaiming that no one could enslave him because he was free. Everyone was overjoyed to see the dragon fleeing. Glory immediately asked why the Proto hadn't killed the dragon with that strike. Becky explained that it wasn't intentional, that the summoning of the first king had ended, but they had managed to scare the dragon away, which was the best possible outcome. The Proto thought to himself that fortunately, the black dragon had not yet fully recovered from the First Fallen Star War, and his mental state was unstable. Otherwise, the first king, summoned with the prince's current level, would not have been able to suppress the black dragon for so long. At that moment, a system message appeared, notifying the Proto of his victory. He had defeated the Pact of Justice, Hades, the Fire Spider boss Red Widow, the Guardian Dragon Digner Black, and earned 40,000 soul points. Additionally, he had obtained the ancient chest covered in saliva, an ancient chest swallowed by the dragon at some unknown point. Its origin and contents were a mystery, as wealth and death could be just one step away. Dagu was amazed, having leveled up twice at once. He commented that just witnessing a force beyond comprehension made him feel utterly insignificant. Hashi, standing next to the princess, shouted that this was no time for lamentation and asked if she was alright and how the star core could be used that way. Becky explained that the princess' body was fine, but that she had suffered extreme mental exhaustion and would need at least 10 days to recover. He then approached the princess, explaining that the star core contained a power incomprehensible to humans and required the heartblood of the royal lineage to be activated. The Proto made it clear to Hashi that for the prince's safety, what had happened there must remain a secret, as her strong personality would undoubtedly endanger her life again if the truth came out. He then apologized and explained that he had to do what he did for everyone to survive. Hashi asked why the proto was apologizing, saying it was clear that he acted to save everyone from the dragon, a feat worthy of boasting for a lifetime. He also reminded him that the princess had agreed to it. Becky stood up and began examining the loot left by the black dragon, commenting that it was time for them to leave the charred forest. Everyone stared intently at the chest, wondering what to do with it. It seemed to be high level and likely contained valuable items, but the description warned that wealth and death were just a step apart. What could this mean? Becky, standing near the chest, said it likely meant the drop was a trap, as the chest had never appeared in the original game. Though he was curious about its contents, summoning his courage, he placed his foot on the chest. Dagus speculated that the drop was probably a mimic chest. Becky recalled that he knew exactly what a mimic chest was, a special type of gelatinous monster that dwelled inside treasure chests, luring treasure-obsessed adventurers close and devouring them in one fell swoop. He also remembered that these monsters usually appeared in ruins or at the ends of labyrinths, and that he had been ambushed by them multiple times while exploring the game, though he had never encountered a chest like this one before. At that moment, Daegu and Glory prepared themselves, stating they would be right behind him if anything happened. With that, the proto kicked the chest open, and gold coins began pouring out everywhere. Everyone was astonished by the sight. The proto remarked that his intuition had been correct, as the chest's description was merely an anti-theft measure. True mimic chests did not come with any description. The system notifies the proto and his team that they have obtained the ancient king's coins, minted in honor of the ascension of first king Monodolus, as well as the dungeon key of exile, a level 50 instance item. This key can unlock the door to a hidden dungeon somewhere in the exile. Along with it, they also acquired the coordinates of the exile dungeon. Designed by someone from ancient times, the map reveals the location of a dungeon buried in the currents of history, deliberately concealed for some unknown reason. However, Baiki speculates that this dungeon instance never appeared in the game, making it potentially extremely dangerous. He decides to explore it once his level is high enough. The system also announces that they obtained the soul summoning bell, which must be used by rubbing the ashes of a specific character on the bell. When rung, the souls of the dead summoned will fight for them. Glory holds a coin and asks if she might be dreaming, as she knows that even a single ancient kingdom coin could be exchanged for 50 common coins. Meanwhile, Daegu jumps into the pile of gold coins overjoyed. At that moment, the proto comments that all those coins are for them, but warns them to be careful not to be deceived again. Hoshi, confused, tells the proto that this feels very unfair to him, as all the battles so far were thanks to his efforts. Baiki clarifies that giving them the entire amount doesn't mean he wants nothing in return. It is simply an investment in the restoration of the country. He adds that he's looking forward to reaping greater rewards once the country is rebuilt. Hoshi smiles, admitting that he needs to revise his opinion of the proto. He isn't just a fearless and powerful hero, but also an honest merchant with a long-term vision. Hoshi is certain that this investment will make the princess very happy. When she wakes up, Baiki agrees with Hoshi and Glory gets excited, declaring that they are officially on the same team now. She quickly asks the proto what their next move will be. Looking at the princess, Baiki explains that they will continue with the original plan, to recruit a mercenary company and then ally themselves with Baron Robbie. With the princess still recovering, this is their only viable option for now. The proto reflects that Baron Robbie is a renowned noble from the kingdom of Alina, wealthy, influential, and well-connected, but a deeply ambiguous figure due to his favor with the Star royal family. He holds no grudge against Princess Nina, making him a safe refuge. After considering this, the proto announces that he will head to the village of Anka and is counting on them. Glory, recalling the name, remarks that she saw it on the map and wonders why the proto is going to such an insignificant place. Hoshi takes a deep breath and tells Glory it's fine, commenting that the proto has his own plans and they don't need to worry. Hoshi places the princess on his back and says they will spend some time with Baron Robbie, and when the proto finishes his business, he can meet them there. Saying this, they all bid farewell to the proto, expressing their excitement for their next reunion. Becky says goodbye and promises they will meet again, asking them not to forget to apologize to the princess on his behalf when she wakes up. With this, the system notifies the proto that his reputation with the Princess Mina's camp has significantly increased at that moment. From the fissure caused by the first king's powerful attack, demonic hands begin to emerge. It doesn't take long for countless other hands to follow until finally, a demonic creature surfaces. Becky remembers that, in the original game, the first chapter included 3 maps, and completing all 3 at 100 would result in the mayor granting a final mission as a reward. However, he realizes that the current order of progression is completely inverted. He knows that Throne of Souls is an open-world game, allowing players to skip missions and bypass initial village progress. Still, as the greatest player of all time, he cannot tolerate unexplored maps or unfinished missions. Since reincarnating in this world, he hadn't had a moment to calm down, review what had happened and plan for the future. That's why he decided to head to Anka village, believing it to be the perfect place to do so. Although the village, while poor, was relatively safe and harmonious, where people were optimistic and hard-working, it was a rare place with a human touch amidst the apocalypse. This was all thanks to Anka village's chief Ankaware, who managed the village in an organized manner and guided newcomers like him, making him a trustworthy figure. However, as the protagonist walked, he observed his surroundings and found the environment unnervingly quiet. There were no bird songs, no insect sounds, not even the usual nightly chatter of villagers around the campfire. The road to Anka village seemed more desolate and ruined than he remembered. Then, he heard screams and immediately went on high alert, suspecting trouble in the village. He took off running toward Anka village, needing to find out quickly what was going on. Meanwhile, elsewhere, chanting in an ancient language echoed. A sacrificial ritual was underway, and one of the participants asked a boy if he was thinking of fleeing and abandoning his parents, urging him to give up the last of his courage and embrace ascension, as it would be the best destiny for him. The boy struggled, trying to free himself from the chains, but to no avail. The elder declared that time was up, and instructed another member to proceed immediately. One of the sect members restrained the boy, while another placed a demonic larva on his abdomen. The creature screamed and then fixated on the boy as the sect members began chanting in an ancient language, terrifying the boy even more. The larva then started to burrow into his abdomen, making the boy scream in agony. But suddenly, a flying dagger struck the demonic creature, stopping it from fully entering the boy's body. The force of the dagger sent the creature flying into a tree where it was pinned. The sect members, shocked, quickly looked around, trying to identify who was there. At that moment, the protagonist stepped forward and declared that he was the one who should be asking questions, demanding to know who they really were and what had happened to Anka village. The sect members grew alarmed, as the sacred insect had been killed, an unforgivable sin. One member held the dead creature in his hands, visibly distressed, and began speaking to the Holy Mother insect, lamenting that the supreme crystal had been destroyed and blaming the protagonist for it. Baiki, hearing this, grew intrigued, wondering who this Holy Mother insect was, as the name hadn't appeared in the game before. However, he recalled similar species, but none should have been near the novice village. The hooded men, furious, charged at the protagonist, shouting that they would kill him for such a sin and use his body to incubate the blessing of the Holy Mother insect. The protagonist, however, easily dodged both attacks and swiftly countered, finishing them off with strikes to their backs. Baiki noticed the tattoos on the sect members and grew concerned, realizing that the nest should be far from here if it had appeared here. He theorized it might mean the village could be harboring a renewer. The sect leader then held an insect-shaped artifact in his hand, making it clear to the protagonist that this wasn't over. He began chanting to the Holy Mother insect, causing an energy to spread toward the protagonist and the fallen bodies. The leader taunted the protagonist, claiming he couldn't comprehend or imagine what was about to unfold. As he spoke, the bodies of the fallen sect members began to undergo a strange transformation. Baiki observed this and covered his nose due to the strong stench, recognizing the familiar transformation process caused by the hundredfold deep space parasite. After the sect members transform into level 10 insectoid mutants, the sect leader, holding the artifact, begins laughing and tells the protagonist that he will pay with his life for interrupting the sacred ascension ritual. Then, one of the mutants uses the Centiplicato's signature ability, powdered neurotoxin. The protagonist defends himself with his cape but knows that, if inhaled, the powder causes severe hallucinations, leading to rapid physical and mental degradation. He quickly senses an attack coming from behind, as the leader demands that he stop resisting. One of the mutants lands a hit, piercing the protagonist's body. However, they soon realize, confused, that it was only the protagonist's cape left behind. Suddenly, he appears above the insectoids, ready to strike, but first asks the leader who their true master is. The mutants do not answer and launch another attack, but they cannot harm Baiki, who with his agility anticipates their every move. He swiftly finishes them off again. The one responsible for the ritual is astonished, and asks the protagonist how he managed to defeat two ascended so effortlessly. Baiki, with a sinister gaze, warns him that he will only give him one more chance and once again demands to know who taught him about ascension. The old man, panicked, starts to run, yelling that he has nothing to say. Baiki coldly replies that, even with the Centiplicato's backing, his mind was no more than that of a novice shooter and that he was no longer useful. With that, he throws a dagger that pierces the old man's head. At that moment, the system notifies the protagonist that he has gained 180 reconstruction points and obtained the exotic 9 insect, a summoning item that, when it emits a vibrating sound from its tail, can stimulate hidden parasites within bodies, forcing them to reveal themselves. Baiki is intrigued by the item and wonders if the manipulator behind this is truly a why would they risk bringing a Centiplicato to such a small village like Anka? What could be the purpose? The protagonist reflects that the deep space parasite Centiplicato originates from the eggs of unknown alien parasites transported by a space exploration vessel. After the ship's crash, the eggs leaked and combined with species of this world, causing an uncontrollable genetic disaster. The Centiplicato can parasitize plants, insects, animals, and humans with 3 possible outcomes. First, if it fails to parasitize, the host dies immediately. Second, an orderly symbiosis that is difficult to detect. And third, the most terrifying mutant symbiosis, where the Centiplicatos activate latent unknown forces in the host, triggering mutations and increasing power and intelligence. After parasitization, although the host's mind remains, they develop uncontrollable obedience and a group consciousness. This is how the Centiplicatos survive in the original game. There was a cult that worshipped the Centiplicato, but those who mentioned the sacred insect mother could have been referring either to the Centiplicato itself or to something parasitized by it. Baiki recalls that, according to the original progression, the Centiplicato map only appears in the game's 3rd chapter, and beyond the renovators, there is no other logical explanation for the mutation's cause. At this moment, the protagonist approaches Dinah, who immediately begs Baiki not to come closer, pleading for his life, saying he did not accept the ascension. Baiki remembers this boy from the original novice village, where Dinah was a cheerful and promising NPC who always guided the player. He was happy to see the protagonist and proud that he had completed a mission on his own. Because of this, Dinah began to train hard, saying he wanted to become as strong as the protagonist. Baiki sits on the altar, intrigued, wanting to understand what Dinah had endured to end up in this state. He reassures Dinah that he won't kill him, but needs him to reveal who is behind this. Terrified, Dinah reveals that it was the village chief. He explains that the chief turned into a crazed monster and dragged everyone else along with him. Those who resisted were killed or locked in the dungeon to die, including Dinah's mother, who remains imprisoned there. Dinah explains that he managed to escape to seek help, but in the wilderness, there was no way to call for assistance if things continue. His mother will also be forced to ascend and turn into a monster. Saying this, he runs off, determined to save her, not wanting her to transform into a monster at any cost. The protagonist quickly uses his intermediate marking rune to mark the boy. This consumable item allows the user to track the target's position for an hour. Baiki, furious and with bloodshot eyes, struggles to believe that the once kind village chief had plotted against the villagers he had dedicated his life to. He reminds himself not to be deceived by appearances and resolves to investigate thoroughly to find the true culprit. At that moment, the system informs the protagonist of a new main mission to resolve the strange phenomenon in Anka village, purify the area, and restore its original peace, with the reward being 1 account unlock point. Upon arriving at Anka village and witnessing the chaotic scene, Baiki realizes the situation is worse than he anticipated. He recalls the rare warm memories this place gave him in the past, now replaced by something entirely different, as if consumed by malevolent forces. Walking through the village, he resolves that he cannot allow it to remain in darkness. Meanwhile, Dina reaches the location where his mother is imprisoned and desperately tries to break the chains and lock binding her. Frustrated by his failure, he questions why he can't break the cursed lock and wonders how he could possibly save everyone if he can't even manage this. Seeing her son's efforts, his mother pleads with him to stop worrying about her, saying they are already doomed, and begs him to run as far away as he can and never return. But Dina grips his sword firmly, shouting that he won't abandon her or the others trapped there. He vows to free them all, even if it costs him his life. As he prepares to strike the lock again, someone interrupts him. It's the MC. Baiki explains to Dina that the lock is enchanted, and breaking it is impossible. To save everyone, the boy must follow his instructions. Still scared and distrustful, Dina stands at the door and demands to know what the MC is doing there, and if he is perhaps an agent of Countess Alina sent to cleanse Anka village. He urges Baiki to leave immediately as no one who came here before survived. Baiki lowers his sword and wonders if Countess Alina truly knows what is happening here. If she does, the situation is even more complicated. He then tells Dina that he has no connection to the Countess and is merely a traveler who cannot ignore the anomaly in Anka village. Suspicious, Dina asks if Baiki is from Anka village, as he has never seen him before. Baiki replies that it doesn't matter, and asks the boy to reveal where the insectoid group gathers. Dina questions if the MC is referring to the Ascended, stating that their meeting place must be somewhere underground in the village, though he doesn't know the exact location. Baiki remarks that this complicates matters, as even if they free everyone, they wouldn't be able to flee far or survive long. Dina asks what they should do, and the MC explains that the only way is for Dina to act as bait, draw the group in, and allow them to take him to their hidden meeting place. Dina is alarmed by the plan. His mother screams in fear, warning him not to agree, as those taken to that place never return. It's a pit of death and evil. She begs the MC to save only her son, as he is still young and shouldn't die. Filled with determination, Dina shouts that he will do it and trusts the MC, having witnessed his skills. Baiki reflects that the boy's inner strength hadn't changed, even amidst this hell. Then, he makes it clear to Dina that his actions will determine the life or death of everyone there. Saying this, he begins to disappear. The boy grips his sword tightly and tells the MC to leave everything to him. After some time wandering through the dungeon, Deal finds him and remarks that he should have fled when he had the chance. He quickly asks what Dina is doing there and what happened to the people sent after him. Holding the boy's head, Deal lifts him up and questions why he didn't accept ascension and repeatedly refused the village chief's offer. Considering how much the chief valued him, furious, Dina shouts that he doesn't care about the village chief's regard. He says this and attempts to strike with his sword, but the attack is easily blocked by one of Deal's tentacles. Deal coldly tells the boy that being trapped in a fragile body means his soul will never achieve ascension, emphasizing that it was the village chief who gave them this new life and future. He says this while gripping the boy's neck tightly with his tentacles, noting that Dina has always been rebellious and independent since he was a child, and that he can't understand what the chief saw in him. Witnessing this, the boy's mother is terrified and starts crying, screaming for Deal to stop. She then reveals that Dina is her son. On the verge of losing consciousness, the boy mutters that Deal is not his father but a demon. Deal then orders for the boy to be taken to the underground altar, declaring that he wants to oversee the ascension personally. Turning to Dina's mother with an intimidating gaze, Deal tells her she should be grateful for the divine grace, claiming that soon, their family will be reunited together forever. After they arrive underground, they start walking and Deal wants to know if the 3 people sent earlier had reported back. One of the cult members replies that others had been sent to search for them. As they reach the altar and place Dina on it, Deal makes it clear to the boy that since the day he was born, he has always disappointed him, but that no longer matters because once the boy accepts the ascension, he will become a good son, worthy of his recognition. Dina begins to scream, saying he doesn't need his recognition and that he has never been a good father. He makes it clear that Dial has always been a drunk, violent man, and, at that moment, he is helping the leader destroy the entire village. Deal listens and explains to his son that this is exactly why they need the ascension, because the Holy Mother insect can transform them into a superior species. Dina tries to buy time and tells them that the 3 people he went after were killed, along with the special creature. Everyone is shocked to hear this. Deal becomes furious upon hearing this and shouts at his son, saying that the boy always disappoints him. Then Deal, intrigued, comments that Dina wouldn't have the ability to do that and asks the boy who did it. The boy, frightened, says he doesn't know. Hearing this only makes Deal angrier, and he soon points his spear at the boy, demanding to know why he always disobeys him and why he lies so much. He then makes it clear that he will make Dina pay before performing the ascension ritual. Dina begins to scream, saying that if that's the case, the leader should do it, and asks Deal to get out of his way. Then, Deal hears a voice telling him to let the boy in, and Deal immediately responds that it's fine. The boy becomes anxious, wondering if he succeeded in looking at the large door. He thinks that behind it lies the root of all suffering. Deal throws the boy to the ground. As he gets up, Dina is surprised by the enormous space, and Angkor quickly gets to the point, asking the boy if he knows why he was chosen out of all the people in the village. The old man then responds, saying it is because the boy is full of life and stands out, unlike everyone else who are so dark. He is worthy of inheriting all his will. Angkor continues, saying the boy is still young and may not understand everything he's done throughout his life, but that's fine because he will soon understand. He also makes it clear that before the ceremony, he will learn something that no one else knows. Then, Angkor asks Dina if he remembers the terrible plague that ravaged the village 2 years ago, since almost half of the died. It was at that moment that he realized how fragile human existence is and how powerless he was. Besides crying and regretting, he could do nothing until the appearance of the guardian of the forest. For he not only cured the plague in the village but also brought hope to the village, the larva of the Holy Mother insect. Angkor further explains that the larva of the Holy Mother insect, carefully nurtured under his watchful eye, also gave them the chance to ascend. The old man makes it clear to the boy that although he had ascended long ago, his original body was now very old, likely incapable of bearing the weight of creating the sacred creature again. Therefore, he now wanted to pass this heavy responsibility onto the boy. He says this and quickly transforms into a level 20 creature. Dina, terrified, screams that he doesn't want to become a disgusting monster like him. The village chief releases a creature from within himself and tells the boy not to be afraid, as the non-human form is merely an appearance. As the insect creature lunges toward the boy, the old man explains that once Dina ascends, he will be able to connect to the collective consciousness, experiencing a pleasure and responsibility like never before imagined, and that the future of the village will be entrusted to him. Dina grabs a stone and attacks the insect coming toward him, shouting at the village elder that he refuses the offer. Angkor becomes furious and asks what the boy is planning, making it clear afterward that he poured his heart and soul into creating the one and only sacred queen, and the boy finished her off without compassion. Dina runs off shouting, asking who would want to inherit the old man's twisted and evil will, saying that it's because of fools like him that the village has no future. Angkor quickly chases after the boy, saying he can try to escape, but the door ahead cannot be opened. Dina asks the old man who said he was trying to escape. The boy stops and locks the door, smiling, saying that at that moment, no one from the outside will be able to enter either. He then shouts that he has done what he had to do, and now it's up to the old man. The old man is confused by the boy's words, but doesn't care, and immediately launches an attack, saying that the boy is speaking nonsense, and that he should never have put his hopes in him from the beginning. He should have finished him off from the start. At that moment, someone arrives suddenly, interrupting the village chief's attack. The chief is immediately worried and demands to know what is going on. Then he notices the presence of the MC, and asks who he is. Baiki, releasing his intense power, replies that he is someone who may bring true rebirth to the village. Angkor laughs and immediately launches an attack at the MC, saying that he is nobody, just a stranger there to disturb the peace. However, Baiki easily dodges and the attack collides with the ground, sending stones flying everywhere due to the impact. The old man, outraged, says that everything he did was for the good of the village, and asks why they always try to stop him. Dina, hiding, shouts at the old man that after doing so many crazy and cruel things, he still has the audacity to say it was all for the good of the village. He then asks if the future the old man wanted was to turn everyone in the village into monsters. Ankar, while launching a powerful strike at the MC, makes it clear to the boy that weak humans will never understand the power of the Holy Mother insect, and that his choice is the only correct future for the village. He then tells the MC that he won't achieve anything just by dodging his attacks because, even though he is stronger than ordinary humans, the end result will not change. Saying this, the old man uses his ability Bone Destruction Poison, claiming that in the sealed space, his poison will be everywhere. Dinah and Bikey quickly cover their noses to avoid inhaling the poison. However, the MC is aware that this poison is a skill exclusive to the cemetery, and even though the village chief's level is low, the poison could still paralyze and be fatal. Ankar screams, saying that there's no need for them to fight, and asks them both to lie down there like all the other invaders. He says this but immediately jumps and attacks the MC, telling him to wait while he opens their stomachs and turns them into a cradle for a larva. However, the MC blocks the attack, leaving the old man intrigued, wondering how Bikey is still able to move. The MC tells the old man that he really has a deadly poison, but by putting on the purification mask, which effectively filters the virus in the air, Bikey makes it clear to the village chief that his poison no longer works. The MC realizes that unlocking that path earlier was essential for farming the plague, or he could have failed that level. He had also given a mask to Dinah, who was relieved, thinking that, by wearing the mask, the previous discomfort disappears instantly, which is truly amazing. With that, Bikey begins to fight frantically with the village chief. While fighting, the MC reflects that the old man is completely insane, and that the person he once knew no longer exists. He then begins to remember when several people found him lying on the ground, and Ankar asks them to take him into the village and give him something to eat, saying it was lucky to find a stranger there, and therefore, he couldn't let him die. The villagers are concerned about the supplies, and tell Ankar that they don't have extra food in the village to share with the MC. However, the old man tells them to take his portion, as it would not be a problem the next day. After recovering, the MC brings a cart full of wild boars. Ankar is pleased and says that bringing Bikey to the village was the right choice, because due to the good deed he performed, the village will be filled with confidence and vitality. They then go to the top of a mountain and sit down watching the entire village. The old man tells Bikey that his family has protected the village for generations, and that his body is getting weaker, no longer able to bear the weight of protecting it. With that, he asks the MC if he could continue protecting the village. However, Bikey has to leave, and the old man tells him not to take his words seriously, as a true man should seek his own paths beyond that small world. He continues, saying that the outside world is vast, and the MC has the ability to soar through it. His only wish was that, as the MC continues to grow, he would occasionally remember this modest place of origin. After reflecting on this, Bikey delivers a powerful strike to the old man, and quickly thinks that out of respect for the past, what he can do for the old man now is guide him on his final journey. Anka, where frustrated, begins to scream, saying that he can't die yet, because if he dies, who will protect the village? As he collapses on the ground with very low HP, he starts to tremble and keeps saying he doesn't want to die. The MC approaches and tells the old man to shut up, saying that he has already given everything he could to the village, and now it's time to rest. Anka, where grabs Bikey's leg and begs him not to look so smug, explaining that he doesn't know anything about the old man. At this moment, the old man uses his power to show the MC past events. Both begin to react and start seeing the past, where the old man first encountered the MC, when Bikey brought food to the village, and when he said goodbye to the village chief. Then, they begin to see when the masked man asked the old man if he was afraid, telling him that his relatives and most of the people in the village had died in the plague, and that he had nothing left to fear, for the human body is very fragile, but the sacred insect could change the fate of the old man and the village. Lying on the altar, Anka where thinks that, although he didn't believe in the words of the reviver, that was his remaining option. He could risk his life, but if the transformation caused mutations, he wouldn't hesitate to take his own life. Soon after, the old man begins to complain of terrible pain, and the masked man, laughing, explains that at the beginning of the ascension, the pain will be intense, but if he endures it, what awaits him will be unprecedented pleasure and power. Afterward, the MC thinks that his and the village chief's consciousnesses have connected for a moment, and that the origin of all this was that reviver. Anka, where begins to crawl on the ground, saying that, in different lines of destiny, he and the MC had a shared past, and at that moment, it was a pity that the world had changed so completely. He says this, and then thrusts his hand into his stomach, saying that if he cannot change the future of the village because of the past they had together, then everything will be in vain. He then pulls the sacred insect crystal from his body, and throws it to the MC, saying that he will entrust the village to him once again. At this moment, the system notifies Baiki that he has defeated the mutant village chief, earning 1,800 soul points as a reward, as well as the rusted key, a key that the village chief valued greatly, and which can open a secret door. Next, the sacred insect crystal is listed, an insect that evolves inside the human body, transforming into a crystal. However, its function remains unknown. Lastly, there are the ashes of the village chief, or his resentment solidified into ashes after death. Baiki picks up the crystal and thinks that he cannot accept this responsibility, as he can only guarantee the safety of the normal villagers. All those who have transformed into mutant insects must be eliminated, and perhaps the original village has no future anymore. At this moment, the MC starts to feel something and wonders if it might be his consciousness trying to reconnect. He soon begins to see an underground cave. As his consciousness is dragged deeper into the cave, Baiki is outraged, wondering how such a large cave could exist beneath the original village. He soon finds himself facing the fragment of the world's soul. He then asks how it is possible for such a large fragment of the world's soul to be beneath the village. Following this, he sees the masked man who was in Ankawar's consciousness, and he immediately asks the MC if the old Anka is truly dead and how Baiki discovered his secret. He tells Baisi that it seems he is not an ordinary person, and then asks the MC to come find him as he will be waiting for him there. Should Baiki not fear death, Baiki's consciousness returns, and he is shocked, wondering why the masked man said he would be waiting for him and that he certainly wouldn't be missing. However, the vision of his consciousness did not reveal the location of the masked man or the fragment, so how was he supposed to find them? After learning that the village chief has been killed, the villagers begin to scream and demand that the bell be rung to gather everyone to find the culprit. Immediately, the bell starts to toll, and a sound wave begins to spread, echoing throughout the Anka village. A woman near the village hears the bell and says they are making too much noise, and it seems that someone has already arrived at the village. But she comments that it doesn't matter whether they arrived first or later, because they are already doomed, and soon orders the following. The churches must be followed, and everyone in Anka village must be defeated, leaving no one alive. These women belong to the order of the Rose Nuns. As they approach the village, the leader of the nuns runs into a few guards. They quickly spot her and charge at her, shouting that she is an invader and will pay for approaching the village without permission. The other nuns leap into action, while their leader comments that she is not surprised that the smell of insects is getting stronger, and then asks if this is why the people sent by the Vatican never returned. Quickly the nuns draw their swords and sickles, beginning to defeat the humans transformed into insects. Meanwhile, the other group of nuns uses firearms and creates magical circles to defeat the next wave of enemies. The leader of the transformed humans charges at the nun leader and comments that their power is completely different from the ones who attacked the village before, so he does not fear them. The nun swiftly draws her hellish chains and asks if they will not retreat. Then, using her immense power, she easily finishes off her opponent, saying that, besides being ignorant and fearless ants, the village hides things they did not know. She soon begins to wonder why the church places so much importance on this village, and wonders if there is a deeper reason behind it. She questions what the hidden secret could be, as her curiosity is fully awakened. Meanwhile, the MC begins to understand better what happened in the village. The village chief's family seemed to have protected the place for generations, but in reality, they were guarding a fragment of the world's soul, buried beneath the village. However, due to their lack of knowledge, they simply kept the fragment as a secret, unaware of the immense power it contained or how to use it. Biha, still deep in thought, becomes worried, knowing that the reborn individual is aware of this. He had only pinpointed the exact location of the fragment, but he also knows how to use the power of the fragment to strengthen the insects of the deep space and confuse the villagers. The system mentions that different reborn individuals have unique secrets and abilities, and regardless of the specific abilities of the reborn individual, The fragment of the world soul cannot be given to anyone. The MC explains that the fragment of the world soul is one of the 3 supreme treasures of the world, containing power beyond comprehension and incomparable. Not to mention that the other large fragments that broke off became the foundation for 8 nations, and even a polluted fragment the size of an ice cube is worth a lot of money. The purer the fragment, the more valuable it is. The fragment buried beneath the village is probably the second largest, second only to those of the 8 nations. Even though it is polluted, it is enough to establish a large-scale city-state. Although, based on the game setup, this is a real world, Biha knows that if he wants to be a king, he can't achieve this alone. Therefore, he knows that he must obtain the fragment at any cost. Dina gets excited about the MC, shouting that he is incredible and that, finally, the village chief has been defeated and the village will be saved once again. Biha responds that it's not the case, and soon explains that, even though the village chief was defeated, the people who had transformed could not be restored, and leaving them free would only bring more calamity to innocent people, so everyone must be defeated. He then tells Dina that this includes the boy's father. Dina becomes furious, demanding to know why everyone should be defeated when the culprit has already been defeated. Biha makes it clear to the boy that the world is cruel, and if someone doesn't have the ability to change things, the only path left is to conform. Dina, still upset, replies that he knows this because his mother always taught him that, in this world, only by abandoning one's humanity can someone live more easily. He also says that they are humans, not monsters, and that he will hold on to his humanity, so, even though his father did many horrible things, he is still the person who gave him life. At that moment, Dil bangs on the door and shouts, saying that all of this is his son's fault, since he allied himself with foreigners to kill the village chief. He then demands that the door be opened, as it is their only way out. Dil also makes it clear to Dina that he will finish off his mother and him. Dina's mother shouts, telling him to run away and not worry about her. The boy stands there devastated. Not knowing what to say, Dina lowers his head and starts laughing, commenting that he was a fool for still having any hope in his father. But soon, he gathers his confidence and shouts, asking DMC to let him deliver the final blow and defeat his father, as he will dedicate his life to repaying the favor. Baiki thinks that, before in the game, the boy was just an NPC programmed, but now he is a living, breathing human being, full of humanity. Normally, maintaining one's humanity means holding on to weaknesses, but the boy is not weak at all. Dina opens the large door, and as everyone enters, he immediately asks them not to hurt his mother. Startled, Dina's mother screams, telling him again not to worry about her and to run away. Dil, on the other hand, says the boy has nowhere to escape and that if they do anything stupid, he will finish her off. Dina, furious, screams, demanding they not hurt her, and asks his father if he doesn't have any feelings for her. Dil hears this and makes it clear to his son that feelings are only burdens to humans, and that, since they have ascended, they have shed those primitive shackles. He then says he might let them go, but they must hand over the key they obtained from the village chief, and they should not pretend they don't know what he's talking about. Baiki, intrigued, thinks that since Dil knows about the key's existence, he must know how to use it, so it's better to play along with his game. The MC grabs the key and says that he will give it to him, but only if he frees Dina's mother first. Dil immediately agrees to the condition. Baiki throws the key to him and at the same time Dil releases the woman. Upon receiving the key, Dil becomes excited, saying that the old man never wanted to trust him with the key. But now, in any case, it is in his possession, and he can finally find the Holy Father and achieve the final ascension. Dil turns around and says that besides abandoning his feelings, he also easily forgets the promises he makes. He warns them to never trust others so easily. Saying this, he immediately orders his lackeys to defeat the MC and the boy. At that moment, Baiki smiles and begins to release his intense power, then asks if Dil is serious. Since he dared to give the key so easily, he could take it back just as easily. He then uses his skill Suffering Piercer, easily defeating all of the sect members. Dil is shocked by this, and quickly wonders who this incredibly strong person is, as he is completely different from the ones who had attacked the village earlier. With that, Dil starts running and orders his servants to stop the MC, saying that no matter how strong Baiki was, he was just one man. The numerical advantage, however, as Dil runs, a man suddenly appears running toward him, warning him that the village has been invaded, and that everyone has been defeated. The man shouts that it was the group of the Sisters of the Order of the Rose, and then he is struck in the head and easily defeated. Dill defends himself from the attack, and, concerned, wonders if perhaps the Principality of Alina has sent the attack battalion of the Rose Sisters. At that moment, the squad of sisters arrives, and soon, the squad leader, Leora of the Thorns, says she is flattered to know that peasants in this backwater corner of the world actually know their name. Still, they dared to commit such despicable acts. She says this and then introduces herself formally, stating that her name is Leora of the Thorns, leader of the Sisters of the Order of the Rose. After introducing herself, she quickly notices something that catches her attention. Wasting no time, she disarms Dill and approaches Baiki, commenting that it seems Baiki is different from the others. Leora smiles, and, now closer to Baiki, observes that his scent seemed to indicate that the village's secret was somehow connected to him. Baiki remains silent, but in his mind, he realizes that he is in serious trouble. These sisters are unbearable, and he wonders if they are here to claim the fragment of the world's soul. This will undoubtedly be harder than he had imagined. Baiki has in mind that the Order of the Rose Nuns, subordinate to the Principality of Alina, is part of the Crimson Vatican, a powerful and devoted military execution organization, composed of young maidens chosen rigorously for their beauty and height above the average. He knows, however, that meeting the external requirements is just the first step. Each selected young woman must consume a special hallucinogenic elixir called the Liquid of Rebirth, enduring a double spiritual and physical torment. Only those who successfully navigate life and death are officially admitted to the Order of the Rose Nuns. Subject to even harsher battle training, therefore, the MC knows that each Rose Nun is an extremely tough adversary. With his current level and skills, he may have a chance in an unknown fight, but against 5, he isn't sure of victory. He needs to think of something. Leora, noticing the MC's anxiety, soon asks him if he's afraid and says, "That shouldn't be the case, you seem like someone very strong." Baiki smiles and replies that he would never dare to face them with his limited abilities, as he knows very well the reputation and glorious achievements of the Order of the Rose Nuns, as they are well known to all. Then he says that he is very grateful to them for arriving just in time and eliminating the mutant heretics, saving the village. Leora laughs and comments, "I didn't expect you to be so flattering." I love hearing that, but she makes it clear to Baiki that he's wrong on one point. She wasn't there to save anyone, but to destroy them all and everything in the village. Dina, hearing this, gets furious and shouts that the innocent people had nothing to do with the village chief's actions. His mother, concerned, grabs him and asks him not to say anything. The leader of the nuns, not wasting any time, says it doesn't matter and quickly makes her move. However, the MC blocks the attack that was heading toward the boy and asks her to wait a moment. Leora comments that she was going to leave the MC for last, for having the courage to pretend to be humble, but it would be more fun to eliminate him first. Baiki prepares himself and says that he has no intention of resisting the holy faith, but simply has some doubts about what kind of misunderstanding led to the divine order being issued, because from what he knows of the Vatican, they wouldn't eliminate innocent civilians. The nun laughs and quickly explains that the Vatican is such a secretive and hidden existence and the MC is a stranger. Baiki begins to approach the nuns and soon recites a chant saying, "Life is like petals of bright red flowers, brief and fleeting, and faith is like strong roots that uphold the beauty." This is not just a brave challenge to life, but also an eternal vow to faith. One of the nuns gets confused and asks her leader how the MC knew their Vatican secret and sacred dogma, but soon after, they charge at Baiki, shouting that it doesn't matter the reason because anyone who speaks their most sacred dogma must be eliminated. But then Leora shouts for them to stop. The MC, still unsatisfied, tells them that if reciting the dogma isn't enough to convince them, he will show them something. He then crouches down and shouts, "Crimson bloom," creating an intense energy in the shape of a thorny rose. The nuns immediately kneel and Leora says that this small declaration, combined with unique combat abilities, cannot be wrong, for that is the highest level of honor in the Vatican. The Crimson strike. She becomes intrigued and wants to know how the MC obtains such a high-level artifact, one that even their captains possess. The Crimson Rose emblem is an emblem of the Vatican, where they use colors to distinguish the levels of their emblems. The crimson color represents the highest level, capable of gaining prestige and power almost equal to that of the Pope. Baiki, confident, points his finger at them and makes it clear that he intended to interact with them as a common person. He tells them that he is no longer fleeing, but revealing himself. He then asks if at that moment, they believe he has the right to question the Vatican's decisions. Leora responds affirmatively, stating that the unaffected civilians will present a report to the Vatican for a decision. At that moment, Deal, terrified, sees an opportunity and imagines that, while they aren't paying attention to him, he will escape to a certain gate, as once there, he will gain the power to eliminate them all. However, the leader of the nuns shouts that the mutants must be eliminated and quickly launches an attack directly toward Deal. But her attack is blocked by the MC. Leora is confused and immediately asks why the MC is against her, and why he wants to protect the criminals, making it clear to him that even though he possesses the highest level emblem, protecting criminals is unforgivable. While Deal flees, Baiki explains to the nun that he isn't against her, nor is he protecting the criminals, as there is a reason for his actions that he cannot reveal. The MC still thinks that, although he doesn't want to conflict with them, if he kills Deal, there will be no way to find the fragments of the world's soul. With this in mind, he uses his marking on Deal, but Leora wastes no time and attacks him, shouting that the MC has seriously violated the law, and regardless of his reasons, he must leave his body there and explain himself to the Vatican. However, she soon becomes puzzled because her attack didn't land at all and wonders if it might be the skill of the hidden assassin. One of the nuns tries to track the MC and says that his energy fluctuation hasn't completely disappeared, and that she can still continue to. She then asks her leader if she should continue. Leora, furious, responds affirmatively and asks them to let her chase him for a bit as she wants to see what he is planning. Leora begins to get excited and hopes the MC continues to create sins, as she imagines her level of honor will greatly rise because of him. As she sprints at full speed using her skill, Bike thinks that, with his current level, he can't fully deceive them with stealth, and if they don't catch him immediately, their true objectives will become obvious as they are chasing him for the fragments of the soul. He also keeps in mind that at least 2 difficult battles must be fought and it might be time to unlock his second game account. At that moment, he receives a system message notifying him that he has an account unlock point and asking if he would like to use it. Bike excitedly confirms that he would. The system begins to create the new account and soon completes it, showing an era of strategic civilization with simulations and constructions where the MC can travel through time and embark on a journey, receiving the splendor of that civilization's age. Bike will be the leader, commanding the ship of civilization, crossing the river of time, and eventually reaching the endless twinkling stars. In addition to being a leader account, it will be a non-combatant support account which can be combined with the main account, allowing him to play the civilization era in the current world. The MC imagines that, with this new game account, he will be able to transform the desolate village of Anquit into a great city, making it a base for his future reign. He also realizes that this ability will be indispensable for his mid and later stage phases. However, for the immediate crisis of the village, it seems there won't be much help. But then, he changes his mind, thinking that the game has unlocked 25 of the gameplay and accessory resources, so there must be rules and abilities useful for increasing his power, and therefore, he needs to find them as quickly as possible. At this moment, Bike is surprised to discover that the marking he placed on Dill is now stationary at a fixed location and questions whether the final battle is finally about to begin. Meanwhile, Dill passes through a dark place and arrives at a huge door. Upon reaching his destination, he immediately kneels before his leader and begins explaining that the village of Anquit was invaded again by foreigners, and that even the village chief was defeated. But he says he managed to steal the key of truth with great effort and then asks his leader to grant him the power to eliminate the invaders. The leader grabs a sinister creature in his hand and tells Dill that he has proven his devotion through concrete actions and that for this, he will grant Dill the highest and supreme power. Saying this, he makes the creature enter his servant's body and then asks him to fulfill the promise. At that moment, Dill begins to transform and screams, saying he feels the power filling his entire body, and that he will fulfill his promise to punish the invaders. He then fully transforms into a Holy Punisher xenomorph at level 40. Meanwhile, outside the leader's room, the temple guardians are outraged, wondering how the chief could give the key of the path to someone without name or rank like Dill. One of the guardians grabs a sword and tells the others to finish off Dill and forcibly take the vision key, for then they would have the right to see the Holy Father and achieve complete ascension. Just then, the great door of the Holy Father opens and several tentacles emerge from it, hitting the temple guardians, who soon scream, wanting to know what is happening. Dil emerges from the room, fully transformed, and says he has suffered greatly at their hands, but now that he has achieved complete ascension, he has an almost immortal body and no one will be able to kill him. Dil begins to drain the vitality of the guardians, saying they will only serve as nutrients to increase his power. He then begins to overflow with intense energy and screams, saying that when he absorbs all the remaining people in the village, he will be able to take revenge on Baiki and the nun leader. At that moment, the MC appears in front of Dil, telling him not to worry, as he is here. The xenomorph, surprised, immediately asks how the MC managed to find him there, but then he says it doesn't matter and attacks Bashir with his tentacles, making it clear that although dealing with the nuns might be a bit difficult at the moment, dealing with Bashir, a level 10 kid, will be easy. However, the MC leaps, dodging the attacks, and counterattacks the tentacles, asking Dil if he really thinks it will be easy. Dil becomes furious and charges at the MC, saying it was luck and that his level after complete ascension is far superior to his. He then unleashes an attack on Baiki, who uses his Scarlet Burn ability, which soon starts to take effect on the entire body of the xenomorph. Dil, now puzzled, wonders why he can't defeat the MC despite having gained such power. Bashir has in mind that, although his surface level is 10, his true level is 30, because he is concealed in addition to his ready equipment, which is enough to crush Dil. On the ground, the xenomorph has low HP, while Baiki makes it clear to Dil that he promised Dina he would let the kid finish him off. Dil screams, saying that his son has always disappointed him and that he never wanted to have the boy. At that moment, the MC is startled and remembers when his father left, thinking that he shouldn't have had him either. He remembers his father leaving when he was only 5 years old and never coming back, and all those memories vanished, except for the words Dil had just said. But then the MC takes a deep breath and realizes he needs to calm down, because what happened in his past life no longer matters. He then goes to the great door and thinks that he cannot let the flaws and regrets of his past life become his weakness now. Baiki opens the door, and Dil, immediately frightened, grabs the key and says that the MC missed the best chance to obtain it. Baiki remains silent, while the xenomorph crawls and begins to laugh, but his head is soon crushed by the nun leader. Leora takes the key and asks if Dil had worked so hard just to find and open the door, also wondering what is behind the great door. The MC replies that he doesn't know, and asks if by chance the Rose Nuns battle squad isn't interested in secrets from that end of the world. Leora finishes off the xenomorph, and makes it clear to the MC that she doesn't care about the secrets behind the door, as the secret belongs to the church and the queen. What truly interests her is him. Surprised, Baiki comments that he is flattered and then thinks they have no idea what they're about to face. At that moment, the sacred executor chief, with very little HP remaining, transforms into a small creature and runs away, saying that the power of the Holy Father is beyond anything they could imagine. However, he encounters his son and leaps towards him, demanding that he return the life and flesh he had given him. Dina screams, saying that he is not his son, and that he is not his father, and delivers a powerful blow to him. Dil begins to disintegrate, and with the last of his strength, he screams indignantly, saying that he was eliminated by a brat. At that moment, the system informs that, after Dil is finished off, he dropped the item Water of the Putrid River, a toxin made from river water. The longer it is applied to a weapon, the longer the toxin lasts. Then, Dina gains experience and levels up to level 10, soon feeling happy for defeating his father. Dina starts trembling all over, while Leora expresses her pleasure, saying she didn't expect Dina, despite being so young, to have the courage to finish off his own father. She approaches and asks curiously how the boy feels about defeating his own relatives. Baiki steps in front of the boy and immediately asks Leora why she's rubbing salt into other people's wounds. He tells her that she knows better than anyone how it feels to gain power by killing family members. She becomes confused and says she doesn't understand where the MC is going with this. But soon, she starts feeling a sharp headache and begins to see some images of her childhood, of when she was imprisoned and mistreated. Then she had grabbed a torch and set fire to a house, which quickly went up in flames. At that moment, one of the nuns calls out to her and asks what had happened. Leora comments that she was just seeing some strange images that suddenly appeared in her mind, but that everything was fine now. The MC, observing this, thinks to himself that those weren't strange images, but the true images of her childhood. However, after she joined the Rose Nuns battle squad, all her memories were forcibly erased. He then tells Dina to leave as quickly as possible. As he has kept his promise, the boy doesn't waste time and runs off thanking Baiki. Leora begins to play with the key and asks the MC if everything he's done was just to use the key, open the door and see what's inside, wanting to know what's beyond the door as well. Baiki smiles and tells her that the key is in her hands, and if she's curious, she should open the door and see with her own eyes, but if they are afraid, they can give him the key, and he will open it and reveal the answer to them. She starts laughing and says she isn't curious because it doesn't matter. What she really wants to know is what can be obtained from what's inside. She then orders one of the nuns to open the door and be careful of any traps. The nun confirms, saying that she has already detected the area and that there are no traps or mechanisms. Leora approaches the door, uses the key to open it, but then asks one of the nuns to open it. When the door opens, dark energy starts to pour out, and the nuns are immediately attacked brutally. Leora manages to defend herself from some of the attacks. Meanwhile, the MC drops to the ground to dodge the attacks, while thinking that the attack on the door's opening might be an automatic defense mechanism, but he recalls that there was no such thing in the previous game. One of the nuns, frightened, is confused about why everything seems fine now, even though she had been severely attacked. Leora explains that what they all witnessed was the intention to kill emanating from inside the door, and it seems that something inside is warning them not to approach. That's why she knows that the stronger the defense, the more valuable whatever is inside must be. The leader of the nuns comments that she has changed her mind and now desperately wants to know what's inside. She says this and immediately begins walking toward the great door. Meanwhile, the MC remains intrigued, wondering what the purpose is of bringing them here, knowing that everything behind the door is unknown and that they must be as careful as possible after entering and encountering the vast space behind the door. Leora is impressed by what she is witnessing. She immediately asks if what she is seeing in front of her is truly a fragment of the world's soul. As she knows that such fragments can lead to wars between nations, she adds that with a treasure of this level, the church no longer has the right to possess it, and that it should be directly delivered to the queen. Leora begins to tremble with the discovery, commenting that she will obtain the highest honor, as this treasure is a divine reward for her devotion. At that moment, a system message pops up, notifying that multiple quests have been updated. The main quest is acquire possession of the world's soul fragment, with a reward of 1 account unlocked point. The account quest is use the world's soul fragment as a starting point to initiate a new era of civilization in phases. Baiki becomes confused and impressed by the account quest, and imagines that the final goal of this quest is no less challenging than the main quest of becoming king. He prepares himself, thinking that now is not the time to study the quest, but rather to focus on the fierce battle that is about to take place. Then, Brugis, a subordinate of the 100, appears at level 45 and asks Leora if the fragment of the soul isn't beautiful, as it attracts so many moths. He soon makes it clear to them that, like moths, he has already decided to give them the chance to live, but if they insist on flying into the flame, he will fulfill their wish, and everyone will become hosts to generate his descendants. Leora laughs and says that despite his imposing demeanor, he is still only level 45, and under their group attack, he won't last even 30 seconds. She then tells him to stop looking so superior. However, one of the nuns quickly alerts her leader that the item is emitting a warning, and that Brugis is not just an ordinary boss but rather a reborn. Leora becomes worried and immediately wants to know how a reborn could be there. She says this, and orders all the nuns to activate the highest combat permissions. Baiki, observing everything the nuns are doing, is intrigued, wondering how they still have an item that can predict reanimators. This is truly terrifying, and if it weren't for the princess giving him an item to hide his identity, he would have been in a life or death battle from the start. Leora then shouts, ordering them to attack the reborn with everything they have, and not let him have a chance to breathe. All the nuns begin to brutally attack Brugis, giving him no chance to defend himself. A massive explosion soon follows as the dust settles. Brugis is revealed, unharmed by the attacks. He starts laughing and says that truly all of this has been troublesome, and that he didn't want to bother them, the NPCs, as he only wanted to hide and grow in the underground. He didn't expect them to discover his true identity. The nun squad prepares again, and the sub-captain comments that they've been focusing their fire on him for a long time, and yet he hasn't been eliminated. Brugis wastes no time, and strikes the nuns with his blood, saying that now that they know his true identity, they must be eliminated without a trace. They begin to scream in pain, saying that Brugge's blood is running through their bodies. Baiki simply continues watching the fight, wondering that the reborn's profession and abilities are unknown. Therefore, he has no advantage in terms of information, and decides it's better to leave the nuns in charge of testing the enemy's capabilities. Leora thinks to herself that she has eliminated many reborn, but this is the first time she has encountered such a strange ability. However, she comments that there is no need for panic, and that, bathed in the blessing of blood and roses, they have no fear. Soon, they use the Strength of Thorns, which boosts the group's power, along with Eternal Kiss, which restores HP. They also use the Legend of Night Flowers, which enhances magic, and finally, the Blood Mark of Sacrifice, which significantly increases their attack. Then, Leora points her finger at Brugge's and comments that, for the glory of the Church and the Queen, they must obtain the fragment of the world's soul, no matter the cost. Immediately, the nuns charge at Brugge's with everything they have. He, on the other hand, snaps his fingers and asks them why they are in such a hurry to be eliminated, and where the real world they were promised is. At that moment, they stop and begin to scream, saying they can't move their bodies. Soon, they start screaming in desperation, begging Brugge's to stop his attack. Leora wonders if it's the illusion magic again, but quickly realizes it's some kind of poison in the air, causing asphyxiation and mental corrosion. Because of the poison, Leora starts to see images from her childhood, where a large man was grabbing her and shouting that she was a damned witch, and demanding to know why she was still alive, then asking her to return his son. Seeing herself on the floor, she has no idea who this man is, and begins to question what all of this could mean. Soon, she starts seeing an image of Brugge's, who says that the moment of ascension has come, and that they should drink from it to abandon the past and be reborn completely. From that moment on, they would be the people of Baizi and all there should worship. Leora begins to think that this is exactly what happened. Baizi had given her a new life, but after a while she shouts that she does not worship Baizi, and that all of this was just an illusion. She becomes worried, wondering if she was controlled by an illusion, and nearly distorted the faith she had followed all her life. Leora turns around and tells everyone to regain their consciousness quickly, but she notices her companions being brutally attacked by Brugge's creatures with an omnipotent aura. The boss comments that he is impressed with her for managing to suppress his neurotoxin with her own willpower. He then makes it clear that to make her submit completely, he will have to add something extra. Leora becomes furious, and says that she will never fully submit, because in the dogma of the Bloody Rose, there is no submission. She says this and activates her ability, Level 1 Bloody Rose, a supreme skill of the Order of the Nuns of the Rose. Brugge's, noticing Leora's ability, becomes curious and says he will also use it on the nuns he controls, as they have that ability within them. As soon as he makes them use the ability, he asks Leora how she will react to her former companions. However, the leader of the nuns wastes no time and easily eliminates them with her strength. She says that their sacrifice will be celebrated, their deeds will shine, and their souls will return to the rose. She offers her most sincere prayer, because the Bloody Rose will forever bloom in their memory, transforming into her courage and strength to move forward. Brugge's is surprised and comments that she is truly cruel, finishing off her own companions without hesitation. Because of this, he will enter the battle. He then begins his biz mutation in force mode, and says he will have a little fun with her. Leora doesn't waste any time and charges at Brugge's, saying it's about time he did something. He grabs the nun's whip and says he was just being kind. Then he pulls her with force and delivers a powerful punch to Leora's ribs, sending her flying backward. But since he is still holding her whip, he pulls her back and starts landing several blows on her until he delivers an even stronger punch, throwing her into the wall. On the ground with her HP at an all-time low, Leora comments that, for this world each reborn is the greatest threat, and if normal power isn't enough, she will use supreme power to destroy everything and everyone there. She then shouts that, if the Queen in the Church can't obtain the fragment of the world's soul, she won't allow anyone else to take it. With that, she begins to channel her energy, saying that with her life as a sacrifice, she will use her ultimate ability. She then uses Invocation of the Bloody Rose Level 3, Sacred Bloody Flower, where she uses her body infused with the potion as a means of sacrifice, summoning the powerful sacred flower of the Bloody Rose, which can devour everything. Without wasting any time, the Bloody Rose begins to devour Brugge's, who screams that his blood is being sucked, bringing his HP down to 60. However, Leora notices that her strongest attack is not having the desired effect. Frustrated, she comments that, even using her most powerful strike, she wouldn't be able to eliminate him. Brutus begins attacking the bloody rose from within, and shouts that although she didn't kill him, she hurt him a lot because of this. He's changed his mind and will finish her off as quickly as possible. Leora, hearing this, realizes that she should have been dead for over 10 years. She suddenly remembers that the visions she was having were of her forgotten past. Even though they were sad and weak, she had been saved by the Supreme Queen and has no regrets. At that moment, the MC appears, cutting the tentacle that was heading straight for the nun. As he positions himself in front of Leora, she's surprised to have been defended by him. Baiki, radiating energy, thanks her and says that thanks to them, he now knows all the details about Brutus, and now it's his turn to act. He begins to walk forward and tells them that their mission is complete, and they can retreat. Leora, outraged, asks if he's saying she eliminated 4 of her subordinates just to make way for him. She says she fought 5 against 1, and still couldn't defeat him at that moment. Brutus charges toward the MC and comments that another NPC who doesn't know his place has appeared, thinking that the MC was just another person. He quickly asks if Baiki has the courage to come closer and show off. The MC, facing Brutus, remarks that he's strong, but his strength comes from his level and skills difference, and his combat experience is nothing impressive. It seems that he prefers to hide and grow in the shadows. Baiki also makes it clear to Brutus that if he faces an experienced opponent, he'll be easily defeated. Brutus starts laughing and attacks Baiki with his claws, while asking the MC how there can be an NPC who, instead of being a pawn, starts studying strategies. Seeing the direction of Brutus' attack, Baiki grabs Leora in his arms as she screams at him, saying she doesn't need saving and that he shouldn't interfere. Baiki responds that, no matter how confident she is, the enemy is a reborn one full of tricks. The MC then starts releasing his intense power and levels up, saying that, coincidentally, he's also a reborn. Brutus, intrigued, immediately asks the MC how he's able to control his level freely, and if he really is a reborn. Leora is also surprised and wonders how she didn't notice the MC's identity, and then asks how he did it, as even the alert items didn't react. Brutus starts laughing upon discovering that the MC isn't an NPC, but a reborn. He can even hide his identity as a reborn, which is a skill worthy of reward. He then asks if the MC is the one connected to his consciousness, commenting that since Baiki is on the opposite side of the Black Reborn faction, the situation has become even more interesting. The MC prepares himself. Knowing that the information he's just learned will be crucial, he then tells Brutus that there's a faction conflict between the Black Reborn and other Reborn, as he thought it was a free-for-all battle. As he charges toward the MC, Brutus says that it's a very naive understanding from Baiki, and that he must be a rookie who just reincarnated. He says it's not his responsibility to explain the concepts to him, but out of consideration for their meeting, he'll give him a free hint. He then yells that if he kills the MC, he'll be able to take his ability exclusively for himself. Baiki doesn't waste time and charges at Brutus as well, thanking him for the explanation, but making it clear that he has no interest in his ability. Leora, observing the MC, feels intrigued, and wonders if the special aura emanating from Baiki stems from his identity as a reborn. However, she notes that his current aura is entirely different from that of a typical reborn individual. As the MC battles Brutus, he speculates that Brutus' class is a mutant branch that combines magical abilities with parasitic traits, resembling an insect summoner. It's a class that had appeared in the game before, one he was familiar with and knew how to counter. Brutus charges at Baiki, taunting him by asking if his supposedly superior combat experience only consists of running away like a rat. But before Brutus can land a blow, the MC dramatically increases his speed and begins attacking, sarcastically admitting that Brutus' accusation was somewhat accurate. Leora, surprised, marvels at Baiki's speed, realizing that no matter how strong his opponent is, as long as he avoids being hit, he can slowly wear them down with his agility. At this moment, Brutus, visibly annoyed, mocks the MC, suggesting they compete in speed. He then grabs one of his insects and activates parasitic mutation, extreme speed, creating a sinister aura around himself and fully restoring his HP. The MC quickly deduces that the insect summoner confused different parasites to significantly enhance corresponding abilities ready to play. Brutus taunts Baiki, daring him to stop running. However, when Brutus launches an attack, he's stunned to see Baiki vanish from his front and reappear behind him in the blink of an eye. Frustrated, Brutus tries attacking again but fails to land a single hit. Confused, he demands to know why his maximum speed isn't enough to catch Baiki. Using his remarkable speed, the MC appears behind Brutus once more and offers an explanation, free of charge. He breaks it down. Brutus lacks combat experience, information about his opponent, and focus in his attribute fusions. Additionally, his class is at a disadvantage. Baiki then reveals his new ability, Shadow Step, a skill unique to assassins that allows him to vanish from the physical world and enter the Shadow Realm. There, he can move through a parallel dimension, effectively teleporting. The higher the level, the longer he can remain in the Shadow Realm. After concluding his explanation, Baiki unleashes a flurry of attacks on Brutus, reducing his HP by half. Furious at Baiki's arrogance, Brutus screams about how he had been preparing and evolving in the depths, intending to strike after becoming unstoppable. He accuses Baiki, another reborn, of ruining his plans and declares that he must be eliminated immediately. Brutus then activates his ultimate ability, Insect Summoning. He commands his insect minions to gather, calling them his sacred children. The deafening sound forces Leora to cover her ears, her head pounding as if it will explode. She wonders if this agony is due to a neurotoxin she inhaled earlier, fearing she might transform into a hideous insect herself. Meanwhile, countless insect-like creatures surround Baiki. He calmly taunts Brutus, acknowledging that this is indeed the correct way to use an insect summoner. First, exhaust the enemy with overwhelming numbers, then deliver the finishing blow. However, Baiki retrieves the spirit bell and cheekily asks Brutus if he too can summon allies. He then uses the ashes of Chief Anka from the Anka village, whose lingering hatred after death resonates with the spirit bell. Baiki summons Chief Anka Weir, a level 47 entity, to join the fight. Anka begins decimating the insectoid creatures surrounding Baiki, declaring that, as an irredeemable sinner, the least he can do for Baiki is to eliminate the evil he once fostered with his own hands. Brutus grows increasingly enraged, demanding to know why every move he makes is anticipated by Baiki. He questions the vast disparity between them. Despite both being reborn, however, Brutus turns and charges toward the fragment, declaring that he refuses to be a loser, and that, with a fragment of the world's soul, he will never be defeated. The MC tries to stop him, stabbing one of his daggers into Brutus' back, but the boss manages to touch the fragment. A reaction begins to occur, and the MC wonders if their consciousnesses are connecting again. He starts seeing a person in a lab coat inside a laboratory and questions where he is and whether, by chance, what he is witnessing is the boss' past life. Brutus explains that in his previous life, he was a leading biologist who discovered special substances in insects that could prolong human life. He should have been successful both in science and fame, but was tragically betrayed by his business partner. His partner destroyed everything in the laboratory, making it clear that since Brutus had created the BB00 serum, he was no longer valuable and should never think about approaching the lab again. The partner told Brutus to take the money and disappear as quickly as possible. Brutus recounts how, at that moment, his life lost all purpose. He could give up everything, but if he could never see the perfect life he had created again, he would have no reason to live. Perhaps it would be better to end it all by jumping from the building. At that instant, BB00 approached his shoulder, questioning what Brutus was doing there, as it should have been locked in the underground high-security laboratory. Brutus explains that BB00 was a special specimen he created after years of work, overcoming countless failures and using genetic editing. He reveals that his experiment contained an unknown power. BB00 told him to take revenge on everyone who had betrayed him. Brutus then injected a toxin into his body while laughing, saying that after a lifetime of weakness, who would have thought being a villain could be so satisfying? With this, he gained incredible power and decided to destroy everyone around him. Witnessing all of this, the MC wonders if this mental connection is accidental or inevitable, whether it might be unilateral or bilateral, and whether it has anything to do with the amplification of the world's soul fragments. Still gripping the dagger embedded in Brutus' back, he reflects on how many secrets reborn individuals possess. Brutus begins absorbing intense power from the fragment, declaring that the feeling of being on the verge of death reminds him of his last moments of glory in his past life. He proclaims that if he can no longer return to human form, he will fully unleash himself. At this moment, Leora grows extremely worried, wondering if Brutus has truly managed to absorb the power of the world's soul fragment, and whether it's a special ability of his or something exclusive to reborn individuals. Baiki tries to remain calm, reasoning that even if Brutus can absorb the fragment's power, he will need guidance to transform completely, and attacking him directly may not be the best solution. With this in mind, the MC charges at the fragment, believing that the world's soul crystal contains immense power but is not as invincible as it appears. He resolves to destroy it to prevent Brutus' mutation. Although regrettable, it's necessary to ensure their survival. He begins to attack the fragment frantically, searching for a way to break it while absorbing the fragment's power. Brutus smiles and acknowledges the MC's intelligent choice, but explains that the fragment has already been reinforced with a special coating he extracted. As a result, the MC cannot destroy it. Brutus asserts that no one present has any means left to defeat him. At that moment, a system message arrives, announcing that nuclear energy essential for building civilizations has been detected, that the second auxiliary account has been activated, and that the special ability used to claim possession has been completed. The system declares that the world soul fragment has been claimed, and that no one else can use it except Baiki. Additionally, it informs that the auxiliary account's mission has been updated and that the progress is currently at 5 completion. Brutus, upon noticing the fragment's strange reaction, starts screaming, demanding to know what's happening, why the power transfer from the fragment was interrupted, and complaining about unbearable pain. Baiki feels delighted and quickly imagines that the second account, despite not appearing particularly strong, easily managed to obtain the world's soul fragment, a truly impressive ability. He concludes that this means the new game's account rules completely surpass the world's basic rules. At that moment, Brutus grows even more furious, demanding to know what the MC has done. However, he quickly makes it clear to Baiki that he shouldn't think this alone would be enough to defeat him. Even though Brutus hadn't completed his mutation, he claims he's still more than capable of finishing them off. Leora, observing the entire scene, realizes that the MC seems to have interrupted Brutus' mutation. She considers that perhaps if she joins forces with Baiki, they might defeat him, but she's quickly disheartened, recognizing her current weakness. Suddenly, an item hurtles toward her, and Baiki yells for her to grab it. She catches the item and is surprised, wondering why the MC is giving her the red rose insignia, considering they are enemies, and how she could accept something so valuable. Without hesitation, Leora uses the item and immediately notices the debuff on her is gone, and her strength has drastically increased. Baiki firmly states to Leora that the enemy of his enemy is his friend, and that the insignia in her hands can maximize its value. He needs her help. Both prepare to fight, and Leora acknowledges that the MC made a smart decision. She agrees that to defeat Brutus, they must unite their strengths. Baiki and Leora charge at Brutus, with Baiki urging the nun to use her strongest attack to end their enemy. Taking advantage of his confused state, the boss wastes no time and leaps toward them. However, he is quickly restrained by Leora's attack. Baiki uses his shadow slaughter formation, delivering multiple strikes against Brutus from all directions. The boss begins to shout, mocking their attacks, claiming that if this was their best, it was now his turn to show them a truly powerful attack. Ignoring Brutus' taunts, Leora activates her ultimate ability, Bloodthorn, Demonic Blossom, which rapidly engulfs the boss. The MC wastes no time and throws 2 ancient thunder grenades at Brutus' feet. Desperate, the boss screams, trying to understand what is happening and lamenting that, having just been reborn, he doesn't want to meet his end now. However, the demonic blossom traps him within its petals, and the MC's grenades take effect, defeating him. After the fight, Leora levels up and is astonished, never imagining she could gain a level here, much less in such a way. At that moment, the system prompts the MC to choose between light and darkness, explaining that since he defeated the first Dark Reborn, their faction had been weakened, dragging him into the eternal battle between light and darkness. The system also asks Baiki to decide which faction he wishes to join, the Dark Reborn or the Light Reborn. Alternatively, he can wait to make a more informed decision. Baiki, puzzled by the situation, questions the importance of this choice. He ultimately decides not to choose yet, opting to gather more information before committing. The system then notifies him that the MC has eliminated a reborn, earning 1818 gold coins, 8,000 experience points, and 1 account unlock point. Additionally, the following items were obtained. Insect Summoner's Call, a skill book that, when learned, allows the MC to summon swarms of insects. The level and abilities of the swarms depend on the host's attributes. Insect Summoner's Set, a magical equipment set resembling insects, which strengthens bonds with insect life and maximizes the summoner's abilities. Extractive Multi-Insect Fluid, a potion enabling transformation into a mutant insect. If the MC drinks the potion, they will transform into a powerful humanoid insect, temporarily gaining the supreme power of multiple insects for 3 minutes. Finally, they obtain the Dark Reborn Insignia, an item representing the identity of the Dark Reborn. By holding it, any reborn individual without a faction can temporarily become a member of the Dark Reborn faction while holding the insignia. Vicky is intrigued, imagining what it would be like to temporarily infiltrate the Dark Reborn faction. He feels relieved for not having chosen a faction earlier, thinking this insignia might be the key to infiltrating the enemy and gathering crucial information. However, the MC is startled to find themselves before the Hall of the Dark Round Table of unknown level. Their system notifies them that their identity change is in progress, and their new identity at that moment is Dark Reborn. Bruges, the system also warns them to maintain their identity to avoid detection. Otherwise, they will be eliminated shortly after. The system informs the MC that their identity change was successful, and they are now Bruges, a Dark Reborn. The system instructs them to ensure their cover is not blown until they leave the area. Vicky, with their new identity, recalls that in the original game, there was indeed a roundtable scenario, a special location where players and specific NPCs could gather to exchange information, buy and trade items. He considers that perhaps the Dark Roundtable Room is a kind of online chat group created by the Dark Reborn. Using this mechanism at that moment, Vicky is startled by someone addressing Lord Bruges, its administrator Hall of unknown level, questioning why they suddenly appeared there, as it was not a scheduled meeting day. Hall remarks that this is very unusual since Bruges never appears outside mandatory meeting days. The MC tries to cover up, suggesting that the administrator might be senile, as the meeting was scheduled for that day. Hall laughs, admitting he might indeed be getting forgetful and apologizing to the MC. However, he soon turns and makes it clear to Vicky, disguised as Bruges, that, as the Roundtable's administrator, he has been there for an untold number of years. He then asks if a small lapse from time to time couldn't be forgiven. The MC decides not to respond to avoid compromising their new identity. After walking for a while, the administrator directs them, pointing out the meeting room for the day, and leaves them there. Vicky approaches the location, noticing Hall staring at them. He quickly questions Hall, asking if he was trying to eliminate him. Vicky argues that he knows his level is 40, and that the administrator was leading him into a level 60 room. Just entering there would be enough to die instantly by the rules. Vicky further comments that, given Hall's level, it would be easy to eliminate him directly without subterfuge. Hall asks the MC not to take offense, and explains that it wasn't personal, he was simply doing his duty. The administrator elaborates that, as the MC knows, there have been cases of stolen identities. Therefore, identity verification is a necessary procedure. Still curious, Vicky asks the administrator if there isn't any high-level item that could make identity verification more efficient, as going through this process every time is very irritating. Hall responds that identity verification items are extremely rare, and that, with the resources available, it's still impossible to verify someone of the MCS level or above 40. At that moment, the MC opens the door and remarks that, in the end, the issue is that the NPCs are incompetent. They mockingly add that, if the administrator knelt and begged, they might consider providing a 100-colony mutant to assist with identity verification. After entering the room, the MC feels relieved, knowing that they were almost exposed. However, they reflect on how, in such a short period, they had already faced 2 major traps. If not for inheriting part of the original host's memories, they would have been eliminated by the old man. They also acknowledge that this proves the ability to inherit and connect reborn memories is a special case, something others cannot do. Past the silencer, then asks the MC if the sun rose in the west that day, commenting that Bai Chi is always the last to arrive. How could he have arrived so early today? He confidently concludes that this is not the real Bruges. Furious, Pass slams his fist on the chair and demands the MC reveal who they really are. Bai Chi, disguised as Bruges, responds that the administrator had already verified his identity and questions why Pass always insists on suspecting everyone. Enraged, Pass turns to Dark, the brave level 48 warrior, asking if he heard the MC's arrogance. He claims that Bruges is always silent, but today he dared to respond, definitely not the real Bruges. However, Dark merely exhales deeply and remains silent. Bai Chi sits down and tells Pass to stop being childish, suggesting that Pass is acting this way because Bai Chi had outbid him for an item last time. Bai Chi further taunts Pass, saying he should stop pitying himself for being broken, that, even after reincarnating in another world, he still doesn't know how to make money. Furious, Pass leaps onto the table, asking if the MC will continue insulting him. Dark intervenes, asking them to stop. He reminds everyone that they are in a neutral zone where no one can fight and makes it clear that if they want to settle matters, they should arrange a meeting in the real world and resolve it there. Dark emphasizes that the meeting is about to begin and that the Duke is already on his way, ordering them to be quiet. Pass reluctantly sits down, seething with anger and vowing that he cannot let this slide. He begins plotting how to find the MC in the real world and take them down. At that moment, Nick Hathaway, the Duke of Shadows, arrives and everyone begins to greet him. Nick, however, asks them to stop, reminding them that they are all reborn and don't need to be so formal. He jokes about already being enigmatic enough and encourages everyone to relax. Once the room calms down, the Duke of Shadows announces the agenda for the monthly meeting. There are 3 main topics. First, he mentions that the global situation is quietly shifting. Hades and Wonbuk are at war along their border. He explains that this was due to the influence of the Dark Reborn, who instigated the conflict. However, Nick Hathaway expresses disappointment that the Duchy of Alina has not entered the war as anticipated. He emphasizes that their goal is to continue pressuring Alina to join the conflict. Next, the Duke asks Pass how many reborn individuals he managed to recruit that month. Pass admits that he recruited none, but attempts to justify himself by saying he encountered several reborn who refused to join their cause. According to Pass, these individuals claim that after reincarnating, they wanted to live freely without being bound by rules and treaties. Like lone wolves. Furious, Hathaway yells at Pass, calling him useless, and asks if he didn't mention the benefits of joining, such as items, resources, and information. He orders Pass to use every means necessary next time, even threats or bribes. Pass shouts back saying he had explained all of this, but the reborn still refused, claiming they saw themselves as the chosen ones. Nick Hathaway curses them, calling them fools, and declares that even as reborn, the basic rules of the world's functioning do not change. He asserts that if they cannot understand this, they wasted their chance to be reborn. Concerned about the situation, Dark tries to intervene and reassures the Duke, stating that the number of members they currently have far exceeds that of neutral, reborn, and bright reborn combined. The Duke responds that he is aware, but mentions that the neutral reborn are applying pressure. However, he changes his tone and states that, despite all these frustrations, there is something that makes him happy. He then highlights and congratulates Bruges, commenting that, thanks to Bruges' intelligence and cunning, he has caused significant trouble for the Duchy of Alina and its clergy, greatly easing their relations in the area. As a result, the Duke announces that Bruges' access level will be increased to 49, allowing him to access higher-level information and purchase superior items. Everyone in the room is impressed by the Duke's decision. They remark that Bruges is still level 40, but now has permission to use level 49 items. Who would have thought that this insignificant guy could achieve such great feats? They never imagined he was so capable. Pass, however, becomes excited, thinking he now has even more reasons to kill Bruges. He decides he will, at all costs, discover Bruges' true identity. Once Bruges acquires higher-level items, Pass plans to eliminate him and take everything for himself. Baiki thanks the Duke and comments that he is merely doing his duty. He then makes a request, asking Nick Hathaway for permission to recruit new members, as he wishes to contribute even more to the Dark faction. Pass is furious and shouts, claiming that recruitment is his responsibility. He accuses Bruges of trying to steal his credit and, in desperation, turns to the Duke, accusing Bruges of scheming something. However, The Duke pays no attention to Pass and quickly agrees with the MC, disguised as Brutus. The Duke affirms that hard work must be rewarded and that they need capable and committed individuals. He adds that if the recruits more people, they will receive even greater rewards. Baiki thanks the Duke for the opportunity and promises not to disappoint him. At the same time, he reflects that this was an unexpected gain and that this critical mission line will continue bringing great benefits. He realizes that, initially, he had only planned to take a look, but now it seems he will need to continue playing the role of Brutus for a while longer. After the meeting, the protagonist walks around the area, marveling at how large the place is. Since he now has advanced permissions and is already there, he decides to do some shopping. Upon arriving and opening the door to the dark society shop of unknown level, he immediately hears someone asking if he had finally arrived. It's Mary the Bloody, a merchant, who greets the protagonist warmly, saying she missed him deeply and asking if he was planning a surprise visit for her. Baiki approaches and comments that she always knows what to say, as she might have guessed. He's there to spend big, having just obtained level 49 permissions. Intrigued, Mary asks how he could have level 49 permissions while being only level 40. However, she quickly dismisses it, saying it doesn't matter and that her doors are always open to him. She adds that the new purchase permissions have been unlocked, so he can buy as much as he wants. Baiki begins browsing the items, noting that all previously unlocked items are top tier. While the basic level 49 items don't interest him, he hopes to find something unexpected. That's when he is surprised by an item called Base Pioneer, an original spatial item priced at 1 million gold coins. Mary immediately asks if he is genuinely interested in the item, explaining that it's one of the few original spatial items she owns. She notes that it would typically only be unlocked at level 100, making it extremely rare. Baiki, stunned, confirms if the price is truly 1 million gold coins and jokingly asks if the item couldn't cost just 10,000 coins. Mary laughs and asks if he's joking, explaining that it's an original spatial item. The protagonist laughs as well and replies that precisely because he understands its value, he's willing to offer 10,000 coins. He argues that the item is, in fact, just deadweight. With 10,000 coins, he could buy 100 slaves, so who would spend 1 million on a construction machine? Besides, even if he bought it, he wouldn't be able to use it. Mary, surprised, realizes he's hit the mark. Although it's an original spatial item, due to its limited functionality, its level dropped from 99 to 49, and yet no one wants it. However, since she profited greatly last time, it wouldn't hurt to let go of this item now. Mary approaches the protagonist and comments that she didn't expect him to be so wealthy and calculating. She then offers the item for just 10,000 gold coins, but warns there will be a personal condition attached. The protagonist, intrigued, says that as long as it's not something absurd, they have a deal. Mary assures him not to worry and promises it won't put him in trouble. She only wants him to owe her a favor and be available to help her when needed. With this, the system notifies that the protagonist has acquired the base Pioneer item through negotiation. Deducting 10,000 gold coins additionally, it informs him that he has made a pact with the NPC Mary the Bloody, who will be able to make a request based on her level, which he will not be able to refuse. Becky takes the receipt and comments that he will be leaving, but will be waiting for her to call in the favor. Mary thanks him and asks him not to forget to return. The protagonist reflects that the deal was very satisfying, as he only came to browse but ended up obtaining a great treasure. He concludes that while the machine might not be useful to others, for him it is a gem. At that moment, a system message arrives, notifying that the protagonist has successfully completed the mission to resolve the problem in Anka Village. As a reward, he earned 1 account unlocked point, bringing his total to 2 points. The system also reveals that Anka Village has been 100 explored, unlocking the village's hidden lore, the place where it all began. The system explains that no one knew, but the founder of the Shingyo dynasty, the first king Monodolus, was actually an orphan from Anka Village. This secret connection was destined to unveil the hidden truths of the village. Becky, upon learning this, is astonished, as he had no idea the first king came from Anka Village. He reflects that it all makes sense now why there are such magnificent underground structures in the village, and immense fragments of the world's soul. As everyone exits the underground, the villagers begin thanking God for protecting the village and finally freeing them from eternal darkness. Dina, overhearing this, shouts and points to the protagonist, declaring that it wasn't any god's protection, but rather the great Becky who had saved everyone in the village. She asserts that she witnessed him restore the sanity and reason of the village chief. Before being defeated, Anka were entrusted the village to Becky, making him the new chief who will guide them toward a new beginning. The villagers, surprised, begin asking Dina if what she's saying is true, as Becky is very young and didn't seem capable of such feats. However, they soon change their tone and ask what they should do, given the village has fewer than 100 inhabitants, most of whom are elderly and sick, unable to take on the task of rebuilding. At this moment, the protagonist interrupts them and asks them not to worry because he already has a solution. He explains that they won't need to concern themselves with heavy labor. With that, he activates his spatial item, and the system notifies that the base pioneer has been activated. Due to the special ability of his secondary auxiliary account, the item has been linked to the fragment of the world's underground soul, and wireless charging has commenced. The villagers are puzzled by the enormous machine. Then, the system announces that the item has been fully charged. The base pioneer declares that it has been activated and states that its current objective is to repair damaged structures. It begins a scan based on the current architectural styles. Soon after, the spatial printing repairs commence. Everyone is astonished as they watch the damaged walls being completely restored on their own. Leora approaches the protagonist and remarks that she had no idea something so impressive existed. She then asks Becky why he doesn't want to join the Duchy of Alina, offering to introduce him to the Queen. He smiles and replies that it won't be necessary, as he has no plans to work for any country. Confidently, he declares that he will be a king and therefore cannot serve anyone else, making it clear that his kingdom begins that very day. And right there Leora, shocked, yells, asking if he knows what he's saying, as Anka village has never belonged to any country. She explains that this doesn't mean he can declare independence. Even if the protagonist insists on declaring independence, how will he face the military threats of neighboring countries? How will he secure a population, trade, and resources? Becky responds that this is precisely why he wishes to establish diplomatic relations with the Duchy of Alina, and that Leora will be the one to help him make the introduction. Curious, she retorts that she was sent to destroy Anka village, so how could he expect her to be the one to establish diplomatic relations with the duchy? Leora turns and asks if the protagonist thinks he's very clever or if he assumes she's that stupid. She then remarks that perhaps the most sensible course of action would be to report everything to the Queen, and requests she send troops to crush his ambitions. Becky takes a deep breath and replies that it's not a demand, but a request. He then bids her farewell, saying that whatever she decides to do is her choice. Leora is left confused by his attitude. As she looks at the blood rose insignia, she reflects that the protagonist is indeed a strange man. At that moment, the system notifies Becky that his reputation with the Blood Rose Nun Battalion has significantly increased, shifting from hostile to friendly, secondary account, Kingdom Rise, and that he must establish a new civilization in order in Anka village. The protagonist is intrigued by this, and soon imagines that combining the construction and simulation gameplay with the original action game could be interesting. He realizes he still has 2 remaining points, and is eager to unlock the new account and discover what unexpected sparks it might create in this world. He quickly wants to check what abilities the new account has and requests their release. He believes this is exactly what he anticipated, since the familiar God perspective is the essence of construction simulation games. Moreover, the God perspective appears directly in his mind without conflicting with his primary perspective. The system informs the protagonist that he will use the world's soul shard as the core to gradually expand and build his territory. However, since the account's abilities are only 25 unlocked, the shard's usage rate will also be limited to 25. Becky is puzzled by this, guessing it means he won't be able to construct high-level units from the unlocked blueprints. Still, he considers that level 25 buildings will suffice for the initial stage. He then wants to check how far the perspective can go, similar to the original game. The unexplored part of the village remains covered in fog, obstructing clear vision. He decides to take a closer look at the burned forest, which has a 90 exploration rate. Becky notices he can clearly observe from above the areas where he fought. While the God perspective is standard in construction simulation games, he views it as an overpowered ability in other games. Suddenly, he spots something in a crevice and suspects that something might be moving. He decides to investigate further. Upon closer inspection, he sees various monsters and becomes intrigued. wondering if this could be a demon army. He ponders how such an army could exist in the burned forest area. He then considers whether it could have been caused by the first king's sword, which might have awakened demons buried deep underground at that moment. A system message arrives, warning the protagonist of a demon invasion set to reach in 15 hours. The message also states that the total number of demons is 299, with levels ranging from 10 to 25, including a level 30 demon. Lord Becky becomes thoughtful, realizing that although the demons aren't of high level, their sheer numbers will make it impossible for the villagers to defend themselves. He wonders whether this crisis is mere coincidence or a test right after the missions start. Dinah, noticing the protagonist's agitation, quickly asks what's wrong. Becky then instructs the boy to follow his orders exactly from that moment onward. When the villagers learn of the situation, they are terrified and question how this is possible, having lived their entire lives in peace without ever hearing of underground demons. Heehan, the elder with the village's longevity record, steps forward and urges everyone to stop arguing. He recalls what his grandfather's grandfather once said about how, centuries ago, the village was far from peaceful. Countless demons would charge out of the Black Mountain to harm people, but a young man single-handedly defeated the demon army, bringing the village centuries of peace. The villagers dismiss the elder's words, accusing him of joking or being senile. Heehan shouts, making it clear he is not senile, and asserts that living long enough reveals things others may never know. Dinah, concerned, yells that there's no time for petty arguments, and insists they follow the protagonist's orders to hide in the underground ruins. He stresses that if they don't, they will only be a burden to the protagonist. The boy runs off with the villagers and tells Becky that the village will depend on him. Once again, the protagonist bids them farewell and realizes there is no time to worry about the true reason behind the invasion. He concludes that the most important thing is to prepare for the defense, and immediately checks what kind of defensive units he can construct. The system informs the protagonist that the construction blueprints have been replaced with new ones tailored to the current world scenario, which include the following: wall with spikes, completion time of 10 minutes, archer tower, completion time of 15 minutes, lost dragon's head, completion time of 20 minutes, powerful bombs, 5 minutes each. The system gives Becky a hint, explaining that the usable construction units are based on the base Pioneer. It also states that the protagonist can construct one target at a time, but due to the base Pioneer's characteristic bonus, construction time is halved. Becky becomes excited about this, and thinks, coincidentally or not, if he cannot overcome this obstacle, how can he ever become a king? He immediately orders the base Pioneer to begin construction, which starts right away after receiving the command. Meanwhile, nearby, the monsters race forward at full speed, delighted to finally be free again. At that moment, the demon lord appears, commenting that even after hundreds of years, he has never forgotten the man who sealed them underground. He claims that man came from the human village ahead, and though he knows that man is long dead, he will still take revenge by devouring his descendants alive. He then roars, commanding his demons to charge with all their might and show no mercy to the humans. When they reach the outskirts of Anka village, they are met with a massive wall and are immediately attacked by the protagonist's explosive bombs and landmines. They are then bombarded by massive arrows fired from the archer towers. Finally, as they approach the gates, they are engulfed by the scorching flames of the lost dragon's head. The demon lord, shock, demands to know what is happening, convinced it should have been impossible for the humans to know about his attack. Something then catches his eye. The protagonist, standing imposingly atop the wall, Ike promptly asks the demon lord if he is enjoying the warm welcome carefully prepared for him. The boss roars, demanding to know who the protagonist is. The system updates the demon army's count. Only 256 demons remain. The enraged demon lord yells, asking the protagonist if he is a descendant of the human who sealed him and whether he truly believes he can stop the attack on his own. He then initiates a formation fusion counterattack, preparing all his demons for a ranged assault. Without hesitation, the boss gives the order and they begin their long-range attack. Bikey watches the attacks coming his way but, thanks to his incredible agility and speed, evades them all. The demon lord, curious, wonders how a human can possess such speed and ponders whether they have evolved to such a level in just a few centuries while dodging, Baiki reflects on the altered plan and realizes that the demon's intelligence is beyond his comprehension. These demons are completely different from the stupid ones found in the demon rift. He concludes that the key lies in the demon lord's commanding ability. Furious, the demon lord roars, ordering his forces to cease the frontal assault and build a defensive wall of flesh. He declares that if the ground attack fails, they will assault from underground. Baiki considers this expected, acknowledging that this demon lord is vastly different from most of the other foolish demon lords of the demon rift. He understands warfare, command, and strategy, which makes the situation far more complicated. Baiki recognizes that his single target killing ability is a weakness in this one against many and a scenario. At that moment, the ground bombs constructed by the protagonist begin to detonate. The demon lord laughs loudly, asking Baiki what he thinks of the situation, declaring that all his land-based defense tactics are becoming useless. The demon lord mocks Baiki, declaring that even if he has uncovered the subterranean invasion, he will still be defenseless. He makes it clear that he overestimated Baiki, claiming he only knows a few tricks and is far inferior to the man who sealed him. However, this won't diminish his joy in flaying Baiki alive. But then, the demon lord is startled to see an immense release of energy ahead. He quickly questions if it could be an earthquake as he hears screams coming from underground. At that moment, a colossal demonic centipede emerges, tossing all the demons into the air. The demon lord, shocked, wonders how this is possible, how Baiki still has such a trump card up his sleeve, and how a human could control the insect race. In a transformed state, Baiki remarks that the demon lord has been buried underground for hundreds of years and therefore cannot comprehend the changes in the world. The protagonist reflects that he used the unique ability, Call of the Insects, stolen from Brugis, swapping his profession's strength to insect summoner. He knows the equipment sets can amplify related attributes by 100, but he also understands that using steel skill disables the account's auxiliary abilities and causes the defensive structures to stop functioning. The demon lord quickly shouts that the world can change as much as it wants. It doesn't matter. He points out that the moment Baiki transformed, the defensive structures became useless. He then orders his demons to advance at full force, declaring that sheer numbers will crush Baiki. Baiki smiles and snaps his fingers, stating that he also has enough numbers. A purple mist begins to rise within the demon lord's army, soon transforming them into insect demons. The demon legion is reduced to 158 soldiers, while Baiki's insect demon vassals, number 50. Baiki used a group transformation technique, inhaling the powdered neurotoxin dispersed throughout the combat zone. This ability causes the demons to transform into insects under their master's command. After mutating, they lose their consciousness, but their attributes are doubled. Seeing his soldiers transformed, the demon lord becomes enraged. Both armies then face off and engage in a frenzied battle. The system informs that only the demon lord remains from the demon legion, while Baiki's vassals have been reduced to 10. Baiki, exuding overwhelming aura, asks the demon lord what's left of his pride. He challenges the boss to reveal any trump card, saying hell give him that chance. The enraged demon lord charges at Baiki, demanding to know who he really is and whether he is a descendant of the man who sealed him. He declares that if that's the case, Baiki won't escape unscathed, as the demon lord has finally regained his freedom. Baiki merely crosses his arms and remarks that he is far inferior to that man the lord mentioned. After all, he is the king of humans. However, Baiki admits he is curious, noting that compared to other demon lords who only know brutality and bloodlust, this one seems more intelligent and self-aware. Intrigued, the demon lord asks if the man who sealed him truly became the king of humans. He wonders if, during the centuries he was sealed, the demon race has devolved into a band of idiotic fools. Baiki responds that he understands now. He explains that the demon lord, as an ancient being sealed underground, wasn't affected by the chaotic power of the fragmented world soul. That's why he retained his reason and consciousness. The demon lord is confused by the mention of the fragmented world soul. Baiki comments that his questions have been answered and that it's time to finish the remaining business. He reminds the demon lord that he promised to give him a chance in direct combat. The demon lord grips his spear, but then begins to shout, begging for his life. At that moment, his body starts undergoing a strange transformation, leaving Baiki startled and eager to understand what is happening. Shortly after, the demon lord transforms into an even more powerful creature. He then asks the protagonist if he knows why he awoke and immediately sought revenge on the descendants of the man who sealed him. He explains that beyond being sealed, what angered him most was the man's declaration that he would claim the world's soul for himself. The demon lord makes it clear that he is here because that is his ultimate goal, asserting that the fragment of the world belongs to him alone and he will not allow anyone else to take it. He recounts how, when he was very young, he had the fortune of witnessing the greatness of the world's soul with his own eyes. At that time, he silently decided he must claim the world's soul for himself. However, he knew that to achieve this, he had to keep working hard until he became the strongest in the world. The protagonist, surprised, asks if the demon lord is certain he is referring to himself, as the idea of a demon transforming into a human is quite subversive. The demon lord explains that the demonic race he belongs to can take any form, as long as they are strong enough, and it is not difficult for them to assume human form. The demon lord then opens his arms and declares that he no longer has the motivation to live in this world, asking the protagonist to eliminate him. Baiki orders his colossal creature to attack the demon lord, remarking that with someone like him standing idle and allowing himself to be eliminated, it would be foolish not to take the opportunity. However, just as the creature is about to finish off the demon lord, Baiki orders it to stop. Baiki comments that the demon lord's lack of will to live intrigues him. He then asks if the demon lord would consider helping him become king. Baiki reflects that this ancient demon lord is completely different from other demons. He notices that the demon's body is full of variables and growth potential, and considers that if he can subjugate him and make him an ally, he would become an extremely valuable combat force. The demon lord, however, becomes enraged and charges at the protagonist. Accusing him of arrogance, he declares that he gave Baiki the chance to eliminate him, and that there is no way Baisi compares to the man who sealed him. Baisi calmly states that, in terms of absolute strength, he truly isn't as powerful as the man who sealed the demon lord. However, he asserts that he can do what that man could not: repair the world's soul. Upon hearing this, the demon lord halts his powerful strike. Baiki remarks that it seems the demon lord still has a functioning brain, and, even if it sounds unbelievable, he is willing to gamble on this glimmer of hope. The demon lord demands that Baiki stop being arrogant, and warns that he is only giving him a temporary chance to prove his worth. He threatens that if Baisi dares to lie, he will be eliminated. Baisi responds that compared to the demon lord's earlier desperate self, he now seems more worthy of his demonic nature. Baiki then asks the demon lord to follow him, promising to prove his words. The demon lord reflects, suspecting that Baisi is no ordinary person. He notes that the protagonist has remained calm and composed from the beginning, as if nothing truly concerns him regardless of Baiki's true strength. The demon lord vows that if Baiki deceives him, he will ensure he pays dearly. After leading the demon lord underground and showing him the fragment of the world's soul, the demon begins to weep, questioning if this is truly real. He asks why such a magnificent and powerful world soul was destroyed in this way, and why Baiki brought him there to witness such a cruel sight. Baiki realizes that the demon's feelings for the world soul go far beyond mere adoration, reaching a peculiar level of love. Still crying, the demon lord asks Baiki if he is capable of fixing it. Baiki, returning to stealth mode to restore his account's auxiliary abilities, replies that he cannot. He then channels his energy and declares that he will respond to the call of his master, summoning the fragment of the world soul to awaken. An incredible reaction begins to occur within the fragment. The demon lord falls to his knees, relieved, and remarks that the world soul is alive again. Even if only as a fragment, he admits that he should never have arrogantly tried to monopolize it, just to bask in its light once more. Therefore, he declares that he can now die without regrets. Baiki, exuding an intimidating presence, states that he has fulfilled his promise. He admits that, at this stage, he can only repair fragments of that size. However, he asserts that once he becomes king, he will be able to gather the lost fragments and eventually restore the world's soul in its entirety. He then asks the demon lord what his choice will be, to help him or prefer death. Kumo extends his hand and declares his willingness to become Baiki's follower and help him ascend to kingship. He places only one condition. After achieving his goal, Baiki must eventually restore the world's soul, so that everyone can once again bask in its complete and magnificent glory. At that moment, a system message arrives, notifying the protagonist that the elder demon Lord Kumo is expressing his loyalty and initiating a contract. The system asks the protagonist if he accepts the contract without hesitation. Baiki takes the demon's hand and says he accepts the terms. With this, the system announces that the battle to defend Enka village has been successfully concluded and that player, Baiki, has earned 5,000 experience points and several gold coins. It further informs him that he has formed a contract with the demon lord, binding Kumo to be incapable of betrayal and to follow his commands wholeheartedly. At the same time, the demon lord must fulfill his promise without any time limit. The contract will dissolve once it is fulfilled, and currently, the loyalty of the level 30 elder demon Kumo is at 100. The protagonist becomes intrigued upon discovering that there are achievements for recruiting allies, but reflects that he has never seen anything like this before. Kumo soon asks the protagonist what he should do next, declaring his readiness to do anything for Baiki's grand journey. Baiki remarks that there is no need for such formality, as he prefers the more unruly attitude Kumo displayed initially. He then instructs the demon lord to first deal with the pile of demon corpses outside the village to prevent decomposition from spreading diseases. Kumo replies that it would be simple since his main ability is to control demons, even the dead ones, and bring them back to life. He explains that they can be used as workers who require no food or sleep, and mentions that when he first entered the village, he noticed many ruined structures. Therefore, he suggests using these demons to repair them quickly. Baiki comments that Kumo's ability is fascinating, but requests that the demons work only at night, as he fears the villagers might struggle to accept this for now. Meanwhile, elsewhere, many bodies are scattered on the ground, and something is treading over them in the Orcus territory. At the border of the Elena Duchy, numerous creatures are gathered, shouting to eliminate all humans there. The soldiers atop the walls shout to increase the firing rate and prevent the demons from breaching the gate. Meanwhile, in the place where Lord Leo Orcus, level 20, resides, two people kneel before him, begging him to think of something and pleading for everyone to hide before the demons break through. Orcus tells them not to panic, explaining that they have already sent people to neighboring territories for help, and that reinforcements will arrive soon. A woman, amidst her tears, urgently asks when reinforcements will arrive, insisting that she doesn't want to be killed by the demons. A young blonde tries to calm her mother, urging her to stay calm and assuring her that the soldiers are fighting back with all their might, guaranteeing that the demons won't breach the gate for some time. However, the woman begins to pray, pleading with God to grant them the blessing of help in this dire moment. She promises that if she survives, she will never marry and will dedicate the rest of her life to serving God with devotion. Then an old man appears running and shouting, saying it's no use because the demons are about to break down the gate. He declares that while the soldiers can hold them off for a bit longer, Lord Leo Orcus must leave immediately through the secret passage. The blonde girl's mother panics, starts screaming that she doesn't want to die, and asks where the reinforcements are, as they haven't arrived yet. Her daughter, shocked, tries to calm her, but the woman runs out, crying that she doesn't want to die at any cost. Leo Orcus, His Majesty, quickly embraces her and tries to comfort her. He asks if she remembers the vow he made long ago, in which he promised to be her knight and protect her for life, no matter the danger. Then, he smiles and says that even though he is old, his vow has never changed. He asks if she still believes in him. She calms down and responds that she has always believed in him, apologizing for her earlier outburst. Moments later, she faints in Lord Orcus' arms. Layla, worried, cries out for her mother, but Leo reassures her, saying she's fine, and only fainted from shock. He clarifies that her mother isn't hysterical, but a kind noblewoman who chose to marry him, a warrior of far lower status, and follow him to the frontier. He mentions that it was a cruel twist of fate that she almost died giving birth to Layla. The blonde girl tells her father that she knows all this, and that no matter what happens, her love for her will never change, just as his won't. Leo Orcus prepares for battle, and asks his daughter to take good care of her mother. He asserts that she is their home, and that they will never abandon her. Meanwhile, at the gate, the demons finally break through and enter. However, as soon as they do, they are swiftly struck down by Leo, who wastes no time and continues to take down the enemies. He orders the soldiers not to panic, to form a line, and to establish the final line of defense. The soldiers cheer upon seeing him in action, but fail to notice an attack coming. They are soon thrown violently against the wall and completely wiped out. An elite demon appears, exuding an intimidating presence, and mocks the order to form a line, claiming it will do no good. He then says everyone should give up, as it would allow them to die a slightly easier death. The soldiers, desperate, comment that they've never heard of demons offering humans a chance to leave, and scathed Leo firmly tells them that demons' words are deceptive, and their aim is to break the humans' fighting spirit. He warns them not to fall into this trap. The elite demon speaks again, urging everyone to leave and informing old Leo that he may believe it or not, but he will give them time to think about it. Once the time runs out, all humans within the gate will be exterminated. Overwhelmed by fear, the soldiers begin running and shouting for everyone to abandon their posts. The demon laughs, claiming this is exactly what they should do, as facing their primal desires is the true respect for life. He asserts that humans love using hypocritical excuses to cover their desires and waste their lives. Without hesitation, Leo charges at the demon, shouting that this is his home, built from nothing, and he will fight to the death. Never giving up, he knows he must do everything possible to delay the demons until reinforcements arrive. However, the elite demon swings his spiked club and delivers a powerful blow against Leo. The old warrior attempts to block with his shield, but the force of the impact shatters it, sending Leo crashing into the wall, leaving him with less than half of his HP. The demon wastes no time, quickly closing in on Leo to deliver the final blow. He remarks that human life is ridiculously short and declares that Leo has lost. He mocks Leo, saying that even if the glory of the past sustains his pride, it changes nothing. Before the demon can strike the old man, arrows are fired, forcing the elite demon to defend himself. Confused about what is happening, Layla appears before her father, and he immediately asks what she is doing there, as she should be protecting her mother. Layla responds that she understands the consequences, but cannot simply stand by and watch her father be killed by the demons. She declares that since they are destined to die anyway, she would rather die fighting by his side. Holding out until reinforcements arrive, the elite demon snaps his fingers and says, "Very well, if you insist on your feudal conviction, I'll grant your wish." He then orders his minions to eliminate everyone there. Quickly, the lesser demons surround Leo and Layla, beginning to consider what to do with the two. At that moment, Layla starts trembling, wondering if it's from fear, though she assures herself that she does not fear death. As the demons advance to attack them, they suddenly stop, startled by a familiar voice. The protagonist appears atop the wall, mounted on Kumo, who is transformed into a majestic war mount. The elite demon, surprised, questions Kumo about why he has lowered himself to become a mount for a human. Kumo replies firmly, stating that it doesn't matter. What truly matters is why the elite demon has not yet knelt before the protagonist. Immediately, the elite demon kneels, as do the other demons, all apologizing to Kumo. The demon lord Layla stands in disbelief, wondering if the warhorse is truly a demon lord. Observing the protagonist mounted on a high-ranking demon, she becomes curious to know who he really is. 1 hour earlier, in Enka village at dawn, when the villagers awoke, they were astonished to find the village completely rebuilt. They began questioning how such a thing was possible, as the village was in ruins when they went to sleep. Dinah delighted comments to the protagonist that he has once again surprised everyone and is incredible. He then asks how he could work hard to become as strong as the protagonist. Kumo, smug, responds that he has lived for hundreds of years and still cannot compare to the protagonist. He questions Dinah, asking if a brat like him thinks he can reach the level of his master. Dinah, irritated by the demon lord's remark, asks the protagonist who Kumo really is, as he seems completely lacking in confidence. Kumo, also annoyed, makes it clear to Dinah that he is a noble demon lord and warns that if he is disrespected again, he will not hesitate to eliminate him. At that moment, a soldier arrives in haste without his horse. Shouting that demons have invaded their territory, he explains that he is there under his lord's orders to recruit reinforcements, and that anyone willing to help will be rewarded with 10 gold coins. Baiki is intrigued as he recalls that Lord Orxus is a kind-hearted NPC who also possesses something he needs. Additionally, Baiki believes Orxus deserves to be saved. The protagonist remarks that Lord Orxus' territory is at least 50 kilometers from the village, requiring an extraordinary speed to reach it on horseback. Kumo smiles and tells the protagonist not to worry, assuring him that this won't be a problem. Baiki, surprised, asks the demon lord if he has a solution. Kumo then transforms into a powerful warhorse, explaining that while he cannot yet take his flying form due to his current level, 50 kilometers is a distance his terrestrial form can easily handle. He urges the protagonist to hurry. Baiki, still astonished, agrees without hesitation. Back to the present. Layla, overjoyed, wonders if God has finally heard her prayers. Still observing the protagonist, she speculates whether he might be the man sent by God to save their home. The elite demon, outraged, comments that humans are nothing more than a despicable race and then asks Kumo if he doesn't feel anything wrong about allowing himself to be ridden by a mere human. The demon lord, enraged, charges furiously at the elite demon, demanding to know if he was mocking him. The demon, terrified, quickly replies that he would never dare to do such a thing. Baiki, observing the situation, remarks to Kumo that it seems he cannot fully control all demons. Kumo explains to the protagonist that he can control 100 of common demons but only 70 of elite demons. With this in mind, Baiki leaps off his mount, strikes the demon lord, and then advances against the other common demons, declaring them all disobedient, standing before them with an overwhelming presence that makes them tremble. Baiki makes it clear that because of their behavior, none of them deserve to survive. At that moment, a system message arrives, instructing the protagonist to eliminate all the demons. The system informs him that if he does so, he will earn 200 soul points, and his demon allies will also receive the same soul points to upgrade their levels and abilities. Leo Orxus, supported by his daughter, thanks the protagonist in comments that it's surreal to see demons taking orders from a human, something he has never witnessed in his entire life. He adds that, while heroes never ask where someone comes from, he is curious to know which famous family Baiki descends from. Baiki, intrigued, responds that he does not come from a noble family, asserting that he is just a common villager from Anka village. Leo, surprised, says he has never heard of such a powerful person coming from Anka village. Mr. Orxus comments that he is not questioning the protagonist but is deeply shocked and surprised by the strange events that have occurred in Anka village over the years. Anka War was originally his old friend, but after the plague struck the village that year, he shut the place down. Orxus hadn't heard from him again until the capital ordered troops to seize Anka village. Leo clarifies to Baiki that although he used various excuses to evade and refuse the deployment of troops, he always knew that Anka and the reservoir were beyond salvation. Baiki explains that they are not beyond salvation because the strange occurrences in the village have ended. Even though the village chief has passed away, he promised to bring rebirth to Anka village. Leo comments that he understands and says that Anka War did not misjudge the protagonist, as Baiki not only saved the village but also his territory. Orxus the old man then smiles and apologizes to the protagonist, admitting he spoke of many irrelevant matters and neglected the most important one. He asks what Baiki would like as a reward, acknowledging that his previous general promise is far from sufficient to repay the protagonist's saving grace. Baiki smiles and says he likes dealing with honest people, mentioning that he has two requests. The first is that Anka village urgently needs reconstruction and an influx of new blood, specifically young people with diverse professional skills. The second is the establishment of open trade between Anka village and the Orxus territory, along with deep exchanges in other areas. Layla is surprised and remarks that the protagonist is very generous with them, asking if he truly needs only such insignificant rewards. Leo extends his hand and comments that for a territory, the population is the most critical aspect. Orxus territory has just suffered a demonic invasion, with its victims still unaccounted for. As for trade, while it seems straightforward, it is actually a test of the protagonist's position. After all, Anka village is currently a thorn in the side of the royal city and the church. Mr. Orxus assures Baiki that, despite the difficulties, he will do his best to meet his needs. Baiki shakes the old man's hand and remarks that it seems he saved the right person. Leo comments once more that Anka War did not misjudge the protagonist, as his requests are entirely from a grand perspective with no personal gain involved. At that moment, Layla's mother begins screaming, calling for her master and claiming demons are trying to attack her. The old man quickly holds her by the arms, reassuring her that he is there, but she calls him a demon and accuses him of killing her master. Leo Orxus grows worried. Realizing his wife has been further affected by the demons and has deteriorated to the point of not recognizing him, he wonders what to do next. Layla rushes to them, concerned, but her father asks her not to approach. He tells her to leave it to him and to take the protagonist to the guest room, as they cannot let family matters ruin the hard-won atmosphere of victory. Layla lowers her head in frustration and agrees, asking the protagonist to follow her. However, Baiki asks her to wait a moment. He explains that it is precisely because of this hard-won atmosphere that they cannot leave regrets or imperfections. At that moment, a system message appears, stating that the protagonist has used a level 6 mental potion, and that the opponent's mental normality has been restored. The old man is astonished, while his wife asks why his face looks so aged and what he has lost over all these years. She explains that she had been trapped in a long and chaotic nightmare, and then asks to be together with him again. Leo Orxus begins to cry, responding affirmatively. Layla, unable to hold back her tears, breaks down, overwhelmed with emotion, as she realizes her mother has regained her senses. She thanks God, marveling that even though the protagonist arrived riding a demon, he must truly be an angel. At that moment, several soldiers arrive, shouting that they were wrong, that they should not have abandoned everyone there, and that they were bewitched by demons. Losing their minds, they plead for forgiveness. Layla points her finger at them, firmly asking how they dare to repent and ask for a fresh start. She questions if they are joking, as everyone saw the crisis resolved, and now they shamelessly appear, feigning humility and seeking forgiveness. She makes it clear that, being outside the protection of the territory, they no longer have any authority and that traitors like them will never be forgiven. The soldier spokesperson kneels and says they have already apologized. He explains that without the guards, the territory will continue to face invasions by bandits and mercenaries, as Orxus' territory desperately needs them. At the moment, he argues that continuing to argue would only lead to a lose-lose situation. Leo Orxus steps closer as his daughter says she understands the current situation but emphasizes that betrayal is something that can happen once or countless times. She asks him to reconsider. Bai Qi also approaches and comments that betrayal is indeed betrayal, but the urgent needs of the people should be considered. He explains that if it were his decision, he would focus on the people, as the key issue now is how Lord Leo would rebuild trust. The young soldier shouts that Lord Orxus' choice is very wise and swears that they will never betray the kingdom again. Bai Qi turns to Kumo and asks if he has items that could be used to forge contracts. Kumo replies affirmatively and promptly presents a large contract. He explains, this contract is called Bridge of the Abyss and Light, Chain of Soul and Destiny, sworn under an ancient pact. It is unbreakable and eternal. Otherwise, the price will be too steep. The effect is defined by the contract's name, and both parties place their hands on the tablet formation to finalize the agreement. Without hesitation, Leo Orxus places his hand on the contract and declares, as long as the soldiers sincerely wish to return and sign the contract, he will never hold their past betrayal against them and will reinstate them as before. The soldiers hesitate, but Bai Qi remarks that they seemed so confident moments ago and now, after learning the contract is binding, are hesitating and afraid. He asks if they were lying about their earlier oath. A soldier shouts that they were not. Then, the soldier places his hand on the other side of the contract and, speaking for all the others, declares that he swears, along with his brothers, never to betray Lord Leo Orxus again and to remain loyal to him and the entire village. Kumo confirms the process, stating the contract is complete for everyone. The young soldier, slightly embarrassed, then asks what would happen if they accidentally broke the contract and what the price would be. With a sinister smile, Kumo reveals his favorite part, explaining that no matter where they run, 5 demons will hunt them down and eliminate them. The soldiers, stunned and terrified by the punishment, immediately shout that they will never break the contract. With everything resolved, the old man Orxus remarks that it's getting late and asks the protagonist if he wouldn't stay the night in the city, as he plans to prepare a banquet to show a bit of the local hospitality. Bai Qi, without hesitation, accepts and thanks His Majesty. Night falls, and Kumo, sitting outside the castle, admires the beautiful moonlight. However, He soon notices Layla acting strangely and begins wondering what she is planning. He speculates she might be preparing a surprise for her master. Meanwhile, lying in bed, Bai Qi reflects on the impressive skills of the family leader. He thinks about how this night marks his first truly meaningful dinner since his rebirth into this world. Suddenly, he hears a knock on the door and asks who it is. Layla calls out, asking him to open the door because she has something to discuss with him. Bai Qi opens the door and asks what she is doing there so late. Blushing, she replies that she has something important to say and asks to come in. The protagonist smiles and says that the timing is highly inappropriate, asking Layla what would happen to her reputation if someone saw them there. However, Layla doesn't care and suddenly jumps into his arms, causing both of them to fall onto the bed. She explains that she once made a promise to the gods. If she survived the crisis, she would remain a virgin forever. But now, since the protagonist is the god's envoy, it's time for her to fulfill that vow. Bai Qi, not wasting time, leans over her. Holding her arms, he asks if Layla is ready. Blushing deeply, she imagines she is prepared. However, the protagonist comments that he is not the god she believes him to be and tells her she has chosen the wrong person to dedicate her faith to. Frustrated, she insists that he is her savior, the one who gave her hope to keep living. Not wanting to argue further, Bai Qi strikes her neck gently to make her faint. He then covers her with a blanket and remarks that while it's flattering to have a beauty throwing herself at him, he is not someone who takes advantage of others' vulnerabilities, nor can he tarnish her pious faith. He concludes, rather than be a beast, I prefer to be worse than a beast. Bai Qi gets off the bed and hopes Layla finds her god in her dreams. The next morning, Bai Qi meets with Liu Orzais, who promptly asks him to review the work contract they had agreed upon. It includes 200 young and strong workers, 80 artisans and technicians skilled in infrastructure, and 20 guards, totaling 300 people. Bai Qi expresses his gratitude and mentions that he looks forward to continued cooperation. He then turns to take his leave. However, Layla interrupts, asking him to wait. She tells her father that she has a request. She wants to marry the protagonist. Both her father and Bai Qi are shocked. Liu Orzais rushes to his daughter, indignantly asking what she is trying to do and why she is joking about such a serious matter. Layla, serious, insists she is not joking and that this is her genuine intention. Embarrassed, Liu explains that he knows young girls her age are drawn to men like Bai Qi, handsome and strong. But Bai Qi now represents Anka village, the current kingdom of thorns. While he could use the excuse of repaying favors to cover what was promised to Bai Qi, justifying a political marriage is impossible as it would plunge Anka village Anukshas into an abyss of despair. Layla shouts that this will never happen because everything is the will of her great god. She explains that it was God who guided her to meet the hero, and she must not disobey if she cannot pass the village on to him. She would rather grow old alone. Liu Orzais, at a loss, reflects that his daughter has been devout and stubborn since childhood, and that nothing can stop her once she makes up her mind. He comments that marriage isn't just about ideals. Even if Layla wants to marry the protagonist, Bai Qi himself might not wish to marry her. He then asks Layla to observe his attitude first. Sitting on his throne, Liu apologizes to the protagonist for his daughter's boldness. He explains that, evidently, Layla has feelings for Bai Qi, and as he can see, Liu has only one daughter to whom he has devoted all his love. The old man adds that Layla possesses all the skills and virtues a noble should have. She is proficient in music, chess, horseback riding, and archery, and what stands out most is her compassion and kindness toward the people. To him, Layla is the brightest pearl in the world, the supreme glory, and the pride of Oxus territory. Liu Orzais makes it clear to Bai Qi that his daughter's affection for him might be the arrangement of the god of destiny. He hopes Bai Qi doesn't see her as too frivolous. After all, destiny often arrives suddenly, and this could be divine will bringing them together. Bai Qi, feeling awkward, says he is honored by Miss Layla's affection, but explains that he is a mere commoner of humble status and unfortunately unworthy of the noble daughter of Liu Orzais. Layla, with her head in the clouds, comments that she doesn't care about status and is willing to give up everything to be with him. Her father, hearing this, is shocked and wonders why she would say such things. The protagonist, finding no easy way out, realizes he must come up with another excuse to calm Layla. He then remarks that her deep affection and persistence are truly moving, and that it would be an honor to marry such a woman. However, he clarifies that a man's ambitions stretch in all directions, and, for now, he has only one dream. He explains that he plans to start with Anka village, gradually developing the neighboring unclaimed lands, and eventually establishing his own country. Bai Qi admits he knows this will be a long and arduous process, and therefore, until he fulfills this dream, he cannot afford to be distracted by other matters. He asks Miss Layla to understand his perspective. Layla, impressed, asks if he truly has such a grand ambition. Her father, meanwhile, reflects that he never expected Bai Qi to harbor such ambitions, but is aware that these aspirations are not only difficult to achieve, but also highly dangerous, as the kingdom will never stand idly by. Layla, even more enamored, exclaims that she understands that she will fully support him, and that she will wait for the day when they can marry. Hearing this, her father begins to cry, recalling the saying that a married daughter is like water spilled from a cup. However, he takes Bai Qi's hand, and says that the hopes of Oxus territory rest entirely upon him, and they trust him deeply. The protagonist smiles and assures Mr. Orsi's not to worry, promising he will not regret it. They bid farewell, and as Bai Qi departs, he feels relieved that the situation is finally over. Upon returning to Anka village, the villagers are overjoyed, cheering for him, and surprised to see so many people accompanying Bai Qi. The newcomers, brought by the protagonist, exclaim in surprise, saying they had thought it was just a small, remote, and backward mountain village, but they were mistaken. The scenery is beautiful, and the houses look new and sophisticated, better than those they lived in before. However, Bai Qi remains concerned, pondering that the threat of the demon army has not yet been eliminated. Judging by the tragic scenes along the way, he believes that if they do not act quickly, the scale of the damage will continue to grow. He turns to Kumo and asks how many demons escaped from the rift. The demon lord responds, "After the great battle with King Minatilistar, our base camp, the Black Mountain, was destroyed and sealed near the demonic rift at the foot of the Black Mountain. I didn't count the number of low-level demons, nor was there any need to, but after the Great War, besides myself, another demon lord even more powerful is sealed underground." Bai Qi is startled and asks Kumo for more details. The demon lord explains, "The other demon lord's army is much larger than mine, and he is extremely powerful and cruel. With your current strength, you may not stand a chance against him. As for whether he has escaped the underground seal, I am uncertain. At the time, I was blinded by rage and paid no attention to anything else." Bai Qi is intrigued and reflects that he never expected there to be a demonic rift beneath the Black Mountain. He realizes the gravity of the situation exceeds his imagination. He recalls that, in the original game world, there were many large and small demonic rifts scattered across the land. The largest was called the Black Abyss, which contained a vast number of high-level demons. If they were to break loose, it would undoubtedly bring catastrophic disaster to the world. Bai Qi considers that, to prevent such an outcome, the 8 kingdoms agreed to take turns sending troops to guard thee and installed a large number of deep space devices to contain them under this level of defense. This demon-infested land had remained relatively peaceful for over a century. With this in mind, the protagonist calls Kumo and decides to head to the demonic rift underground. After some time walking through the chaotic rift, Kumo spreads his wings to traverse difficult terrain and comments that they have arrived at the place where he had been sealed for hundreds of years. Bai Qi descends and, upon seeing the vast space before him, wonders if this is a new dungeon, as it never appeared in the previous game. He reflects that any unexpected change can occur, so they must proceed cautiously step by step. Kumo comments that he senses a strong energy fluctuation behind the door, and suggests that the other demon lord has not left and is still trying to break the seal of the demonic rift. Concerned, Bai Qi remarks that it seems the demon lord's ambitions are anything but small. He then calls Kumo to join him in facing their opponent. Even knowing he cannot yet defeat him, Kumo questions if Bai Qi is doubting his judgment about assessing strengths. One man poses a question regarding the origin of the subject with whom he is conversing. The demon affirms that it came into the human realm through a rift in the dimensions. A young boy hears the tale of an exile demon. He has shunned the brutality of his people from boyhood, content to muse on the lovely for which he was taunted. The exile provides reasons for having fled. He is called by the quest for the ideal world soul that has totally changed his life. Bai Qi asks for the configuration of the demonic realm. The reply is a depiction of a hellish wasteland with toxic air, brutish beasts, and lifeless gold. The demon remembered with revulsion the blinding gold veins. The metallic radiance stood for him the lifelessness of his homeworld. A man interrupts concerning the size of the valuable metal reserves. The interlocutor flaunts the armor, assuring that it is crafted from magical gold. Guy breaks down the feasibility of demonic resources. Dominating lesser beings and minds would make his army more powerful, but needs a sophisticated plan. The group is moving toward a sinister rift. Tension mounts. Demonic power calls for instant preparedness for combat. Bai Qi recommends that now is the time to begin taking action and calls forth two of his minions, a giant spider and an obese demon lord. The fat man grumbles over his current appearance. He sees the bulky shape as absurd, though he acknowledges its fighting capabilities. The man compliments the toughness and adaptability of his adopted appearance. Armor and assault are equally matched for up-close fighting. Bai Qi mocks the denial of aesthetics. The action is moved to a sectarian circle with an emergency report of invasion. The group must consider strategy. The demon sect leader cuts off distraction attempts. He commands them to focus all their energies on reinforcing the energy flow of the rift. Matthias, the demon lord, issues commands to his underlings. The portal is still too small for the large-scale invasion by his legions. The demon insists that the widening of the spatial rift must be expedited. Only then will his army pour into the world of humans without obstruction. Our team, comprising Bai Qi and Kumo, suddenly enters his room. Kumo satirically criticizes Matthias' tactics. His rival's vulnerability leads him to turn for assistance to his homeworld. Matthias scoffs at Kumo's treachery. He views alignment with humans as an admission of weakness and a shame to the clan. Kumo denies the censure, remembering years of humiliation. His choice to strike back rings like a call for challenge of the ancient hierarchy. Matthias is dubious of Kumo's prospects. Suspicion befalls Bai Qi, whose influence may have instigated the riot. Bai Qi opposes the destruction of the rift. His real objective is to seize the portal and defeat the demonic leader, and not to save humankind. Matthias gazes disdainfully at the man before him, and then he erupts into derisive laughter. The man's overconfidence in victory appears ridiculous to him against the backdrop of the evident disparity in power. But the hero is not going to take it lying down. He promptly goes behind the villain's back with knives, which very much surprises him. Race Bai Qi making his initial strike. He cuts a very long gash across the demon's back. The demon is caught off guard with a surprise attack. Bai Qi's resolve to shut the taunts down becomes an open conflict. The GG flaunts his superiority in the open, which is what wins him the admiration of his friend. Matthias labels Kumo a shame to the race. The human alliance is blamed, with the focus being on the deviation from demonic ways. A gigantic demon comes charging, complaining that his brethren should have come to battle on their own rather than in partnership with humans, but the poison blow gives the battle a different turn. Now the gigantic demon is immovable. The derisive words are like a verdict, telling Kumo to put the past behind him. Kumo thinks of his unfit character as a demon. Years of forced rearing have not obliterated his inner beliefs. The demon repudiates other people's verdict. His choice to act upon his own initiative is like an independence manifesto from clan dogmas. A resolute blow severs the clash. Farewell words are said to the defeated Matthias, whose power is ultimately destroyed, but the demon applauds Kumo for his surprising determination. The long-awaited rebellion against the tyrants becomes visible in an attack. Matthias sees the failure of his strategy. The brutal schooling did not yield the anticipated effects, but instead fortified the resistance. The irony echoes in the acknowledgement of Bai Qi's contribution. The man became a force of change for the unconventional demon. The action then switches to the sectarians performing some of their magic tricks. A threat brings the fight to its conclusion. The vow to carry out their brother's desire gives a dark certainty to subsequent events. Kumo is astounded at what the gigantic demon told him. The demon reports that the boy is nearing the hard part of his journey. His final action represents leaving the past behind and turning the page to a new chapter. The demonic realm is abuzz with anticipation of the baptism ritual. Amidst it all stands Brother Demon Callan. The crowd's roar blends with tension in the air, portending a challenge to come. The character weighs the mortal danger of tomorrow's rite of passage. His asking to be responsible for Kumo seems to be a dying will. Matthias understands that comparison of Kumo with other demons brings latent potential to the surface. Callan reveals that beneath insults of his relatives is envy for his exceptional character. Scene shifts ahead. Lord Callan's death comes as a shock to his retinue. His death brings into question the stability of the whole clan. Matthias has no idea what to do anymore. A stinging question is the first to interrupt the silence. The angry glint in his eyes betrays the struggle brewing within him. He inquires, "What are you doing here?" Little Kumo, lost in the quest for stones, activates the anger of a conjurer. The shame of dishonor is combined with disdain for his boyhood activities. Now that a lot of time has gone by, Matthias considers the grown-up brother standing before him. He explains how his brother Kumo is the only one with such talents that he can be a genuine demon lord even with a better opportunity than his brother. But a violent ultimatum closes the comingafage ceremony. The clatter of steel halts the conversation and the decision between death and murder. Kumo glances at his weapon, which is splitting at the seams from his older brother's assaults. He has truly become stronger than that. The weapon shatters and Matthias pierces his little brother right in the back region. Lord Kumo's wailing scream combined with a scornful sneer. His elder brother's proposal to yield has the ring of spurious pity masquerading as lust for cruelty. He promises he will be merciless in the combat. A piercing roar interrupts the offer of negotiation. The call for instant death without combat is followed by the whistle of a knife. Kumo, on his second breath, flails several blows at his elder brother in a rage of enmity. But the Matthias spreads his wings and now Kumo flies back. Kumo's punch that could crush a mountain rocks his opponent very slightly. Disappointment at this frailty of the attack is combined with confusion. Kumo rises, standing on his sword. The magic circle and spellcasters magnify the enemy to unimaginable extents. Discovery of artificial power alters the strategy of confrontation. He attacks the sectarians who live on Matthias' power. The charge of dishonor is broken by the hard-bitten nature of war. Victory's pragmatism destroys any fantasy of chivalrous rules. Matthias speaks of forgetting honesty in a serious fight. Everyone will fight sneakily. Now they'll fight 2 against 1, Ichi and Kumo against the demon Matthias. The finished ritual overwhelms the enemy with destructive energy. His victorious laughter places the last victory hopes into the grave. Now they engage in combat and the giant demon succeeds in deflecting even the attacks of 2 adversaries simultaneously. He knocks the ground and with that the wave sweeps away the 2 guys far and shakes them. The magic circle brings the demon to the strength of level 55, and now it is invincible against ordinary strategies. Even cunning assassins and elemental spellcasters are no match for its power. Desperation drives the hero to take a desperate chance by turning on a forbidden technique. The choice to open a new system account is the final hope for salvation. Summary of the demon Shiver informs us about his background. Half angel, half dragon, and discarded by the worlds. His strength is the product of pain and deception. Tapping 25 of the account's strength makes the hero dangerous. 1 pulse of the aura can repel an enemy, shifting the tide of battle. The shock of the enemy power immobilizes the will. The acknowledgement of defeat is bitter, but the incomplete phrase is a suggestion of a secret trump card. The new Bai Chi states that's it. His game is over here. For sure. The demon hunting time phrase sounds like a condemnation. The mood of the scene changes quickly from desperation to brutal ferocity. The pressure of the aura freezes allies in fear. Fear before the true power of a master is greater than even fear of the demon gods. Terror seizes the demon, hurrying to flee through the opening in the seal. His cowardice stands in contrast to the determination of the hero to complete the battle. A frigid question interrupts the attempted flight. The expression in his opponent's eyes guarantees that nobody shall depart the battlefield against his will. The character violently jerks loose from the hold, his cries confused with the bellow of agony. Every movement only tightens the enemy's hold, condemning him to a futile struggle. But Bai Qi had already seized the hook and was charging at him full speed with his sword. At outstretched hands, we see the small Bai Qi striking the great demon. A scream of terror breaks up his attempt to comprehend what is occurring. The demon is enraged, demanding a response, but his voice shakes with the fear of the stranger. The demon finally identifies Bai Qi as the greatest demon slayer. He vows to meet him in the afterlife. Bai Qi starts chopping the demon that is standing on its back. He holds the knife to his head and asks whether Marius would rather die immediately. The demon remembers his 100-year run from the hunter. The new foe is deadly. His fury verges on hopelessness at the futility of revenge. But then he's caught off guard. Nothing occurs. The knife remains at his throat. He turns and queries Bai Qi, why not? Why does he not kill him? The demon lord's pretended fear of death rings threatening. His silence hides an inner struggle between pride and instinct to live. Marius starts to seethe with anger. He cannot comprehend why Bai Qi dared laugh at him. Bai Qi asserts the fear of death is merely man's most primitive instinct, and even a demon-possessed refusal of the bargain is coupled with a request for a decent death. Pride forbids the character to be anyone's instrument. Bai Qi adopts a new strategy, perceiving value and safeguarding the enemy. The adversary's astonishment is couched with incredulity at the unanticipated clemency. The demon turns down the proposal, bragging about his backgrounds. His statement highlights his disdain for human beings and previous partners like Kumo. Kumo is willing to murder him, but the man proposes to use the enemy as a subordinate. The suggestion of manipulation makes the Bai Qi's true plan clear, which piques the interest of the Kumo. The demon promises to come back for revenge, having restored his strength. His threat rings like a save face, but the eyes speak fear of tomorrow. Trade makes it impossible for one to be Kumo's underling. Even at the point of death, the character would rather keep his dignity by spurning an offer that would humiliatingly reduce him to something else. The desperate efforts to cross the rift are unsuccessful. Lack of knowledge of the reason behind the block comes to intensify the panic and feeling of being trapped. The accusation of dominating the rift deprives the demon of its final hope. Bai Qi's calm voice asserted his total domination over the situation. Implying the leadership account competency shuts down the route of withdrawal. The discovery of hopelessness leads to the questioning by the enemy of the purpose of his being. The demon family's question bewilders the interlocutor. The idea of kinship is the luxury of the elite. Not every member of the race. The pecking order of the demon clans lays bare the social divide, for great houses dominate the world, their leaders living legends unreachable by lesser mortals. The strain of the demon god adds mystery to the lore. Even for the upper demons, he is an enigmatic character whose power is experienced but not perceived. Mention of the original game highlights the lack of information about the demons. They were minimized as background objects, which is against today's richness of the story. The offer of a contract seems a last resort to freedom. Bai Qi's tenacity in enlisting the enemy indicates his strategic foresight. The purpose of cooperation is queried by an unexpected response. The necessity to extract, or in the world of demons, questions the Lord standing as one of the elite. Bai Qi equates human greed with demon bloodlust. His suggestion to employ inferior demons as a means of extracting or is cynical sounding but pragmatically acceptable. The demon consents to the agreement with a squeak of his heart. His acceptance of the agreement is driven by an absence of options and not by genuine loyalty. The characteristics of the contract demonstrate its timelessness. The trip back to the demon's homeworld is with Bai Qi's ironic scolding. A system warning prevents one from accessing the demonic world. Only hunter status can open the way, reinforcing male exceptionalism. The demon is frozen in shock by the changes in the homeworld. His confusion is blended with centuries of bitterness from isolation. The damaged property and the loss of a family stun the Lord. Aspects of what has happened go unanswered. Contributing to the nervousness, the faint voice of the old manager breaks the silence. Its haggard state speaks of decades of hardship under the yoke of invaders. A report on the Bai family's treason provides the explanation for the fall. The coup has transformed the world of demons into a totalitarian state. The anger of the Lord boils over with the promise of vengeance. His declaration to bring things back to how they used to be is nothing but a final outburst of pride in the face of ruin. The demon remarks casually on the passing of his family. His coldness results from years of neglect by his family, Even after he attained the title of Lord, the man cautions against allowing revenge to interfere with the treaty. The demon acknowledges his weakness, but promises to discharge his commitments before strengthening himself. A gold mine is an exhilaration to discover. Its size is beyond expectations, ushering in boundless opportunities. The pleasure of opening up a mine is blended with pragmatism. Gold will form the basis of future plans. Even with the sluggish conversion, the shortage of human resources places the extraction in doubt. Bai Qi is not phased, having anticipated an alternative solution through Cumul beforehand. Satellite shows the demonic powers he has uncovered. His passion is overwhelming Cumul recruits surviving demons to collaborate. The presence of even dead beings connotes a utilitarian attitude towards problem-solving. Remorse for the destiny of the weaker demons glimmers in the Lord's words. Their servitude forever after death invokes involuntary sympathy. Restricting the leader account diminishes mining efficiency. Gradual progress is compensated by quantities of gold. Faith in the long term gains moderates frustration with the process speed. They are over by this mountain, and Bai Qi is contemplating the fact that with these assets, he can be the world's richest man. The scene is shifted into the evening to some temple or castle. The men pick up speed as the pursuit is closing and their actions become frantic. Their gasps ragged from the escalating fear. The bodyguards advise that the boss go first, making a sacrifice. Their devotion teeters on willingness to die for his sake. There is some hellish trash in the air too, and strike these bodyguards without leaving a single one of them alive. A man in a fury attempts to grasp the reasons behind the stranger's unexpected attack. Another guard falls dead. His face is twisted in fear. His gold chains are obviously not cheap. A knife materializes before him. Identifying his attacker as one of the top killers in the organization surprises the man. His allegiance to the organization conflicts with the lunacy of the accusation. The attacker coolly disclaims any involvement in the organization. Revenge for personal reasons becomes the determinant in unpacking his motive, making the conflict more complex. Denial of hostility conflicts with reprimand for defamation. The charge of destroying good works amounts to gesturing man's values. The personality of the aggressor is at the same time bloodthirsty and vengeful. His threat is like a moral lesson. The offenses are not taken into account even after years. One sudden word of advice lingers. Any impulsive word may prove to be deadly in the realm of darkness. But the boss catches the guy's leg all of a sudden. Though he had already slit his throat, a taunting proposal to keep him company reveals the sadistic nature of the man with the bombs. Killing an enemy is a high-tech game for the murderer, and shortly after those words, there is an explosion in front of the dude's face. The location switches. We have an assassin who insists that the tendency to hold a grudge has outlived death. The professionalism of the assassin is oddly contrasted with a sense of resentment from a child. The revelation of the Biggie's base is anticlimactic in its banality. Costly surveillance resulted in a grave building on an unimpressive alley. Bloody vengeance is demanded of the attacker. What he says is akin to a death sentence, where the only appearance of a choice between life and death remains. A day after Bai Qi departed the village, the night attack plan turns out to have been scrapped because of the infiltration of migrants. Entering the village in the open appears to be safe but dangerous. The village's prosperity is contrary to intelligence reports. Biggie's is suspected, whose actions could have altered her destiny. A gaze falls on a child who could possibly hold the secrets of the village. His innocence hides a possible central involvement in the mystery. The traveler identifies himself as a monk, inquiring the way to the church. A local provides assistance, but his fatigue is apparent in his movements. A courteous refusal to be accompanied terminates with a brief goodbye. The stranger vanishes, leaving behind a trail of suspicion. The aura of the stranger is that of a mutated headman. The smell of blood and foreboding light render him a carrier of dark energy. Bai Qi's absence contributes to the tension. The fear that the monk is involved with the arsonists makes the quest for a speedy solution. Guy is adamant on preventing the vicious guy from harming the village. He swears to remain vigilant on the foe until Bai Qi returns. A man realizes that his behavior has turned into the subject of careful scrutiny. The question has a challenge tone, hinting at a secret confrontation. Suspicion of the addressee grows. The boy smells blood, and because of this wonders at the child's normalcy. The face of the character is stuck with astonishment and alarm. A sharp question regarding Biggie's interrupts the conversation. The boy attempts to defend himself, but his explanation is drowned out by the growing tension. She denies any wrongdoing. Issuing an invitation to dinner, he informs her that he don't know no boogies. The kid indicates that if that is all, he is going. The mention of the good food seems like an attempted diversion. Now there is an object heading towards the guy, which flies boomerang and rips a tendon in the guy's leg. A scream shatters the silence. Communicating rage and agony, the guy collapses on the floor, unable to walk, and just screams with agony and clutches at his leg. Denial of falsehood causes a violent outburst. The hero detests lying. His utterances are charged with bitterness and disappointment. Despair clutches the boy who aspires to be Bai Chi's apprentice. Fear of a death pursues him even though he is not fully trained. The sound of a hiss breaks the conversation. The man acknowledges that the child did not appear to be dangerous, but now circumstances are different. Anger mounts at the condescending treatment. He retrieves a knife. Anger replaces resentment at the deception, and the murderer kills the small warrior. Remorse for failure. The child laments his feebleness, stating that he could not fulfill his vow to Bai Chi to safeguard the village. The killer does not know who Bai Chi is. Assurance echoes in the man's voice. He is certain that only Bajis can confront him in this village. We change settings, and now we find an alki sipping wine. His statement regarding the possibility of drinking more is ironic. It is a mockery of the weak drunkard. A person lies drunk, and people around him insist that he be allowed to keep drinking, and they ignore his state. Shock at what is being seen. The man is barely able to believe that Dina is standing in front of him, whose sight is confusing. Now the man begins screaming towards the night sky, rattling everything around him, audible bitter lament. His son has managed to flee the nightmare, but death remains present with him, conjuring questions without answers. The outrageous nature of the act becomes a shock to the hero, prompting him to look for the perpetrator. His voice shakes, blending anger and incredulity at what is taking place. Fear clutched the man, who received the lethal message from the master for the very first time. His body becomes rigid from the weight of the unseen danger. The loss of a child is the turning point. The aura of the mentor gets distorted and filled with darkness that even his friends cannot approach. The dark energy coming out from the master overshadows the demonic energy. Everyone else around him is speechless as they comprehend the enormity of change.